Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to kick off the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours, maybe a little bit more. I have a fan that's running here. There we go. And let me just get my background music going. Very important. There we go. Awesome sauce. All right, guys, I started a little bit later than I usually do, and the reason for that is because I had an unexpected plumbing issue, and Mr. Plumber guy had to come over, septic tank system guy had to come over, and he fixed the problem. And it took him longer than I thought it would, and it just, whatever. You know, I had to deal with that, so it is what it is. But the show must go on. And even though I had limited time to prepare for this stream, I did really put in the effort to prepare for this stream because I love these streams. And septic system issue or no septic system issue, I don't give a damn. Plumbing issues be damned, we have to do this Friday stream. That's it. And I was thinking maybe I should do it on Saturday. Maybe, maybe I should postpone it. We'll do it on Saturday, maybe Monday. No, damn it. We got to do it on Friday. So I took a few puffs of some really good Byzantine tobacco, which was gifted to me by Mr. Sweet. I thank you very much. And I got a little nicotine going into my blood, and I just went at it, and I spent a number of hours preparing for this stream. And I think I am pretty well prepared for this stream. I think we are ready to go, and I think we're going to have a good stream today. So we're going to have a lot of fun, and it's going to be good, guys. It's going to be good. We have some things to talk about here. Of course, we have the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. We have Israeli issues like always. We have European issues like always. We have the rise of technofascism and techno-eugenics. All very disturbing yet fascinating issues of our time. And they are very pertinent issues for our time because it means the revival of grave evil. The revival of evils from the past. And we have some pretty demonic and sinister individuals out there who wish to exhume the evils of the past and make them alive again. And we as a society, we have to deal with this. As a society, we have to face up to this reality. It's very real. It's very real. Let's see here. Harold Geiger says, Moses, where's the meat, Moses? And let me know if the music is too loud or if it's too low, and let me know if if my voice is too loud. I did some adjustments to my gain on my soundboard, so just let me know. Cats are asleep right now, guys, so that means we're good to go. I don't have to worry about pussy disturbances. Moses, where's the meat? Buy the TikTok. Yeah, buy the TikTok. Yes, buy the TikTok. So hilarious. Absolutely loved it. Looking forward to your stream. All the best from Munich, Germany. Guten Tag, Mr. Harold Geiger. Thank you for putting that comment in. Appreciate it, sir. Hello, Brian West. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Mr. West, thank you. Hello, Mr. Sweet. I give you Mr. Theologic himself, Ted Schubot, and the greatest show on earth. Much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Let's see. Who else do we have here? I had to get a shave. Yeah, I'm not too crazy about too much facial hair. Mustache is good, but I shaved the mustache because I'm thinking about making the stash a little bit thicker. So I'll see how that goes. But yeah, not too crazy about neck beards. It's just, I don't know. It just feels weird. Hello, Mr. Western Rebel Master Driver. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Alex Munyolov. Yes, got the different person. Yeah, but looks like a different person, but it is 100% the same person. I know, right? I've heard it said that facial hair is basically makeup for men, and I think that's very true. Women look horrific with facial hair, right? I mean, women should not have facial hair. It's just absolutely disgusting. It's abominable. But women have makeup, which is fine. And men should not use makeup. But facial hair is the equivalent of makeup for men. It's basically makeup for men. It makes us mustache and a beard, not a neck beard, but a proper beard is good for men, right? It's our makeup. That's our makeup. Almost forgot about the Friday stream. Yeah. Well, you know, days get busy. What can you do, right? That's just life. Yep, shaved. Yep. Nope, did not clog the toilet. It was a septic system issue. Had to get it fixed. Nope. Now I need to shave. They taxed your beard. Yep. Byzantium is a good tobacco because it's not overly wet. Well, an overly wet tobacco is also has its pros, but it also has its cons as well. But the thing about Byzantium is that it has a decent amount of nicotine. Not too much that it'll get you sick like Irish Flake. Don't get me started about Irish Flake, guys. Irish Flake, that shit's the worst. Really good flavor, very good tobacco, very good nicotine quantity. But the problem with Irish Flake is that if you smoke it on an empty stomach, you will be sick for hours. I know this from experience. Byzantium just has that good middle ground between flavor and nicotine. And I think it just has I think it's a well-balanced tobacco. We're doing it! That's correct, Mr. Hanvier. Think I might smoke some? We'll enjoy it. Nutty Irishman tobacco is good stuff. The Irish Flake is Irish Flake is a top quality tobacco. Don't get me wrong. It's good stuff. Tastes really good. Has a good sweet aroma. But the thing is that you got to be careful with Irish Flake. You can't be eating it on an empty stomach or even a partially empty stomach. You have to be eating Irish Flake on a full ass stomach. I mean, you go to McDonald's and you get yourself a #1 Big Mac with the supersized French fries, and then after you eat that, you get yourself a classic spicy chicken deluxe at McDonald's. You gulp that down for safe measure. Maybe get some extra fries, maybe a medium fries, and maybe go home with a snack wrap, with a crunchy chicken ranch snack wrap, which is amazing, by the way. One of the great things about Trump coming back into the Oval Office is when Trump got reelected and he was about to enter the White House again, McDonald's said, we're bringing back the snack wrap. And that was a great day to be an American, because the snack wrap was one of the greatest things that McDonald's ever made. And years ago, we're talking like, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, McDonald's got rid of the snack wrap, which was an abominable thing for McDonald's to do because they were so loved and they were so popular. And it just boggled my mind that McDonald's would do that. But then Donald Trump got reelected and McDonald's announced that they were going to bring back the snack wrap. And I said, oh, damn. The world is finally healing, guys. So get yourself a snack wrap on the way home and then smoke some Irish Flake. And you will have a very, very enjoyable experience. But if you smoke Irish Flake on an empty stomach, just stop. Don't continue anymore. Just stop. Because you will be having a very miserable next 8 hours. Greetings from Holland. Hello, sir. I don't know how to say hi in Dutch. How do you say hello in Dutch? Good day, good evening in Dutch. How do you say this in Dutch?
Goedenavond.
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 Goedenavond. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's like English. Good evening. Good avond. Hello. Glad to have you on. You have a cat. Yep, I have a cat. I have several cats, actually. Let's see here. I'm a Miss Hanvier is as in the month, I see. Are you Catholic? Yes. Who can afford McDonald's these days? I don't know. I eat there once in a while. I just see who cares. I just started smoking a pipe. Where do you get your tobacco from? I get my tobacco from an online store called pipesandscigars.com. And I think they are a pretty good business because they always have discounts. So they're always giving stuff for reduced prices. And they usually have some pretty good deals to capitalize upon. So that's where I get my tobacco, is Pipes and Cigars. Pipesandscigars.com. I watched some of your videos, but I wonder what your story is. Like, are you a Palestinian? You mentioned your father is from the West Bank. So my father is from the West Bank. My father was born in a place called Beit Sahur, which is in the Bethlehem area. Well, he was raised in Beit Sahur, which is in the Bethlehem area. The Bethlehem area is a significantly large region, and it has different parts on it, like Los Angeles. You have the city of Los Angeles, but then you have the Los Angeles area, which is pretty big. You have New York City, but then you have all the chunks of New York City, like Harlem, Brooklyn, etc. So Bethlehem is a significantly large region, especially in comparison to the size of the West Bank as a whole. And Bethlehem has multiple different areas, one of which is the Beit Sahur area, or the town of Beit Sahur, which is, like I said, in the Bethlehem area. So that's where my father was raised. My father was a part of the Palestinian resistance movement. He eventually joined the PLO, and he was recruited by a terrorist while he was in an Israeli prison. My father spent time in the I think it was called the Muscovia prison, and he stayed there for a number of weeks. He was there because he was arrested while trying to do a demonstration against the Israeli occupation. And my father, while he was in prison, got recruited by a terrorist recruiter. And after my dad got out of prison, he met up with this recruiter, and this recruiter gave him a bomb. And the mission was to put the bomb at a bank. I know I said this bank was in Israel, but the bank was in Bethlehem. I think it was in the Bethlehem area. And my father panicked because as he was about to do his mission, as he was about to carry out this mission to kill people, he saw some children walking by, and he had this moment of panic, and this moment of terror, and this moment of shame. And he said to himself, "Oh my God, I don't want to kill kids. I don't want to kill people." So he panicked, and he tossed the bomb to the roof of the building, the roof of the bank, and he ran. And the bomb exploded. There was a timer, and the bomb exploded, and my father ran away. And then my father went back to his house, and for a number of days he fell into a very, very deep depression, because he was terrified that he had killed someone. So he didn't eat. He just stayed in bed and just lied there in complete gloominess, despair, sadness, and depression. And then one day his dad, my grandfather, walked into his room and said, "Why aren't you eating?" And my dad said, "Well, I'm just whatever." I don't know what he told my grandfather, but my grandfather was obviously very concerned. And then in the middle of that conversation, in comes this school friend of my father's. And the school friend said, "Hey." And he was just visiting, and he walked up to my dad, and he said, "There was a bomb that went off at the bank." And my dad said, "Really?" Because my father kept the mission a secret. And my dad said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." And my dad said, "Did anyone die?" And the guy said, "No, nobody died." And then my father had this moment of just extremely deep relief. And my father immediately went to my grandfather, his dad, and began to eat because my grandfather had prepared some fruit, and my father was finally comfortable to eat. And so that moment, that experience really stuck to my dad for a very long time. He didn't really care about the Palestinian cause. He didn't care about liberating Palestine from Israeli occupation. The only thing that he cared about was, did he kill someone? Did he do something abominably evil? Did he do that? And when he found out that he did not kill anyone, that was more important than any Palestinian cause. That was more important than liberating Palestine. And so that experience was held by my father to this day. It's been held by my dad to this day. And so my dad eventually left that entire movement, that movement of terrorism. My father eventually became pro-Israel and became a big figure in the Zionist movement, especially after 9/11. And so I was raised to be pro-Israel. And the thing is that my dad was traumatized by what he did for the Palestinian cause. And what ended up happening was my father became pro-Israel because my father said, Palestine is the site of terrorism. Israel is a better side because they don't do suicide bombings. And at that time, when my dad was growing up in the West Bank, Israel was nowhere near as bad as it is now. It wasn't. It's much worse now. It's much more extreme. But what my father ended up realizing as he got older was that the Israeli side is also evil. Now, he had issues with the Israeli side when he was a Palestinian activist, absolutely. But what happened was my father converted to evangelical Christianity. And when he became a Christian, he said, what is needed is forgiveness. Yes, the Israelis have done wrong. Palestinians have done wrong. But what is needed between the two sides is forgiveness. And this was the position that was held by my father. What is needed is forgiveness. And if the Palestinians can forgive the Israelis, and the Israelis forgive the Palestinians, they can live in peace. And in fact, my father was always against the idea of a two-state solution. My father was always against the idea of a two-state solution. My father was always in favor of a one-state solution. And as my father continued on in his work in supporting Israel and in trying to advance peace between both sides, my father began to notice that he was getting a lot of flack from pro-Israel people for his support for the idea of a two-state solution, of a one-state solution. Sorry. So my father supported a one-state solution, and my father said it should be one state where Palestinians and Jews live together side by side as equal citizens. And this was something that my dad got flack for from his Zionist allies, or the people, not allies, but he got a lot of flack for this from other Zionists. And the reason for this is because the Zionists don't want a one-state solution. They want a two-state solution. Or right now, they want to throw out all the Palestinians, so they want a purely Jewish state. That's what a lot of the Zionists want now. But at that time, what the Zionists wanted was a two-state solution. Give the Palestinians a state and give the Jews a state. The Palestinians rejected this idea because to the Palestinian cause, and this is where the Palestinian cause gets very wacky, for the Palestinian cause, the Jews don't belong on any of that land. It should all just be Palestinian, maybe with some Jews living on it, and the entire region from the river to the sea, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, should be Palestine. And the Israeli position, at least 20 years ago, was that there should be a two-state solution. The Jews already have a state, and then give a separate state to the Palestinians. The Palestinians didn't want that. So a lot of the Jews don't want for a one-state solution because if you have a one-state policy, then that would mean the Jews potentially being outpopulated by Palestinians, and then you would no longer have a Jewish state. So my father said, no, we should have one state. And if someone supports terrorism, they shouldn't live there. But other than that, there should be a one-state solution. And this is something that a lot of Zionists that my dad worked with disagreed with him on immensely. And so my dad ended up getting a lot of flack, and my dad ended up being in tension, deep in tension, with other Zionists over this issue. So that's the thing. And as the years went by, especially entering the year 2016, 17, we began to see, well, this Jewish fanaticism is really rising up in Israel. So my father definitely paid attention to this, and things just got worse and worse. And eventually, the Jewish fanaticism got so horrendous that my dad said, it was a mistake to support Israel. And that's it. So that's a little bit of my background story. Let's see here. Isn't Walid also named Constantine? When my father got confirmed into the Catholic Church, my father's confirmation name was Constantine. Did you saw today news about BB getting diagnosed with prostate cancer? Yes, and supposedly he has been healed from it, but he kept it as a secret because I guess he didn't want to alarm people. He's jaw-mogging? I don't know about that, man. Who's the guy with no facial hair? Don't recognize me? Yeah, I'm basically a different person without the facial hair. I think the Arabs made a critical mistake when they helped the British. Yeah. The thing is that, I don't know, it's difficult to make that judgment because the Ottomans were very oppressive. So I don't blame the Arabs for wanting to overthrow the Ottomans. I think anybody would have wanted to overthrow the Ottomans. The Ottomans were horrible. My father can tell you about what his relatives told him about life under Ottoman occupation. It was brutal. People were forced to go fight in World War I. The Ottomans were relentlessly bent on deforesting the region. They destroyed a lot of trees and they deforested much of Palestine. They were pretty brutal. I mean, it was so bad that you had Arabs living in Jordan, living in what is now the West Bank or Israel, actually fighting for the British army during World War I because they just did not want to fight for the Ottomans. So I completely understand why they joined the British side. But the fact is that the British backstabbed the Hashemites, and they ended up siding with the House of Saud against the Hashemites. The Hashemites were promised pretty much all of the Middle East, but then as World War I was coming to an end, the British said, well, we have this agreement with the French to give Lebanon and Syria to the French. And, we made this deal with the Jews over there in America. We're going to give the Jews a state. So you're actually not going to get the whole Arab world. And the Hashemites objected. And the British basically said, listen, the best we can do is Jordan. All right, you're going to get Jordan. And they sided with the Prince of the House of Saud. And that's pretty much what happened. John Hagee, yep. My father did work with John Hagee. Pro-Israel, that's correct. My father used to be very pro-Israel. That's a wild story. It is. Do you drink coffee or just tea? I drink both. You have the Valley from Karate Kid. What's the Valley from Karate Kid? I don't understand. Good evening, sir. Look forward to the show. Thank you, Mr. Rion Van Wyck. Did he speak French? Who spoke French? Is that German? It was Dutch. regarding his cancer is old news because it was at least, yeah, I looked into it. Yeah, I heard he was healed of it. Just subscribe. Well, glad to have you on, Mr. Woods. Constantine is Waleed's confirmation name. That is correct. You lost 25 intellectual points by shaving the beard. I know, right? Negative 25 in intelligence, according to my Elven Ring build. Friday stream, let's go. That's right. Absolutely. Let's see here. He preaches some truth. Well, everyone preaches some truth, right? I mean, that's just the fact. Oh, if my dad spoke French? No, my dad doesn't speak French. No, not at all. Let's see here. So Donald Trump got a ceasefire with the Iranians, and he extended the ceasefire indefinitely. And yeah, what do I have to say about this? Well, it's quite obvious. The Americans did not launch this war from a position of confidence, and did not launch this war from a position of strength. It did not launch this war from a fortified position, is what I'm trying to say. And what do I mean by fortified? What do I mean by a fortified position? Well, you see, I've talked about this before, but I will emphasize this point again. When you start a war, you have to start a war with the favor of your populace. You see, a lot of people have this idea that power comes from titles, that power comes from your position. Well, this person is the president. This person is the king. Therefore, this person is the dictator. He's the dictator over this state. He is the totalitarian leader of the state. So therefore, by that title, because it's written on paper, or because he has a crown, that means he holds the power that he claims to hold. And that is not how power works. So when you are the commander-in-chief, as in the case for the United States, does that mean, well, because you're commander-in-chief, that you can just start a war and do whatever you want, and the people are going to love you and they are going to obey whatever your commands are? That's not how things work. Even if the U.S. Congress comes out and says, well, we also want to go to war, that does not mean that you will be launching a war from a confident and fortified position. In order to, you see, war is not just physical. It's not just money. War is not just based on money and ability, technological ability. It's not just the amount of weapons or guns that you have. War is just as neurological, it's just as metaphysical as it is physical. You have to believe in the war that you are fighting. And what matters the most in a war? What matters the most is manpower. If you do not have the manpower to fight a war, you will lose. If you do not have the sufficient number of soldiers that you need, you will lose. If you don't have the efficiency from those soldiers that is required for the war, you will also lose. You could have 1 million slaves who don't believe in your cause go to war. It doesn't mean you're going to win. You could have 1 million slaves versus 100,000 warriors. I'll put my money in the 100,000 warriors. Case in point, the battle between the Spartans and the Persians. The Spartans were outnumbered. And no, I'm not just talking about the 300, because I know that the case of the 300 Spartans was just one part of the battle. There were more than 300 Greek warriors there. Nonetheless, the Greeks were outnumbered. And they were able to slaughter tens of thousands of Persians, even though they were completely outnumbered. If you look at the 100 Years' War, the 100 Years' War was a war in which the French lost battle after battle after battle. Now, eventually the French won, but they didn't win until they ended up developing a cannon. Once they were able to develop a cannon, then they were able to defeat the English. But the English were able to win battle after battle after battle, even though they were outnumbered. The English were able to defeat the French. Why? Because the English had the longbow. And the longbow was superior to whatever the French had until they ended up developing and engineering a cannon. And you could have a battle between, let's say, 35,000 French versus 15,000 or 12,000 even Englishmen. The English would win because the English had better tactics and they had the longbow. And the longbow gave them a massive advantage. But a very important component in that war was what? The metaphysicality of it. The English really believed in their king. And in those days, it was, all right, in those days, it was so easy to brainwash people. Let's be real here. In those days, there was no internet. They didn't even have newspapers in those days. People got their news from bulletin boards. You want to know how people got their news in the Middle Ages? Bulletin boards. They used to have these posts in a village somewhere, in the center of the village or wherever, and people would just put up announcements on the little posts. And people would walk up there, and that was basically, I guess you could call it the first message board. But people got their news that way, and they would get their news at church. And then, of course, there was the news that would be dispersed through mouth by mouth. Sorry, there was news that would be spread by a mouth-to-mouth way. So some guy heard some news, and then he told it to someone else, and then the news would spread in that manner. But people weren't getting on the internet. They didn't have alternative media. It wasn't like, oh yeah, we got the Alex Jones of medieval England here. They didn't really have that. People worshipped the king. All right, they didn't worship him as if he was God, but they did revere I think revere is a better word. They did revere their king because they believed that he was chosen by God to be their king. So to obey the king was in a sense seen as being obedient to God. And so the people really believed in the King of England. And the King of England came along and he said, well, the French have stolen my crown. I am the rightful heir to the throne of France. And so, and there's a whole background story to this. I'm not really going to get into it, but basically you had the House of Plantagenet versus the House of Valois. And the House of Valois said that they were the heirs to the throne, but the House of Plantagenet said no. And then King Edward III said, I am the rightful heir to the throne because his mom was French royalty and she was married to the homosexual son of Longshanks, reference to Braveheart, but the guy was a homosexual, so she didn't really like him very much, and she ended up having an affair with some French general, and then that French general ended up helping the English fight off the Scots because Robert the Bruce invaded northern England because the gay king of England, Edward II, cared more about, I guess, going to parties and hanging out with his boyfriend than actually fighting for his country. And so the Scots were invading, and then the English needed help. And so eventually the English killed King Edward II because he was so dangerous. He was this gay king who was giving up territory to his gay boyfriend and wasn't really paying attention to the invasions that were being done by the Scots. Now this historical fact greatly connects to my entire point here. And that is, just because you have the title of king does not mean you have the power of a king. People have to believe in you. Just like people have to believe in a war in order for the war to be successful, people have to believe in who you are. And they have to believe that you are truly representative of the title that you hold. So, for example, let's go to King Edward II. King Edward II was the King of England. He inherited the throne from his father, Longshanks. But the problem was that he was not Longshanks. He had the title of king, but people did not respect him, and they did not believe that he truly had the authority of a king. He had the title of king, but he did not have the respect of his people, and people did not see him as king. He had the crown, but the crown was given to him, and he wasn't seen as someone who held the crown worthily. And so what eventually happened was Longshanks' son, Edward II, he was giving away territory to his gay boyfriend. He had this boyfriend named Galveston. That was his name, Mr. Galveston. And Mr. Galveston was this homosexual who was hired by Longshanks to be a mentor to his son, Edward II. And Edward II wanted to give lands to Mr. Galveston. Is it Galveston or Gal? I think it's Galveston. Let me look it up real quick. Hold up. Mr. Edward II. I just want to make sure I get the name correctly. It's Mr. Galveston or Gaveston? Hold up. Gaveston. Pierce Gaveston. That was his name. So one day he goes up to Mr. Longshanks and he says, I want to give up some lands to Mr. Gaveston. And Longshanks leaped on his son, smacked him around, and began to rip entire chunks of hair out of his scalp and said, what are you doing? You're going to give up territory like that? That's not what you do. You don't do that. So eventually Longshanks exiled Mr. Gaveston away. He didn't want Mr. Gaveston anywhere near his son. Now, in the movie Braveheart, he threw the guy out the window. But in real life, Gaveston just exiled him. Sorry, Longshanks just exiled Mr. Gaveston. So after Longshanks died, guess what happened? Edward II said, okay, Mr. Gaveston, I want you back. So he brings his gay boyfriend back from exile. And then he begins to do exactly what Longshanks got pissed at him for. He began to give away entire estates to Mr. Gaveston. Now, Robert the Bruce, the successor in the Scottish Revolution for Independence, after William Wallace was executed, he sees, oh, Longshanks is dead, his gay son is taken over, this is our chance to invade, and he invades northern England. With much success, he begins to invade northern England. And the English were losing battles against the Scottish. And there was a very, very humiliating defeat for Edward II. He took part in a battle, and the English lost tremendously. And so that was one of the reasons as to why so many people did not have respect for Edward II. Edward II cared more about his boyfriend than he did his own country. So what happened? The elites of England, the landowners, the aristocrats, they got together and they said, we have to get rid of this gay king. We have to get rid of him. This guy is a disaster. He is an existential threat to our lands. The Scots are invading. We got to get rid of this guy. So they worked with Edward II's wife, who was French royalty. She was French royalty, and she was having an affair with this French general, I believe. And she was in on the conspiracy. She was in on the conspiracy, and she said, yeah, kill my husband. I don't care. To hell with that guy. To hell with that gay guy. Forget him. So the aristocrats got together, and they devised this plan to kill their own king. And so they ambushed the king. And the king and his boyfriend, they ran out the window. They were in this castle somewhere. They ran out the window. They ran. And they split up. They ran different directions. And they eventually ambushed the boyfriend, Mr. Gaveston. They killed him. They chopped his head off. And they just tossed his head to the side of the road, and they left his headless corpse somewhere, also on the side of the road. And they despised this guy so much, they didn't even give him a proper burial. They didn't even give this guy a proper burial. They let his body rot with the maggots. And then they got the king, Edward II, and they had him hung on a noose, and they killed him. The point being, just because you have the title of power, just because you have a title of authority, king, president, senator, dictator, Caesar, Augustus. Just because you have the title of authority does not mean you have authority. Real power does not come from titles. Titles are only there to represent power, but they do not signify power. They do not emanate power. Power can only come from one thing, and that is belief. Belief is power. That is power. If there is a line from the film Braveheart, since we're talking about Edward the Longshanks and his son, there is a line from Braveheart that is quite profound. And it's when Robert the Bruce goes to Mel Gibson's character, William Wallace, and he says, well, we have to unite the landlords. We have to work with the nobles because then the people will follow us. And William Wallace tells Robert the Bruce, men don't follow titles. Men do not follow titles. They follow courage. And that is 100% true. And so here is Mr. Trump. And he says, well, we're going to go to war against Iran, and it's going to be very successful. The problem is he launched a war at a time when war is the most unpopular thing in the country. The most unpopular thing that a president can do right now is launch a war. That is the most unpopular thing that a president can do. So he launches a war without the support of his people. And I guess in his mind, he's the president. I'm the commander-in-chief, damn it. If I want to declare war, I'm going to do it. And you have these Republican knuckleheads, these sycophants, these Zionists in Congress who are saying, well, we're going to support the president, guys. I don't care. We're going to support the president. And you have that schmuck, what's his name? Futterman? What's that bum over there? That Democrat bum? That guy, what's his name? Fetterman? He ran against John Fetterman, this bum. John Fetterman, this bum in Pennsylvania who goes to Congress with his pajamas on. People love this guy. They said, well, he's just a regular guy like you and me. He goes to work in sweats. He's so American. Have you ever been to an American airport? People are walking around in their pajamas. Back in the day, people went to airports with suits and ties and those circular hats, and women wore dresses and they would smoke on the airplane. They looked classy. Nowadays, you walk into an airport in America, everyone looks like they're fucking homeless. They're all walking around with sweats, pajamas. They look like bums. Okay, that's how John Fetterman looks like when he goes to work. Oh, he's just a regular guy. He's just a regular dude. He wears his regular clothes. He's so casual, so relatable, so familiar. And guess what happened? The Democrats had a vote to restrict the war powers of Donald Trump, to prevent Donald Trump from furthering this war against Iran. And one Democrat voted against it, John Fetterman. Why? Because John Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, voted against it. And he said, no, we have to support Mr. Trump in this war against Iran. Oh, so it turns out that Mr. Casual, Mr., I wear sweatpants to work because I'm just like you guy, is just a part of the military-industrial apparatus. He's just that guy, and you got these people who play this game with Americans. They say, oh, I'm just like you. I wear sweats. I eat at Burger King. I'm just a regular guy. I love football. That's all bullshit. Never fall for it because it's bullshit. None of these people care about familiarizing themselves with you, all right? They care about power. That's it. So he votes in favor of the war against Iran. And then you have another guy, because they recently had another vote. This guy. They recently had another vote to restrict Donald Trump and to actually force, not to restrict, sorry. They had a vote in Congress to force Donald Trump to end this war against Iran and to withdraw the military's forces from the area of combat against Iran. And one senator, one guy, was it not senator, one representative One representative determined the result of the vote and stopped the bill from passing, stopped the bill that would have ended this war from passing. One representative stopped it. Guess what his name was? Jared Golden. That's his name. Jared Golden. If you know, you know. I don't have to give you any further explanation. All right? We got an early life moment here. Jared Golden was the only guy who said he was the guy that was really the monkey wrench to stop the Democrat-ran bill that would have forced Trump to end the war. Jared Golden. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter how many congressmen want this war. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the president does. The war is unpopular. The vast majority of Americans said no to war. They voted for Donald Trump to a great extent because they said no to war. That's it. No more Middle Eastern stuff. We're tired of the Middle East. We don't want any more Baba Ganoush wars. We don't need any more Semitic wars. No more Semitic wars. Enough with the Semitic stuff. Israel, Iran, Arabia, Saudi Arabia. The Semites are at it again, killing each other. We're done with it. That's it. And the average American, I was listening to Joe Kent last night. He was debating with Mr. Alan Dershowitz. And Alan Dershowitz was very polite. He was a lot more polite than he usually was. You know, usually Mr. Dershowitz, he loves to interrupt. He loves to disrupt. He loves to talk over people because he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. And that goblin acted very polite with Mr. Kent. I wonder why. I think it's because Mr. Kent intimidates him, just given the fact that he has experience and intelligence. But Mr. Kent made a very obvious but still pertinent observation. And that is, Americans are just tired of the Middle East. That's it. They don't want to hear about, well, what happened in 1948 and 1967 and 1970, whatever, Yom Kippur War, 6 Days War. They don't give a shit. They're just tired of it. They're exhausted by it. As I've said recently, Americans have Israel fatigue. They're tired of the whole thing. Iraq, Iran, whatever. Who cares? So war is very unpopular. So what does Mr. Trump do? He says, well, we're going to go to war against Iran. But my lord, King Donald is a very Germanic name. Donald. Mr. Donald Trump. King Donald Trump. The people don't give a shit. They don't want to do this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, we're going to do it anyway. Yeah. And you know, the idea of ground troops being sent, that's still on the table. That's on the table. What? Ground troops? Yeah, ground troops. And then you had that Chinese guy, Professor Zhang, who is really, and this may not be his own motivation, I don't know, but he has become something of a cult of personality, I must say, from my own observation. Mr. Zhang comes along and he says, well, you know, there's going to be a massive war against Iran and America is going to invade Iran with 100 to 200,000 troops. This is what he said. And a lot of people believe him. Now, he could be right. I could be wrong. But my position has been that America is not going to be doing a full-scale conventional war. I've said this a million times. I am almost like a broken record at this point. But I will keep saying it until I am proven wrong. But America right now is not interested in a full-scale war with Iran. Now, if 85% of the American population said, hoorah, we're going to stick our American boots up those Iranians' asses, then 100%. February 28th would have been shock and awe, and 100 to even 300,000 troops would have been deployed to invade Iran. And they would be there right now. They would be there right now if that was the case. But that was not the case. That was not the case. And so America launched the war because, you know, the president said so. And according to Mr. Mark Tell Levine, the president made a decision, damn it. The president made a decision. He made the decision. That's it. He has spoken. So the president does the war, and they just do airstrikes, and they're hitting it, and they kill people. I mean, America's got blood on its hands. I don't care what anyone tells me. They murdered those school children. Evil, demonic, diabolical. And for these Levites over there in the Zionist world order to clap their hands for this war just really reflects their own cynicism. These people are demonic. They're demonic. They're of the synagogue of the devil. And they don't care. And they would kill even more Iranians if they could. They wouldn't stop at just 2,000 dead Iranians. They would continue on it. They wouldn't care if they killed 1 million Iranians. They wouldn't give a damn. So he does this war, but then guess what? He's got to kind of back off after some weeks. After 5 weeks or so, he's got to back off. He backs off. He backed off. Why did he back? He said, well, we're going to back off. And Iran said, okay, well, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed until we get some sort of agreement here. And so Donald Trump, he's got to look tough. He's got to look like he has balls. So instead of just pulling out, and I guarantee you, if Trump just pulled out, I don't give a damn how unsatisfied Israel would be. If Trump just pulled out, left Israel unsatisfied, and said, sorry, guys, we're done. Israel, he would get a lot more respect if he did that. But he's got to look tough. He's got to put his balls on the table. So he says, well, we're going to have a ceasefire indefinitely. Before that, he said, we're going to have a ceasefire. Okay, we're going to have a ceasefire, guys. Now, why did America have to have a ceasefire? If America truly was on the winning side, if America could easily just win this war, shock and awe, do the whole thing, get a victory, they would have done it. They would have never started a ceasefire. Why do a ceasefire for? That's sign number one right there. That's red flag number one right there. Why do a ceasefire for? If you really are on the advantage, I said that weirdly, if you're really on the advantageous side in this conflict, why do a ceasefire? You did a ceasefire. Okay, that shows weakness right there. So then Iran tells America, if you want a ceasefire, Lebanon's got to be included. Why does Lebanon have to be included? Because Hezbollah is one of my allies, Mr. Donald. And we're not just going to have this reputation of abandoning our allies so we can have peace with the Zios. That's not how this works. We have to show that we are the Persian Empire. All right? You're not Leonidas, Donald. You ain't no Leonidas. And this is not Xerxes. This is Cyrus the Great that you're dealing with. So we're the Persian Empire. We have to have our own sphere of influence like every other empire. And Israel right now is messing with our sphere of influence. Lebanon. Lebanon is Iran's sphere of influence. That is the bottom line. That's why Israel's over there. Because that is Iran's sphere of influence. That is Shiite territory. Now you could say, well, Ted, there's a lot of Sunnis there, and there's the country's like 30% or so Maronite, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's true. But guess what? The Sunnis don't got all the guns. The Maronites, they have militias, but the Maronites are only good at killing civilians. That's the only thing that they're effective at. That's the only thing that they're efficient at. They're good at doing massacres. If Israel wants someone to do a massacre in Lebanon, they'll hire the Maronites, because we all know what the Maronites did to Palestinian civilians in 1982. They butchered 3,000 people in 3 days. They did a 9/11 before 9/11. They were the original 9/11ers. The Maronite Catholics. They were the original OG 9/11ers. Raped, pillaged, and massacred 3,000 people in 3 days. That's a record right there. And the only reason why they were able to do such a massacre at such a wide scale in such little time is because at that point, the Palestinians got rid of their guns. They didn't have any guns. And so it was just a bunch of women, children, and elderly people. And the Maronites said, let's do a massacre. That's the Maronites. Now, not all Maronites are this way, but they are indeed Maronites who are that way. They are good Maronites out there. Don't get me wrong. They are good people who are Maronites. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to say this is all Maronites. But there is a faction of the Maroni, the Maronites, that are like that. But they would lose against Hezbollah. And I don't think the Maronites are really interested in a war with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has the guns. They got the power. The Lebanese government is scared shitless of dealing with Hezbollah. They don't want to fight Hezbollah. So Hezbollah has the power. So Iran is saying, listen, Lebanon, Hezbollah, that's our ally. You tell your bitch dog Israel to back off, America. So what does America do? They force the Israelis to agree to a 10-day ceasefire. And then just recently, Donald Trump said, well, I'm going to extend the ceasefire to 3 weeks. So from 10 days to 3 weeks. That's interesting. So Donald Trump declares a ceasefire with the Iranians. That's the first sign that America did not begin this war from an advantageous or metaphysically, spiritually, psychologically strong position. That's number one. Number two, they forced the Israelis to do a ceasefire. Forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. But America still needs to show that it has balls. So what does America do? It continues the blockade in the Gulf of Oman. So America forces the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Then Iran says, hey, you did what we asked you to do, and in good faith, we're going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They reopened the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they declared. That's what they announced. The Americans maintained their blockade on the Gulf of Oman. And the Americans said, we're not going to open up the Gulf of Oman until we have an agreement. 100% an official on-paper agreement. The Iranians said, well, you know what? This isn't very much this isn't really good faith, so we're going to reclose the Strait of Hormuz. So then what happens? It's a stalemate between the Americans and the Iranians. It's a big stalemate. Very few ships are allowed to even get through the Strait of Hormuz, and let alone the Gulf of Oman. And it's a stalemate. And America's like, all right, we're going to block the Gulf of Oman. Iran says, okay, we're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz strangled. That's it. Bam. Right there. So now what? So then, well, the ceasefire was supposed to end. And people were pissing blood waiting for what was going to happen when the deadline for the ceasefire was about to be met. So then what happened? Trump extends the ceasefire. And I didn't make a video about this. Or I didn't say, hey, I think that Trump's going to extend the ceasefire. But I did make a video saying Trump wants an off-ramp. The Israelis want to continue this war, but Trump wants an off-ramp. And so as I was sitting there at my desk thinking about this, I said, they're going to extend the ceasefire. That's my prediction. This is what I told myself. They're going to extend it. And I was correct. But I was right in my video when I said America wants out of this war. America wants an off-ramp. If America truly believed that it could just win this war, so good, so effectively, so efficiently, they would not be doing all this bullshit right now. They would not be doing all this bullshit. And Donald Trump is terrified of humiliation. Like we all are. So why is he humiliating himself? Why would he put himself through this humiliation of agreeing to a ceasefire, forcing the Israelis to have a ceasefire with Hezbollah, and extending the ceasefire indefinitely, and talking about a deal, and talking about maybe giving billions of dollars to the Iranians, which is exactly what fucking Obama did, and Trump was bashing Obama for that. And by the way, America is not just giving money to Iran. America is simply giving back the money that belongs to the Iranians after decades of us freezing those funds. So that all that money that we have given to Iran was money that rightfully belonged to the Iranians. It was money that belonged to Iranians' accounts that we froze. And in some cases, we stole the money. We stole the money, and a lot of that money ended up in some guy's offshore account in Hong Kong somewhere. Go look into this. It's true. Go look up Mr. Shaheen. What was his name? There was a big scandal over this. Hold on. Mr. Shaheen. He had an offshore. Mr. Shaheen worked for, was it the Carter administration? Gene Shaheen. Was it Gene Shaheen? I'm gonna look this up real quick. Hold up. Offshore account, Hong Kong, Iran. John Shaheen. Go look this up, guys. John Shaheen. I'm not making this up. John Shaheen. So during the Iranian hostage crisis, America froze all bank accounts that belonged to Iranians. Tons of money. And Mr. John Shaheen ended up funneling in a whole lot of that money into one of his private bank accounts in Hong Kong. And so, yeah, there was a lot of funny business going on. But America froze billions upon billions of dollars in Iranians' accounts. And they ended up freezing tons of bank accounts that belonged to Iranians. And so they're talking about maybe unfreezing a lot of that money and et cetera, et cetera. The point being that now we got Donald Trump talking about a deal with the Iranians. Well, hold on a second. I thought we were winning. We're obliterating them. It was going to be a success. Now, why are we talking about ceasefires? Why are we talking about forcing Israel to a ceasefire? Why are we talking about making a deal with the Iranians? Why are we talking about extending the ceasefire indefinitely? Why? Because it's very simple. The war is not popular. And it doesn't matter if you're the president. Doesn't matter if you're a congressman. None of that shit matters when it comes to things like this. What matters is, do the people believe in this? Because at the end of the day, what is going to win wars is your people. You could have generals and tacticians and strategists and all that stuff. If you don't got the manpower, then none of that's going to help you. You need the people. And if the people are saying, F this, we're not interested, you're not going to have a successful war. And the Iranians know this. They go look at their freaking Lego music videos. They make it very obvious that they know what is being said in American political discourse. They're looking at the Tuckerites and the Candace Owen Knights and the Dave Smiths and the Joe Kents, and they're looking at all that stuff. Megyn Kelly and all. They're looking at all that stuff. They know, man, the people don't want it. The Iranian people, they support it. Why? Because they're defending their country. Any people would support defending their country when you're being invaded. If America was being invaded right now, Americans would unite. Not all of us, but for the most part, we would unite because we're getting invaded. Iran's getting invaded by Israel, by America. Of course, the people are going to support their country. Even the people who hate the Ayatollah government also support fighting for Iran. But they don't like Israel. Who would? After Israel just bombed their country and killed a bunch of civilians. So the Iranian people, they ain't got no problem fighting for their country. The American people, quite expectedly and rightfully, have a big problem with getting involved in a unnecessary war of choice at the behest of Israel and a bunch of Zios and a bunch of lunatics who really don't know much about the Middle East anyway. Just look at the congressmen and women who, just look at the senators. Look at the senators who support this war. All right, they're not very smart. So you could be the president. Oh, I'm the president. I'm the commander-in-chief. Who gives a shit? Do the people believe in your cause? See, like I've said, real power does not lie in titles. Real power lies in belief. How do you think kings were formed back in the day? Think about it. Kings were a regular, normal part of human societies thousands of years ago. They were normal parts of human societies centuries ago. How did we end up with monarchies? There had to have been the first king. How did that happen, right? You look at the kings of Norway. Who was the first king of Norway? Who was the first Scandinavian king? Forget Norway. Just look at Scandinavia, because at one point in time, Scandinavia was just one big region that consisted of all these different clans and tribes and stuff like that. There had to have been the first king of the Scandinavians. Who was that? Odin. Odin. If you ever read the, what's it called? The sagas, the Norwegian or the Scandinavian pagan sagas of Mr. Snorrelson, they make it very clear. The first king was Odin. And what made him a king? Why did people love Odin? I'm not talking about Odin in Scandinavian mythology. I'm talking about the real Odin. Odin was a real dude. He was a historical character. No different, just like Abraham Lincoln was an historical character. Who was this Odin guy? If you ever read the Prose Edda, which is very fascinating, by the way, It gives you a little insight in the real prehistory of Scandinavia and the Germanic lands in general. Odin was a real guy who owned a bunch of land. He owned a bunch of land, and according to the history, he had a very beautiful blonde wife by the name of Freya, and they owned a bunch of land in Anatolia. Yes, this is what the Edda tells us, that he lived in what is now Anatolia, which is actually now called Turkey. And we're all familiar with that land, with that territory. And he lived in the part of Turkey that he lived in the Caucasus Mountains of Turkey. This is what the Edda tells us. He lived in that part of Turkey that is near Ararat. So basically in that part of Turkey that borders with Armenia. So the South Caucasus region of Anatolia. And he had a bunch of people following him. He had an entire tribe. And they were an Indo-European, I guess you could call them Indo-Aryan tribe, whatever. They were an Indo-European tribe that migrated north. So they went up. They traveled upwards. They went up to the North Caucasus. They probably went into southern Russia. And they kept migrating. They went up to maybe, They went up to Ukraine, Belarus. They kept going north. Eventually, they made it into Central Europe. Eventually, they went all the way up into Scandinavia. And he was their leader. And the Edda tells us why people loved him. You know what it says in the Edda? It's very interesting. It says in the Edda that the people loved him because he gave them courage. He instilled courage into their souls. And when they would fight in battles with their fellow Europeans, with other tribes, Odin would be there next to them, giving them courage, boosting up their morale. And that morale meant everything. And so when Odin died, they thought, where are we going to get our morale? Where are we going to get that emotional, psychological boost to give us strength? Where are we going to get that internal strength from? So they made a ritual. When they would be fighting in battle, they would scream Odin. And that was a ritual. That was a custom that even the Vikings followed. So that went from being a very ancient, arguably prehistoric custom to being a custom that would travel into the medieval period. Very fascinating stuff. I can give you another example from Christian history. For example, if you look at the life of El Cid, as we know him. El Cid was this Christian warrior who led a war for freedom against Moorish occupation in Spain. You know, Spain had a centuries-long war between Christians and Muslims within its borders because the Moors, as we all know, right? We all know what happened, right? The Moors came from North Africa, they invaded Spain, and they invaded most of Spain. I mean, the Moors, North Africans, very tough people, and they invaded. They took over much of Spain, and El Cid was one of the rebel leaders against Moorish occupation. And so what happened? El Cid led battles. And being a leader, he was a man who knew how to instill courage and morale into his people. And there was a story that I remember reading in the Chronicles of El Cid. I think it was called The Song of El Cid or The Chronicles of El Cid. It's been many years since I've read this history. But there was this Spanish man who was tall and big, but even though he had the body for fighting, he did not have the courage for fighting. And El Cid noticed that. And so one day they go into battle against the Moors, and this tall Spanish guy runs away. He runs away. He's scared. And you can't really, I'm not going to mock these people because who knows how I would respond in those situations. You know, people have a fight or flight instinct, and if people are too terrified to fight, they're going to run. They're going to run or they're going to freeze. It's actually better to run than to freeze because you have a better chance of survival. But this guy runs away in the middle of the battle. And instead of shaming this guy or casting this guy out of the military, he walks up to this guy and he says, "Listen, I know you're scared, but I believe in you. You got this. You got this, man. You can do this. I believe in you. You can fuck these guys up. You can fight. You got this, man. And the guy got a little ego boost from that. And one day they're having a dinner. The soldiers are eating their dinner. They're feasting. And like any military, there was a hierarchy. And El Cid had his table. And the only people who were allowed to sit with El Cid were the elite warriors. They were the people of the top ranks of Spain's fighting force. But El Cid sees the big guy who's scared. And he says, I believe in this guy. I know he's scared, but I know that in him, there's courage. So he tells this big Spanish guy, he says, you will sit at my table today. So the big guy gets up, sits next to El Cid. He goes, you are worthy of sitting with me because I know you're a warrior. And because of that one gesture from El Cid, that dude didn't run away. The next battle came, that dude fought the entire time, never ran away. Why? Because he said, El Cid believes in me, and I am not going to let El Cid down. So he had it in him. So what is that? That's morale. Why did people follow El Cid? Because he gave them courage. They believed in him. Why did people follow Odin, the king, not the part of Scandinavian pagan mythology? But why did people follow King Odin? Because they believed in him. He gave them courage. He gave them courage. Why did people follow Moses? Moses gave them courage. He stood up to the Pharaoh. If people don't believe in you, I don't care what your title is. So that's why people in far antiquity, that's why people were given the title of king. Odin became a leader because he was someone that the people believed in. Who was the first king of Egypt? I'm not asking who was the first pharaoh. Who was the first king? The first king of Egypt was Osiris. Yeah. Osiris, he's this Egyptian god. Yeah, that has its origin story. The origin story is that Osiris was a king. He was the first king of Africa. The first king of Egypt. How did he become king? Because he was a great warrior. If you look at, who's the guy? Oh man, what was his name? Anglo-Saxon story, Anglo-Saxon epic. Who was that guy? Beowulf. Beowulf became a king. Go read the Epic of Beowulf. How did Beowulf become king? Beowulf was not a king. He didn't come from royalty. He wasn't given a title. Beowulf became king because he slew a monster in the forest and then he slew a dragon. And so he becomes a king. What's the moral of the story? People don't follow titles. They don't follow titles. They follow belief. And if people don't believe in whatever war you're declaring, I don't care what your title is. I don't care if you have a crown on your head. I don't care if you have a tiara on your head. I don't care if you have a sultan's turban on your head. People aren't going to believe in you. And it's going to be a failure. Your war will be a failure, just like this war has been a failure that now Donald Trump wants to run away from. If you look at, this is why people need to read Machiavelli's The Prince. Now, I'm not saying you should read Machiavelli's The Prince because you should be a cynic or you should have some sort of dark triad bullshit person. I don't like any of that stuff. I think all that stuff is bullshit. I don't believe in any of that stuff. Oh, you gotta read, you got these, the history bros. I read Sun Tzu's The Art of War and Machiavelli's The Prince because I gotta learn how to be like that. No. You should read Machiavelli's The Prince to understand the evils of politics, not because you want to be what Machiavelli is teaching. You shouldn't want to be what Machiavelli is teaching because the personality that Machiavelli was trying to instill into the person that he wrote to was a person who was evil, someone who didn't mind murdering others for power, that sort of thing. We should not look up to that type of personality. But I think we should read Machiavelli's The Prince just for the sake of understanding the evils of politics and how evil politicians can be. I think you need to be evil to be a successful politician. That's my belief. I think if you are a successful politician, you're evil. Bottom line, like John McCain, that dude didn't stay in power until he died because he was a good person. He stayed in power because he sold his soul to the devil. All right. Michelle Bachmann, My father met her. She was a very nice lady. She was very idealistic. She wanted to reform American politics. And she ended up failing because she was an outsider. She was an outsider. She wasn't very liked. Why? Because she was trying to advance her ideals as opposed to just working to fortify the already existing system. So she wasn't liked. She did not have a successful career in politics. But if you're like McCain or who's that guy? What's his name? Mitch McConnell or any one of these guys, all right, you are in hell, all right? You have sold your soul to the devil, all right? So why is it that only evil people have successful careers in politics? It's because they follow what is said in The Prince. That's the reason why. I'm not saying that they all read The Prince, but they all embody that sort of ruthlessness that is described in the book The Prince. But Machiavelli's The Prince has a very, I think, a very telling lesson. And that is that it doesn't matter if you have a king's crown. If you are a king in name only, you don't have power. Someone else is ruling. You don't have power. And so what Machiavelli said was that the idea that the kings of Europe, be it the king of France or the king of England, had ultimate power that nobody would question is a lie. This is what Machiavelli essentially tells us. It's a lie. That the kings of Europe never had absolute power. The kings of Europe stayed in power because they maintained good relations with the elites of their countries. They maintained good relations with the aristocrats. And by maintaining the relations with the lords of the land, they stayed in power. Because what Machiavelli tells us is that each elite, each aristocrat, we'll just call them aristocrats, each aristocrat, each lord had a following. Each one had their own little separate army. And if you angered or dissatisfied one of these elites enough, they would go against you. They would revolt. And they would encourage their people to revolt against you. And if you have enough of those aristocrats going against you, then you're going to get overthrown. That's just the bottom line. You're going to get overthrown. You're not going to make it as a king. And going back, so let's go back to Edward II. That's what happened to Edward II. Edward II was the successor to Longshanks. He was technically the king. He had the crown, but he had the crown. That's it. He didn't have the authority nor the respect that warranted the crown. And so he was giving away his estates to his gay boyfriend. He was not really sufficiently fighting the Scots, who were invading northern England. His wife was cucking him. He was losing. And he ended up getting assassinated by the aristocrats, the elites, the lords of the land. They killed him. So Longshanks stayed in power because he maintained good relations with those people. And when his son said, "Dad, can I give away some free land over to Mr. Gaveston?" Longshanks said, like in the movie, "Leave us," and smacked his son around and said, "You don't do that." Why? Because he knew you start giving away territories like that, you're going to lose the respect of your people. They're not going to admire you. They're not going to fear you. So what Machiavelli tells us is that real power lies in people's belief in you. And if not belief, people's fear of you. But that ability to that ability to instill fear comes from enough people believing in you. So fast forward to our own times, we don't have a king of America, but we have the commander-in-chief. He's our king. And you have the Congress. And some Congress people want war. The president wants war. He wanted war, at least. And that didn't work out. America is not launching this war from a confident position, from a position of confidence. It began this war on very shaky ground. Not sturdy ground, but shaky ground. Because if America was fighting this war from a position of fortified confidence, It would not be doing ceasefires. It would not be extending a ceasefire. It would not be forcing Israel to agree to a ceasefire. None of that would be happening. None of what's happening right now would be happening. Because Trump knows, I only got 2+ years left of my presidency. The Republicans were winning so hard. I can't overstate this enough. The Republicans were winning so hard. They were winning so good. They beat the Democrats. Trump got the popular vote. The first time the Republican has got the popular vote, ever got the popular vote, I think, ever since Ronald Reagan. The Republicans won a historic victory. Donald Trump lost the election in 2020, comes back, wins, gets the popular vote, smashes the Democrats. The Democrats destroyed their own reputation because they were pushing wokeism. And they were also pushing for the Ukraine war. Mr. Biden permitted the Ukrainians to launch American missiles at Russia. Not at Russian soldiers in Ukraine. No. At Russia. Go bomb Moscow or St. Petersburg or wherever. Go bomb Russia itself using American missiles. Biden did that. His people, he didn't really do that. That guy was napping all the time. But his people did that. America did that with Biden's administration. That wasn't popular. So the Democrats destroyed themselves. Gave the opportunity to the Republicans to smash the Democrats big. And the Republicans won. And Trump built all of that only to begin to tear it down because he got bamboozled by the Israelis. The head of the Mossad, David Barnea, and Netanyahu go to Trump and they say, well, actually, we could do this war and you guys should help us. They did this bullshit with Obama. They tried to convince Obama to do the same thing. Obama didn't fall for it. They tried to get Biden to do it. Biden didn't fall for it. They went to Trump and they finessed Donald Trump to agree to this. And now Donald Trump, seeing the quagmire that he got himself in, now wants to get out. That's the thing. He wants to get out. But what's the lesson to be learned here? The lesson is power does not lie in titles. Power lies in belief. That's it. It lies in belief. And if people don't believe in the war that you're launching, you ain't going to win. That's it. Bottom line. So now what's America going to do? America's saying, well, Iran, you have to get rid of your enriched uranium. Iran is not going to do that because that would mean giving up their freedom. They want the freedom as a sovereign country to enrich uranium. And the Iranians see North Korea. North Korea and Iran are allies. They see, okay, North Korea got nukes. South Korea ain't messing with North Korea. Nope. Gaddafi, on the other hand, gave up his nuclear program. He got sodomized and lynched. So do I want to be Gaddafi or do I want to be Kim Jong-un? I'm going to be Kim Jong-un. So Iran says, we don't want to give up our enriched uranium. Maybe they'll give their enriched uranium to some other country, whatever. But the bottom line is Iran is not going to give up on its plan to enrich uranium, and it's not going to give up its nuclear weapons either. It wants nuclear weapons. Israel be damned. It wants nuclear weapons. Can America stop Iran from making nuclear weapons? No. That's a resounding no. Even if they do regime change, even if they make some kind of deal with the Iranians are going to pursue nuclear weapons. America cannot stop Iran. Iran has a bunker. Go look this up. Go look up. I'm going to look this up right now. Hold up. I'm going to show something to you guys real quick. Pickaxe Mountain. Go look up Pickaxe Mountain, guys. Pickaxe Mountain. Of course, Google gives me some bullshit pictures. Pickaxe Mountain. Have you guys ever heard of Pickaxe Mountain? Go look it up. It's a mountain where the Iranians got a bunch of enriched uranium. And they got their uranium 2,000 feet under the ground. The only way that America can get that uranium is by sending in ground forces and doing some spec ops mission to get it. They can't take that out with bombs. It's not going to work. Go look up pickaxe mount. Here, I'll show you guys something. Check this out. I'll show you guys something. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Just go look up Pickaxe Mountain. You guys can look it up. But yeah, they got their stuff 2,000 feet under the ground. So Iran's going to pursue enriching uranium no matter what. Iran is going to pursue the possession of nuclear weapons. They're going to attain nuclear weapons. You're not going to stop them. America can't stop them. The only way that America can stop Iran from really doing what it wants to do is by sending in 200,000, 300,000 troops into Iran, and that's not going to happen because it'll be a slaughterhouse. Just think logically. A lot of people disagree with me on this. They're going to say, no, because Israel, man, the Zion lobby, man, they get everything they want. No one can stop Israel. No one can stop this little ass country the size of Delaware. Oh my God, the Chabad Mafia, no one can stop them. Think logically for 1 second. America ran from Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a country that has a topography that is similar to that of Iran. A lot of mountains. The reason why the Taliban had an advantage over American forces is because of the topography of Afghanistan. The Taliban realized we got a lot of power by weaponizing our geography. Just like Iran realized that it has a lot of power in weaponizing its geography, the Strait of Hormuz and all the mountains in Iran. You put a bunch of soldiers with billions of dollars worth in equipment in some mountainous-ass region, fighting some ragtag guerrilla fighters wearing pajamas who got rocket launchers, heat-seeking missiles, sniper rifles, and machine guns. They're going to take soldiers out. People are going to die. A lot of people are going to die. You send in 100,000, 200,000 soldiers into Iran, you're sending them into a meat grinder because it's a whole lot of mountains. They got a whole lot of mountains. So does Donald Trump and the rest of these politicians, these sycophants in America, do they want to be remembered as people who just repeated the same bullshit that Bush did? Or do they want to have a legacy that people can admire? All right, at least some people. They don't want to be Bush. Nobody wants to be another Bush. Just be realistic here. They ran out of Afghanistan. They ran out of Iraq. Who owns Iraq? Shiites. Who are Shiites loyal to? Iran. That's who they're loyal to. They're loyal to freaking Iran. The vast majority of people living in Iraq are what? Shiites. They're revering Ali. They're not revering some Sunni imam. They're revering Ali. They're beating their chest for Ali. Haidar, Haidar. So who are these people going to be loyal to? Iran. They're loyal to Iran. Iraq is an extension of Iranian influence. America ran out. They left Iraq. Turkey is going to start taking over Iraq, by the way. Turkey and Iran are going to be sharing Iraq. That's what's going to happen. America ran out of Afghanistan. Same reason why. They can't fight all these people in the middle of these mountains. What do you expect? I don't blame America for leaving. I would leave too. So you think what? Oh, America is going to send hundreds of thousands of soldiers to invade Iran. You really think that that's going to happen? I mean, be logical. Now, I might be full of shit, but I'm telling you what I believe. And I'm telling you right now, it ain't going to happen. Because if they really wanted to do that, they would have done that a long time ago. They would have done that on February 28th. They would have done that in March, but they haven't done that. No, what are they doing? Ceasefire, extend the ceasefire. Oh, I have to put my balls on the table to look tough. A civilization is gonna die today. Remember Trump did that bullshit? A whole civilization is gonna die tonight, guys. What? And all these people were freaking out. Oh my God, genocidal. Donald Trump is gonna kill millions of Iran. And I'm sitting there. I didn't even do a video about it. I didn't mention it on a stream. I didn't mention it. Did you guys hear me mentioning it in the stream? You guys, I haven't talked about it in a stream until now. Because I knew. I read the history. Guys, go look up. Go look up the hostages for arms conspiracy. It's not even a conspiracy theory anymore, guys. It's a conspiracy fact. It's been confirmed. It's real. I've talked about this before, but I'll talk about it again. America and Iran have a history of pretending to be enemies. They have a history of acting. They did this in the 80s. When you had the Iran hostage crisis in 1979, Jimmy Carter was trying to negotiate a deal with the Iranians to release the hostages. And then what happened? Behind closed doors, the CIA, Bill Casey, who was the head of the CIA at that time, was doing deals, backroom deals with the Persians. And do you know what Bill Casey and his people were telling the Iranians? They were telling the Iranians to play games with Carter. They were saying, act like you're going to agree, act like you're actually going to come to an agreement, then pull back, pretend like you're about to agree, then rescind, and just pretend and tease Carter's people a little bit, act like you're warming up to him, and then pull back and make Carter look weak. Basically, play Carter just like a girl plays a boy in high school. Girls play these back in the day. I don't know about now, all right? I haven't really been in the dating scene in a long time. But back in the day in high school, women would play games with men. They would act like they liked them, and then they would kind of pull back and play cold, and then play hot, and then play cold. I mean, women play those games. Iran was acting like a bitch to Carter. That's what was happening. They were playing mind games with Carter. And the CIA wanted that perspective to be projected because they wanted the people of America to see Jimmy Carter as a weakling. That's what they wanted. And it worked. They wanted Ronald Reagan to become the president. The CIA wanted Reagan to become the president. So then what happened? Bill Casey and his people, by his people I mean George Bush Sr., not Jr., Sr., and you had all sorts of other people involved. You had an Israeli arms dealer. You had some Iranian arms dealer. Who was the Israeli arms dealer who was involved in this? Hold up here. Israeli arms dealer, Iran. What was his name? Oh, God. You find every name. Ari Ben Menashe was the Israeli arms dealer involved. And then you had two Iranian arms dealers who were involved. Iranian arms dealer. What was his name? One of them was Darush. I forgot the name of the other brother. Darush. We'll find out. We'll find out in a second here. Hold up. Hold on. Arms dealers. There were two brothers. What was his name? Come on. You got to give me the name. Stop this bullshit. Why is it so hard to find the names? Damn. Here, I found it. Cyrus Hashemi and Jamshid Hashemi. I said Darush, my mistake. I got the kings. I thought it was Darius. It's actually Cyrus. Cyrus Hashemi and Jamshid Hashemi were two Iranian arms dealers who were also involved in these back of the curtain talks with the CIA. And Cyrus Hashemi and Jamshid Hashemi were representing Iran in this case. And like I said, you had Bill Casey, George Bush Sr., and you had Ari Ben Menashe, an Israeli arms dealer, and then you had the two Iranian arms dealers, Cyrus Hashemi and Jamshid Hashemi. And they were doing these backroom deals. So while the Americans were having these talks in public, the CIA was doing secretive talks behind closed doors with the Iranians. And what were they saying? What did they agree on? They said, the CIA said, Iran, we want you to keep the hostages until Ronald Reagan enters office. Once Reagan enters office, you release the hostages, we look tough, then you guys get to buy American and Israeli weapons. And that's exactly what happened. Ronald Reagan entered office, the Iranians released the hostages, and what was the perspective? The perspective was, look at how strong Ronald Reagan is. This guy's so tough that the Iranians are so terrified of him, they released the hostages as soon as those hostages, as soon as Reagan entered office, they released the hostages. And that perspective, that perception was held by the boomer generation to this day. It has been believed in by the boomer generation to this very day. You talk to boomers about what happened with Iran, they'll say, man, Ronald Reagan, he was so tough. Balls were so big. As soon as he walked into office, those Iranians, man, they just released all the hostages. And they will never realize that that was all done based on a backroom deal that they never read about because they've never taken the time to read about this stuff. So even if you told a boomer this, they still wouldn't believe you. They would say, that's just mainstream media, man. No. I'm not reading mainstream media. I'm reading conspiracy theory books. Conspiracy theory material that has been confirmed. So, like I've said, we're hearing about talks and this and what's happening in public. We're not getting the back of the room deal stuff. We're not being told about that, at least not right now. And as time goes on, we're going to get more information about what is being discussed behind closed doors between the Americans and the Iranians, right? We're going to get that information. So we don't really know the full picture. We don't know everything that's being said behind closed doors. We don't know, but we don't know everything that's being discussed. So we're looking at all the public stuff. I can guarantee you, actually, not almost, I can guarantee you there are talks going on right now that are behind closed doors. And they're probably agreeing on all sorts of stuff. We don't know. We don't know what they're agreeing on. But what I do believe is that America wants out of this war. That's what I believe. America wants out of this war. It's not popular. It is ruining the legacy of the Republican Party. It is ruining our relations with our most important allies, the Gulf Arab states and the European countries, and also the Northeast Asian countries of Japan and South Korea. We're not winning. We can sit here and say, oh, we're winning, guys. Oh, look, America's selling all of these oil reserves. Yeah, America's selling all these oil reserves. For how long is America going to be doing that? Yeah, sure, America's oil and natural gas industry is going to grow. That's true. But believe me when I tell you this, the Europeans do not want to be slaves to American energy. Because when you are a slave to American energy, you're a slave. And America will say, well, you want our oil and gas? Well, it's going to come with tariffs, 30%, 50% tariffs. Here's a huge tax on your stuff. You want to buy our stuff? Massive taxes. And they don't want to be blackmailed by the Americans. So the Europeans, yeah, they're going to buy stuff from the Americans, sure, but they're going to look for alternatives. They're going to be looking at Azerbaijani oil, Romanian oil. People don't talk about Romania. Romania's got a lot of oil. Romanian oil, Norwegian oil, Central Asian oil. That's another big thing. And also, Iranian oil. That's what no one else is talking about right now. Iranian oil. The Europeans want Iranian oil. They want Gulf state oil. They want Middle Eastern oil because it's reliable. And so the Europeans, they hated this war. They wanted no part in it. No part in it. That has caused frictions between the Americans and the Europeans. And the chasm between European countries and the United States is only widening. And this war widened that chasm even more, and it jeopardized and really further ruined America's relations with its European allies, because America said, well, you better fight in this war, and Europe said, why? It's not our war, it's bullshit. Well, screw you, Europe. And America said, we're not going to protect you, Europe, when you need help. Don't expect us to come and help you guys if you guys need help. And Europe said, okay, well, we're going to have to make our militaries bigger and stronger. So the Europeans are going to start bettering their relations with the Iranians. That's what's going to happen, guys. The Europeans are going to say, okay, our relationship with America is going downhill. It's really being ruined. We're going to get closer to the Iranians because we don't want to get on Iran's bad side. The Europeans will better relations with the Iranians. And you're going to see the deepening of ties between Iran and European states because the Europeans want Iranian oil. And they want free access. They want to import their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And they don't want to be blockaded. So America blockading oil and America antagonizing the Iranians and getting them to further block the Strait of Hormuz is bad for Europe. That makes Europe's security, energy security, unstable and volatile. And Europe doesn't want to have to constantly deal with their energy security being unstable and volatile. They don't want to have to deal with their energy security being always at risk because, the Israelis want to cause a war because, they're going through another existential crisis. And they don't want to have to deal with America getting involved in such a war. So what are the Europeans going to do? They're going to get on Iran's good side. So the Europeans are going to deepen their ties with the Iranians, expect the Germans to deepen their ties with the Iranians, the French, all these different European countries. And the Iranians are only going to get more powerful. They're going to have Western allies, and the Iranians are going to say, okay, America, you're not our friend, but we have these European allies. We got these European allies. We're going to work with them. We're going to make money with them. And Iran right now is the most famous country in the Islamic world. It's the most famous Muslim country in the world right now. So Iran is rising up in prestige, and Iran is going to rise up in diplomatic prestige because European countries are going to want to deepen their ties with the Iranians. And that's it. So America has jeopardized its relations with European countries, Asian allies, Japan and South Korea. And now China has the opportunity to tell these Asian countries, hey, you can't really rely on the Americans. Join us. So now China has this chance that it's capitalizing on to boost up its prestige. The Iranians are boosting up their prestige. They're going to better relations with the Europeans because the Europeans want to secure their access to Middle Eastern oil. This is not good for America. It's not. So I don't see how the White House wanted this. Maybe the White House does want this. Maybe they do. Maybe they want to get the Europeans to return back to militarism. I don't know. But it's not really good for the American empire. Surely not good for NATO. It's good for Iran. And that's it. How long have I been talking for? I've been talking for a while. Hold up. I'll read your guys' stuff here. If there's anything stupid being commented on, I'm just going to ban you, okay? Any stupid comments are just going to get banned. I'm just going to let you guys know that right off from the beginning. Let's see here. Got a whole bunch of people arguing here, which is so calm. I don't know why do you guys debate people in chats? If someone says something stupid in a chat room, or if someone says something that you disagree with, why argue with them? That's the dumbest thing you guys can do. You guys should not do that. You're really wasting your time doing that. Let's see here. Thank you for sharing your father's story. Thank you, Mr. Kilo. Let's see here. Does it mean the war is over? So what I'm going to say is that it's going to be a stalemate for a while. And here's the thing, and I forgot to mention this. Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon. It's bottom line. Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon. America is not going to be destroying Iran. America is not going to be victorious over Iran. It's not going to do everything that Israel wants in regards to Iran. Iran is going to get a nuclear weapon. Even, I'll just put this out there in case it happens, because we don't know the future 100%. Let's say, hypothetically, that America does regime change in Iran. They got regime change. They got a whole new government. That's just for argument's sake. Iran is still going to get nuclear weapons. They're still going to get nuclear weapons because if you have a regime change that is pro-America in Iran, and these Kim Kardashian Iranians in LA get their wet dream come true, that Iran is going to be on America's good side. They're going to be perceived as an ally by the Americans and by the Europeans, which means they will have access to Western technology. And they're going to get better weapons. They're going to get NATO firepower. A regime-changed Iran will be an Iran more dangerous to the Israelis. And that Iran, in the name of being independent, in the name of having national sovereignty, will still pursue nuclear weapons. They will still pursue nuclear weapons. And Iran will still have nuclear weapons. So regime change or no regime change, Iran is going to get nuclear weapons. America cannot stop Iran from having nuclear weapons. So Israel will have to be facing a nuclear-armed Iran in the future. So Israel better play nice, or else you're going to have a Turco-Iranian axis against Israel. Let's see here. If you don't have the spirit, you lose the war. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, America went into this war very flaccidly. And it doesn't matter how much Viagra Donald Trump takes, it's going to remain flaccid. Do you think Israel will use the Samson option? Hell if I know. It could. I mean, could it? Yes. Could it nuke its neighbors? I don't think it will. I think Israel will be destroyed before it can do that. That's my theory, but everyone, whatever. Happy Friday. Thank you, David. All the whacked bring on the end times kooks are mad. Oh, yeah. If manpower matters the most, how was it possible that like a few thousand British dudes? So again, you didn't really listen to everything that I said, apparently. You still had it. The fact is, yeah, what did I say earlier? I actually talked about this. I'm surprised that you left that out. Because I mentioned this, I emphasized on this pretty strongly. The English were able to defeat the French because they had longbows. The English, you could have 15,000 English warriors versus 35,000 French warriors, and the English would win because the English had the longbows. And so that I actually covered the technological factor in war. I don't know why you're asking me this, but I will entertain you because I'm going to assume that you're not asking this in bad faith. A few thousand British dudes conquered India because the Indians didn't have the technology nor the robustness of the British fighters. As simple as that. I mean, why was it possible for the British to invade Africa so easily? Because the British had a Gatling gun. So there's your answer. But regardless of how you look at it, there is still manpower. You still have thousands of British soldiers in India. That's manpower. Manpower plus technology is important. But without belief, then you have nothing. It's not going to go your way. Did you get any new books? No, I'm still reading this book on the history of the Holocaust. Unfinished. It's called The Holocaust, An Unfinished History by Dan Stone. Pretty informative read, I must say. Word of mouth. That is the term that I was looking for. Thank you. Let's see here. You could compare the invasion of Afghanistan and Iran. The spirit is completely different. Most supported war against the Taliban, but not so much. Yes, they did because of 9/11, but then people realized it was bullshit, so they stopped supporting it. Let's see here. Hello, Robbie. Theo, you look better clean shaved. Okay, appreciate that. Look at the Romans. They followed the generals, not the Senate nor the tribe. Exactly, right? Exactly. Generals from Caesar onwards declared themselves emperor. Yeah, that's right. Yep. People believe in strength, courage. Just paid $100 to fill your gas. That sucks, man. I know what you mean. Let's see here. Oy vey, oy gewalt. That's why I soured on Trump the moment Operation Midnight Hammer dropped. He is finished in my sight. Coin clippers. Coin clippers and airport slobs united. That's funny. They let him sleep with the maggots. Yup. Donald Trump. I think most military servicemen and women are not enthusiastic. Nope, they're not. Jang is very hit and miss. I mean, listen, we're all trying our best here. You know, we're not going to get everything. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still think Mr. Jong is wrong. I could be wrong. I could wake up one day and I'm wrong, man. We got 300,000 dudes invading Tehran as we speak. Okay. I will be the first to admit that I am wrong, but I don't think I am. Mark Tel Aviv, that's right. Tel Aviv. Good afternoon from the central coast of California. Hello, sir. I am from the Bay Area, so I know what you mean. The Persians are the Spartans now? Correct. That's correct. Most of the Iranians themselves loathe the Ayatollah regime. Yeah, a lot of people hate the Ayatollah, but you know, I don't think... Let me actually show you guys something. I was reading this last night. I thought this was pretty crazy. I'll read this to you. Hold up. Mojtaba. Is Mojtaba actually in power? Okay. Let's get into this. But I think I need to take a leak. I feel like I need to take a leak. Hold on, guys. Is this the article that I read last night? I want to make sure this is the right article. Yeah, this has to be the article. Yep, this is the article. I'm going to show you guys this article, but first, let me just take a leak. Let me bitter irony that the Maronites are getting attacked by Israel. Yep. Yeah, you don't side with the Israelis. I hate how petty our government is. I agree. I'm not getting an eyebrow. No, I'm not doing that. They have the right to defend their civilization. Correct. The current King of England was not the original. No one talked about the current King of England, so I don't know why you're bringing that up. I wonder if Homer knew of Odin. I don't know, man. It's pretty fascinating history. Google says King James was a homosexual. I don't give a shit, dude. No one brought up King James. So stupid comments, I'm just gonna ban people for doing stupid comments. We're just gonna get rid of dumb comments. That's it. Just dumb people. I don't want dumb people in my chat. He killed Grendel. That's correct. Yep. Nimrod the Great. That's right. Yep. He was the great hunter before the Lord. He became a king. Very good observation. Very good point. Now we're talking about the Essenes. Are they Jews? Who cares? Who gives a shit about the Essenes? Learn how psychos think. There you go. That's the reason why you should read the Machiavelli's The Prince. My work hosted a former career congresswoman. She knew nothing, just canned talking points. Oh, 100%. Yeah, couldn't relate to anyone in the room. Yep, they're just dumb as nails, aren't they? They're in no position to be dictating foreign policy. I mean, this is the bottom line. That was horrible what happened to Gaddafi. Agreed. Donald Trump needs to do some serious damage control to have any hope. Agreed. Yeah, he's got to end this thing now. He really does. He can't be prolonging this. Pickaxe Mountain, aka Mount Kalong Gazla. We have a lot of mountains up in here. Babyface. Yeah. If you look at all the wars in history, they were all won by taking advantage of geography. It doesn't matter. All wars were won using geography. You can't win a war without using geography. Let's see here. Iran is basically all mountains. Who the fuck's gonna invade that? I mean, really, who's gonna invade that? Think logically here. Think logically. Is America gonna go, oh, we're gonna send another 300,000 soldiers in Iran? Like, we think we're gonna do that? When the 80-something% of Americans don't want any war, they don't believe in any of this stuff, it's just not gonna happen. And the Americans relied on a transit route in Russia to transport supplies to and from Afghanistan. Interesting. Hello, Carols. Does not Yahoo have courage? I don't know. I don't think he does. No, I think not Yahoo is just a scoundrel. Keep the beard. India was pillaged for decades because of its strategic location. Sure. Yeah, a lot of good fertile soil. Iran already borders NATO. I know. Yep. What was the name of that mountain? Pickaxe Mountain. The Greek Septuagint uses the term Israel. I don't care. Alright, we know, we agree. No one's talking about Israel. Like, we're not talking about Israel and the Bible, the Essenes. No one's talking about this, dude. Like, most of you guys say stuff that has nothing to do with what I say. It's just, I don't know why you got people do that. "24-hour news on TV started during the Iran hostage crisis." I did not know that. That is interesting. Are you talking about the Iran-Contra scandal? It's Iran-Contra, but the fact is that they were doing backroom deals with the Iranians. I think the yeah, but if you're correct, yeah, it goes into the Iran-Contra scandal because the Americans sold weapons to the Iranians. They then used that money to back the Contras, if I'm not mistaken. It was an all an act. Yeah, we don't know the full picture of what's happening. That's my whole point. Ali is considered Sunni to the Sunnis. Okay, that's correct. No, you're correct. You're correct. You're correct. Pickaxe Mountain. Yep. You could look into this. Roman statue? I appreciate that. Can you do a PDF or a video on how to publish a book? How to No, dude, I'm sorry. You're asking the wrong guy. You're asking the wrong guy. Tres leches? What's tres leches? I don't even, is that like chocolate or something? There's no telling what Russia and China will do. Yeah, true. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a leak real quick. Hold on. 1 second. There's no telling what. Do you think this stalemate will last years? I think so. Yeah, it could have some. You could have some skirmishes here and there. I'm not saying that there's not going to be any more blood, but I don't think that America is going to escalate this whole thing to the point where it's going to be sending in 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 troops into Iran. I don't think America is going to escalate this to the point where it's going to send ground troops to go invade Iran or anything like that. Yeah, I just don't see that happening. I could be wrong, but I just don't see that happening. 1 second, guys. Hold on. I'm changing my thumbnail for my live stream. So hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hold on. How's the sound? The sound's bad? Hold on one second. Let me see. How about now? Still there? Okay, hold on. All right, how about now? How about, okay, input. Input is good. All right, I think it's gone now. Input is good. All right, I think we're good. All right, I think we're good. I don't know what that was, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me know if it comes back. I'm sorry about that. I did not mean for that to happen. All right, so I think... Is it a ghost? I hope not. I'm going to do one more test. Hold up. Is it a ghost? I hope not. Just make sure it's still working. All right, I think we're good. Can barely hear you. It should work. All right, I think we're good. Can barely hear you. All right, how about now? All right, how about now? I think it's good. Yeah, I don't see any more issue. It's perfect. All right, good. All right, we're going to continue on. It's perfect. All right, great. Awesome. I wanted to show you guys this article. I was reading this last night. Oh, gosh. Why am I getting this black screen? Hold on. There we go. All right, there we go. So I saw this article recently, and I thought I would show it to you guys. A new era and new leadership. The generals who are running Iran. So Mujtaba, the son of Khamenei, is not really in power. He's not. So the Americans and the Israelis killed his father, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And so now Mujtaba is his successor. Mujtaba is the son of Ali Khamenei. But he's not really calling the shots. The people who are calling the shots are the leaders of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. The IRGC is now running the show. They are running Iran because they have the guns. That's how power works. You have to have the monopoly on violence in order to have power. If you do not have a monopoly on violence, you will not have power. So Mujtaba is not in power, and that's pretty much what this article demonstrates. I'll read to you guys this article here. I have not highlighted it, but I have read through much of it already. So it says here, when Ayatollah Ali Khamenei ruled Iran as the supreme leader, he exerted absolute power over all decisions about war, peace, and negotiations with the United States. His son and successor does not play the same role. So the father was killed, and now the IRGC is saying, okay, we call the shots now, not you. Ali Khamenei, your father, put a fatwa on nuclear weapons. That's going to change. That's going to change. We are going to be the ones in power now. Yes, you are the son of Ali Khamenei. Yes, we respect you in the sense that you are the Pope for the Shiites. Absolutely. But you are not going to be dictating this war. That is our job. Because we have the guns. We have the monopoly on violence. So it says here, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, the son, is an elusive figure who has not been seen and whose voice has not been heard since he was appointed in March. So the people of Iran have never even seen this guy. I mean, they've seen him. They saw him before he was wounded. But the Americans wounded him, and they also disfigured his face. So they don't want his disfigured face to be shown in public. And it looks like they're going to be giving Mujtaba some kind of surgery to make his face look better, more presentable. But the people of Iran have not really heard his voice since his father was killed, and they have not seen his face. So it says here, instead, a battle-hardened collective of commanders in the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps and those aligned with them are the key decision-makers on matters of security, war, and diplomacy. So the IRGC, I mean, they want nuclear weapons. Mr. Khomeini, before he was killed, he put a fatwa on nuclear weapons. So they killed the guy. This is how reckless the Israelis are. The Israelis killed the guy who had a fatwa on nuclear weapons. That's how reckless and destructive the Israelis are. And you know what? I think the Israelis want Iran to pursue nuclear weapons. I think they do. I think if they really wanted Iran to not pursue nuclear weapons, they would have never gone against the Iran deal. They would have never gone against the Iran deal. The Iran deal put regulations on the Iranian nuclear project, and they limited Iran's nuclear activities to just civilian use. That was it. It was not supposed to be for military usage. And Obama and his team, they brokered this peace deal, or they brokered this nuclear deal with the Iranians. I think it's called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action or something like that, JCPOA. And it took years for the Americans to actually come to that deal. It took years to get the Iranians to agree to the JCPOA, only for the Israelis to tear it apart in 2018 through their pawn, Donald Trump. Donald Trump tears apart the JCPOA. Iran immediately begins to further enrich its uranium. So under the Iran deal, Iran's uranium was only enriched at about 2 or 3%. Now it's at 60%. Now the Israelis are all bent out of shape and they're panicking over it. But if you really wanted to restrict Iran, why didn't you just honor the Iran deal? Why couldn't you just respect the Iran deal? You didn't. You did not want the Iran deal to be put into effect. Because I think the Israelis wanted the Iranians to do this. I think they want the Iranians to pursue a nuclear weapon so they can have another enemy. Because Israel without enemies is an Israel that tears itself apart. Without war, Israel will tear itself apart. The only thing that has been keeping Israel united is war. That's it. War with Hamas, war with Hezbollah, war with the Houthis, now war with Iran. War is what is needed for the Israelis to stay united. Plus, Israel also has a massive military-industrial complex. Israeli military technological companies, Israeli defense companies, have now made it to the top 100 list of most wealthy defense companies. So Israel has been getting a lot of wealth because of war. They don't want war to end. They always want an enemy. Bashar al-Assad is an enemy. This guy is Hitler. This president who's a friend of ours, he's another Winston Churchill. Donald Trump is Winston Churchill. Now Donald Trump is Neville Chamberlain. He's Winston Churchill. Now he's Neville Chamberlain. And this guy's Hitler. And if you don't believe in us, if you don't agree to do what we say, you're Neville Chamberlain, blah, 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 right? They keep abusing the World War II story to get people to support them. And so they just need war. They need war. Bashar al-Assad was more than willing to negotiate with the Israelis. He made it very clear many times. I am willing to talk with the Israelis. And in fact, there were numerous talks between the Syrians and the Israelis that were done in secret. And then the Syrians said, okay, we've done numerous talks with you guys. Let's make these talks public and let's make these talks official. And let's etch some sort of deal into stone so that we can have relations with you guys. And the Israelis didn't want that. The Israelis did not want relations with the Syrians. And so they need an enemy. That's it. And if there is no enemy, they'll make up one. That's why Netanyahu literally begged the Qataris to funnel billions of dollars or millions of dollars to fund Hamas. They wanted Hamas to become wealthy because they need an enemy. That's it. These people need an enemy. And when Saddam Hussein was willing to work with the United Nations, the Israelis didn't like that. They did not want Saddam Hussein to work with the United Nations because they didn't want any sort of perception that the enemy of Israel is reasonable. They want the enemies of Israel to always be presented as a bunch of guerrillas who cannot be reasoned with. And then once that perspective is brought to naught, once it is disproven, the Israelis are unhappy. They don't like that. So it says here, Mujtaba is managing the country as though he is the director of the board, said Abdulreza Davari, a politician who served as senior advisor to Mahmoud Ahmadinejad when he was president and knows Mr. Khamenei. He relies heavily on the advice and guidance of the board members, and they collectively make all the decisions, Mr. Davari said in a phone interview from Tehran. The generals are the board members. So this dude, Mr. Davari, he's saying Mujtaba is not in power. And you know what he's saying is true? Just from the fact that he's saying this from Tehran. The dude is talking to the New York Times from Tehran, saying Mujtaba is not really in power. Now, if he was saying this from some university in California somewhere, then maybe you could question it. But no, this guy's saying this from Tehran. So he's saying this without fear of reprisal. So you know it's true. This account of Iran's new power structure is based on interviews with 6 senior Iranian officers. So you know it's legit, right? New York Times is talking to 6 senior Iranian officials, 2 former officials, 2 members of the Revolutionary Guards, and a senior cleric familiar with the inner workings of the system, and 3 individuals who know Mr. Khamenei. So you know this is legit. They've sourced this article very well. 9 other individuals with ties to the guards and the government also described the command structure. They all spoke on the condition of anonymity because they don't want to get in trouble. Mr. Khomeini, who was elected by a council of senior clerics as the new supreme leader, has been in hiding since American and Israeli forces bombed his father's compound on February 28th. Where he also lived with his family. His father, wife, and son were all killed. Access to him is extremely difficult and limited now. He is surrounded mostly by a team of doctors and medical staff who are treating the injuries he sustained in the airstrikes. So this guy is deeply wounded. Mojtaba is wounded. His face is disfigured. And it says here, senior commanders of the guards and senior government officials do not visit him, fearing that Israel may trace them to him and kill him. President Masoud Pezeshkian, who is also a heart surgeon, and the Minister of Health have both been involved in his care. Though Mr. Khomeini was gravely wounded, he is mentally sharp and engaged, according to 4 senior Iranian officials familiar with his health. 1 leg was operated on 3 times, and he is awaiting a prosthetic. So this guy's about to get a fake leg. He had surgery on 1 hand and is slowly regaining function. His face and lips have been burned severely, making it difficult for him to speak, and the official said, adding that eventually he will need plastic surgery. So he's in bad shape, right? He's not looking very good, but his brain is still functioning, and he's about to get a prosthetic leg. Mr. Khomeini has not recorded a video or audio message, the official said, because he does not want to appear vulnerable or sound weak in his first public address. He has issued several written statements that have been posted online and read on state television. So I'm going to guess, here's what I'm going to guess is going to happen. I'm going to assume that what's going to happen is Mojtaba is going to give a grand old speech, and he's going to say, we beat the Americans. And they're going to get Mojtaba to do this speech after they fixed him up a little bit and made him look a little bit more presentable, and they're going to make him do the speech. And he's going to do the speech, and he's going to say, guys, we beat the Americans, we did it, and then people are going to worship him. I think that's what's going to happen. So it says here, messages to him are handwritten, sealed in envelopes, and relayed via a human chain from one trusted courier to the next, who travel on highways and back roads, in cars and on motorcycles until they reach his hideout. His guidance on issues snakes back the same way. The combination of concern for his safety, his injuries, and the sheer challenge of reaching him has resulted in Mr. Khamenei's delegating decision making to the generals. So he's not in power. The generals are the ones who are in power, at least for now. Reformist factions, as well as ultra-hardliners, are still involved in political discussions, but analysts say that Mr. Khamenei's close ties to the generals whom he grew up with when he volunteered to fight in the Iran-Iraq War as a teenager have made them the dominant force. So the IRGC, the generals, they control Iran. Iran is now a military dictatorship, or it's under a military government. President Trump has said that the war, along with the killings of layers of Iran's leaders and security establishment, has ushered in regime change, and that the new leaders are much more reasonable. So Donald Trump is saying that there is regime change. Okay. Technically, it's not regime change. But I can see someone playing word gymnastics to make this look like regime change. They'll say, listen, we killed the Ayatollah. We killed entire swaths of Iran's leadership. Now we got these generals running things. The Ayatollah is no longer the dictator over Iran. The power over Iran is now being ran by a council of leaders, most of whom are generals, and that's who we're working with. Now, you could say that technically this is not regime change, and you would be right. but I can see how they can argue to make it look as if this is regime change. And the fact that Donald Trump said, yay, we have regime change, is yet another sign that America did not succeed in what it wanted to do. It did not succeed in accomplishing its objective because America wanted to crush the government while the IRGC is still there. So the fact that Trump said, oh, we have regime change already is another sign that he wants to get out of this war. Because remember what Donald Trump said in the beginning of this war. He said, we're going to do regime change. That's what he said. We're going to do regime change. So now that the Ayatollah is dead and Mustafa is now in power, or Mustafa is now the new Ayatollah, the new Pope, if you will, for the Shiites, Donald Trump can now capitalize on this moment and say, well, now we have regime change, mission accomplished. And this is a way for Donald Trump to exit off the off-ramp, down the off-ramp from this quagmire of a war that he caused. So the fact that he's saying this means that he wants an off-ramp. Let's see here. In reality, the Islamic Republic has not been toppled. Power is now in the hands of an entrenched, hardline military, and the broad influence of the clerics is waning. So we are seeing in Iran the transition from the clerical state to a military government. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the great transition happen in Iran from a theocracy to a theocratic military government. I guess you could say that. Sorry, I'm a little thirsty. So it says here, Mojtaba is not yet in full command or control, said Senem Vakel, the director of the Middle East and North Africa for Chatham House, which is a NATO MI6 outlet, who has contact with people in Iran. There is perhaps deference to him. He signs off or he is part of the decision-making structure in a formal way, but he is presented with fait accompli presentations right now. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Jalibaf, a former Guards general and the lead negotiator with the United States in Pakistan, said in a television address on Saturday that the U.S. proposal for a nuclear deal and peace plan and Iran's response had been shared with Mr. Khamenei and his views taken into account when making decisions, blah, 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 blah. Look at these guys. All right, they don't look very battle-hardened. I'm not going to lie to you guys, all right? They don't look very battle-hardened. They don't look like they're very tough. They just don't. The Hezbollah guys look a lot tougher than these guys do. But hey, I mean, when you got geography on your side, you don't really have to be that tough. The Revolutionary Guards formed as... Okay, I'm not going to read the whole history here. We know 1979, we got it, blah, blah, blah. They have to give us the whole history lesson. So it says here that the guards have multiple levers of power. The commander-in-chief is Brigadier General Ahmed Vahidi. General Mohammad Badr Zulhadr, the newly appointed head of the Supreme National Security Council, is a former hardline commander of the guards. General Yahya Rahim Safawi, a commander, has served as the top military advisor to both father and son supreme leaders, blah, blah, blah. So the military now runs everything. Mujtaba is not supreme. Remember, they always call the Khomeini the supreme Ayatollah, right? He's the supreme leader. Well, this guy says Mujtaba is not supreme. He might be leader in name, but he is not supreme the way his father was. Now, what did I tell you guys? What did Machiavelli say about crowns and titles of authority? Those titles are only as good as the respect that people pay to their holder. So if you hold the title of king and the people do not respect you as a king, are you really king? No, you are king in name only. You simply put the crown on your head, but it doesn't mean that the crown is warranted. Same thing goes with the president. Same thing goes with the supreme ruler of Iran. You might be called the supreme ruler of Iran, but are you really the ruler? The answer is no. In the case for Mojtaba, the answer is no. The IRGC rules, they have the guns. And power is based, I would say, on two things: respect and the monopoly on violence. If you do not have the monopoly on violence, then you don't have power. Political authority is, at the end of the day, the monopoly on violence. if you do not hold the monopoly on violence, you do not have power. It's impossible. What you end up with is mafia. That's what you end up with when you don't have a monopoly on violence. You have mafia, gangs, cartels, like Mexico. So the fact that Mustafa is not respected as the supreme leader means that he's not really the leader of Iran. Real power comes from people's belief in you, people's respect for you, and people's fear of you. And that fear comes from the ability to inflict violence. And Mustafa doesn't have the guns. The people who have the guns are the IRGC. Now, the IRGC followed and obeyed his father because they believed in his father. So the guns were then used for the purpose of the father. They don't believe in the son. They believe in the father, but not the son. So therefore, they are not going to look up to the son as their leader. They're going to look up to someone else as their leader. So it says here, the officials interviewed say the generals view the war with the United States and Israel as a threat to the regime's survival. And after 5 weeks of fierce fighting, the generals are confident that they have contained the threat. At every juncture, they have taken the lead in deciding strategy and the use of resources. They have upended the global economy by closing the Strait of Hormuz and have used any gains in the war as leverage to outmaneuver political rivals at home. The elected president and his cabinet have been sidelined and told to focus only on domestic affairs. So the government of Mr. Pezeshkian, who's the president of Iran, Pezeshkian has been sidelined. Now, he has authority over domestic policy, but in terms of foreign policy, military policy, he doesn't have that power. He doesn't. So the IRGC really has ultimate control here. It's not even the elected government. Let's see here. The foreign minister, marginalized. So it says here, the foreign minister, Abbas Arakchi, has been marginalized in the negotiations that he led with the United States before the war, the officials said. Mr. Jalibov, the Speaker of Parliament, has taken the lead instead. The newly minted supreme leader has followed along, rarely if ever objecting to the general, so he's not in power. It was the guards who came up with the strategy for Iran's attacks on Israel and the Persian Gulf states, along with the closing of the Strait of Hormuz to maritime traffic. They were the ones who agreed to a temporary ceasefire with the United States and approved back-channel diplomacy and direct negotiations with the United States. Ooh, interesting. So the IRGC wanted negotiations with the United States. They tapped Mr. Jalibov from among their own ranks to lead the talks with Vice President J.D. Vance, Kushner, Mitkoff, whatever his name is. Witkoff and Kushner are the ones always doing the negotiations because, let's be real here, Mr. Kushner is a Chabad Lubavitch member. He's part of the Third Temple cult, and he always wants to make sure that Israel has its interests covered. At least that's what I think. For the first time, several military generals from the guards were part of the Iranian delegation negotiating with the United States. That's interesting. Iranian officials and 3 other individuals who know Mojtaba Khomeini said in interviews from Tehran that his deference to the guards was partly because he was new to the leadership role, so he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, this guy was probably playing video games. Let's be real here. This Mojtaba guy, he lived a privileged lifestyle. He's been playing video games. He probably has an account for Xbox. He plays video games. He's on Steam. He's playing Resident Evil. He's playing freaking... What's that new game that came out? Pragmata. He's playing Pragmata. He's playing Elden Ring. He's playing video games. He doesn't care about any of this stuff. So he's kind of like, I don't know. He's kind of like Longshanks' son in Braveheart, right? He doesn't care. So once his dad gets killed, he wasn't prepared to rule. I mean, he knows how to use a controller. He knows how to chain attacks on Elden Ring or something. He probably could parry attacks on Elden Ring. You know, he probably has a wizard build, and he's maxed out on magic in Limgrave in Elden Ring. But this guy's not a ruler. Let's be real here. Come on, guys. He's no ruler. So of course the military is going to take over. He's a wizard king in Elden Ring, but he's not a wizard king in real life. We'll just put it that way. He lacks the political stature and religious clout that made his father such a singular force, and it is partly because of his deep personal ties to the Guards. When Mr. Khomeini was 17, he volunteered to fight in the Iran-Iraq war. So there you go. So Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini, or Khamenei, as he's called, got respect from the IRGC because he actually fought in war. At the age of 17, he took up his gun and he said, we're going to fight the Iraqis. And so because he showed valor, the IRGC followed him. So it goes back to what William Wallace says in the movie Braveheart. Men do not follow titles. They follow courage. So they followed Khomeini because they saw that he had courage, but they're not following Mujtaba because Mujtaba is a noodle-armed gamer nerd. Guarantee you Mujtaba was playing games online. Guarantee you this dude's on freaking... The dude's playing games on the internet. 100%. He's playing whatever. He's playing something on the internet. So it says here, the experience shaped him and he made lifelong bonds. So there you go. That's what made him a leader. What made him a leader was courage. Nothing else. As they grew and aged, many members of the battalion rose into influential military and intelligence roles. Mr. Khomeini completed his studies at a theological seminary, reaching the rank of Ayatollah, which is the Pope of the Shiite world, considered a scholar and jurist of the Shiite faith. So this dude is a wizard and he's a warrior. He fought against the Iraqis. He went to wizard school. He went to Hogwarts. He studied at Hogwarts, and he majored in Islamic magic. So he's out there. He's working with the genies like an Aladdin. He's a wizard king. The son is a wizard king in Limgrave. He's a wizard king with his controller, but not in reality. So that's what happened, guys. Among Mr. Khomeini's close friends from the Habib Battalion is the Guard's former intelligence chief, cleric Hossein Tayyib, and General Mohsen Rezai, who commanded him in the 1980s and has been called back from retirement. Mr. Jollyboff is also a longtime friend. Yes, he was 17. He picked up arms and fought the Iraqis. For years, Mr. Khomeini, Mr. Tayyib, and Mr. Jollyboff met once a week for long working lunches at the Ayatollah's compound. According to Iranian officials and the three individuals who know Mr. Khomeini personally, they became known as the Triangle of Power. They're talking about Mujtaba? No, they're talking about Khomeini. That's who they're talking about. They're not talking about Mujtaba. Hold up, guys. I guess I was wrong this whole time. What the hell? Hold up. Did I get this wrong this whole time? Did I get this wrong? Yeah, I was wrong. Shit. The dude really is a wizard king. Nah, I was wrong. Shit. Okay, never mind, guys. The guy's a wizard king. He's got the warrior build. Never mind. Never mind. Scratch all that out. Scratch everything I said out. Everything I just said, scratch it out. So Khomeini, okay, I got that whole thing wrong. So Khomeini's son, Mujtaba, fought in the Iran-Iraq war. Okay, so never mind. All right, I was wrong. I read that. I thought they were talking about the dad. Never mind, forget it. I got that wrong. Okay, let's go back here. I insulted the supreme leader. Shit. For years, Mr. Khomeini, Mr. Taib, and Mr. Jalibov met once a week. Okay, blah, blah, blah. They became known as the Triangle of Power. Okay, we got this. The generals are not the only voices at the table. Iranian politics have never been monolithic, and the system is designed to have parallel power structures. Disagreements and divisions have always been common, and in many instances, public among Iranian political figures and military commanders. Mr. Pezeshkian and Mr. Arakchi also have seats on the National Security Council, blah, blah, blah. But under the current collective leadership, it is the generals who prevail, and currently there are no signs of disarray among them. On Tuesday, as the Iranian and American negotiating teams prepared to fly to Islamabad to meet for a second round of talks, the generals pulled the plug. For days, differences had simmered over whether Iran should continue talks with Mr. Vance if Mr. Trump maintained a sea blockade on Iran. Already, some 27 Iranian ships had been turned around while trying to enter or exit Iranian ports. Mr. Trump had fired off a series of social media posts about forcing Iran to give in to all his demands, and he had renewed threats to bomb the country's power plants and bridges if Iran did not agree to a deal. The United States then seized 2 ships belonging to Iran, further infuriating the generals who thought the move amounted to a violation of the ceasefire, officials said. The commander-in-chief, General Wahidi, or Wahidi, it's actually Wahidi. In Persian, the V is a W. But we say in English, the V is a V, okay? But they say wah. So General Wahidi and several other generals argued that talks were futile because the blockade showed Mr. Trump was not interested in negotiations and wanted to pressure Iran to surrender, according to officials and 2 members of the guards who were briefed on the meeting. The officials said Mr. Pezeshkian and Mr. Arakchi disagreed. Mr. Pezeshkian warned of the dire economic losses from the war. So Mr. Pezeshkian wants to end the war. The president. Mr. Arakchi says, no, we want to continue on with this war. And Mr. Pezeshkian is saying, listen, man, we're hurting economically because of this war. We need to end it. And so it says here, Mr. Pezeshkian warned of the dire economic losses from the war, estimated by the government to be about $300 billion. That's a lot of money, especially for Iran. Iran is a third world country that has a defense budget of $7+ billion. So you can imagine what $300 billion would do. I mean, that's huge. And the need for sanctions relief for reconstruction. Disagreements also emerged over how far Iran should push with its closure of the strait. The generals won and the talks fell apart. Mr. Trump extended the ceasefire, but is keeping the blockade in place until he said Iran's fractured leaders present their own peace proposal. What happens next is not clear, nor is it clear whether the guards will allow enough concessions to the United States on Iran's nuclear program for a peace deal to materialize, including on the 2 contentious issues, freezing enrichment and giving up the 970-pound stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Yeah, the Iranians are going to get a nuclear bomb, and they will be a nuclear-armed country. They will. And if the Americans do make a deal with the Iranians, the deal will allow Iran to enrich uranium. I don't know by how much, but the Iranians will be allowed to enrich uranium. A hardline fringe faction in Iran, while not dominant, has opposed making any concessions, believing that if Iran continued fighting, it would defeat Israel and the United States. Supporters of the hardliners have filled the street with rallies at night, waving flags and pledging their blood for the Islamic Republic. So you have a minority faction in Iran that wants absolutely zero peace talks with the Americans. Zero. Will they be listened to? I don't think so. When Mr. Arakchi posted on social media at one point that Iran was opening the strait, the hardliners attacked him, accusing the negotiating team of betraying their supporters. So basically what Israel did and what America did is radicalize Iran. They have radicalized the Iranians. They had their chance with the Obama deal. The Obama brokered Iran deal was the result of America working with the moderates of Iran. By tearing the Iran deal apart, what they did was create the argument that says, you can't trust the Americans, we have to be hardliners. And they further radicalized the Iranians by tearing the Iran deal apart, by tearing apart the JCPOA. With the Israelis bombing the Iranian consulate in Syria in 2024, and with the subsequent short war between the Iranians and the Israelis in 2024, that further radicalized the Iranians. Then the Americans and the Iranians were supposed to have peace talks last year. They were supposed to have a dialogue, a diplomatic talk in Oman. And the Israelis attacked the Iranians before that talk could be convened, before that meeting in Oman could be convened. And what that did was further demonstrate that if you have peace talks with the Americans, you can expect to be attacked by the Israelis. The Israelis do not want the Americans to have any peace talks with the Iranians. This is a fact. Anytime America has tried to have peace talks with the Iranians, the Israelis will do their damnedest to undermine anything, to undermine the whole damn thing. And so the Americans now are talking about peace talks again. Will the Israelis try to sabotage those peace talks? Absolutely. 100%. If there is one thing that you can always expect from the Israelis, it is that they will jeopardize, sabotage, and undermine any prospect of peace. 100% they will try. You know how they say there are only two things that are guaranteed in life, and that's death and taxes? I disagree. I think there's a third thing. You can always be guaranteed that Israel will sabotage any potential for peace. They hate peace because their economy thrives on war and their society thrives on war. They get a thrill out of it. I remember seeing this video of this comedian. There was this comedian guy, I forgot his name. Some comedian guy went to Israel and he was interviewing random Israelis on a beach. And I'm telling you right now, guys, I saw a very degenerate society. I did not see a civilized society. I saw a degenerate, reprobate, vile society. He was interviewing this one Israeli girl, and she's with her girlfriends, and she's talking about a guy that she dated. And the comedian asks her a question. Now, the question itself was perverted, but nonetheless, the answer that he got was revealing. The comedian asks the Israeli woman, does it turn you on that a guy that you dated killed people? This is what he asks her. It's a perverted question. I'm not going to pretend that it's not a perverted question. It's a perverted question. And the girl says that her last boyfriend, and God knows how many boyfriends this girl had. Who knows, right? I mean, they talk about the Israeli ballistic missiles. I'm sure she got plenty of ballistic missiles, all right? Israel... not just Iranian missiles here, all right? But she says, oh, the last guy that I dated was a sniper. And he killed a lot of people. And she says, oh, he shot people and blood splattered everywhere. And she said, beautiful, beautiful blood. That's what she says in the video. Beautiful, beautiful blood. I mean, she's getting aroused by violence. It's a vile society. It is a vile society. I'm telling you right now, it's a vile society. So you're looking at people who are aroused by war. It's not just, oh, well, this is a security issue and it's a this issue. No, they are They are turned on by war. They love it. They love the idea of Israeli snipers killing people. Meanwhile, now you think these Israeli snipers are just, they're in the heat of battle. Like, they're in war, man. They're getting shot at from all sides. Boom, boom, gotta take out the enemy. No, that's not what we're talking about here. That's not what we're talking about. Go read the litany of Haaretz reports on what Israeli snipers have done. You have Israeli snipers who have literally lost their minds because they have sniped children. Sure, maybe they get some babes after them who are turned on by them killing people. Sure, right? I mean, when you sell your soul to the devil, women come after you. That's a fact. They do. This has been the case since mankind's inception. Adam and Eve in the garden. What do you think that was about? Adam wanted his lady. He wanted Eve. He listened to the devil. Eve made a deal with the devil. I'll take this fruit. I'll become a goddess. She was never content, right? Peak woman moment. Never content with anything. And zero accountability. She takes the fruit. She listens to the devil. She wants to be a goddess. She wants to be Mother Earth. She goes to Adam. She says, take this fruit. Adam says, but isn't that from the devil? She said, no, you'll become a god. Oh, okay. Well, I really want to get laid, so I'm going to listen to you. When you make a deal with the devil, women love you. I don't make the rules. This is just me as an observant philosopher. All right, I'm simply making observations on society. I don't make the rules. I simply observe. So you could be this Israeli sniper, and yes, women will admire you because you're a man in uniform and you killed people, but your soul is gone. Your soul is crushed. One man can gain all the women in the world, but what does it mean if he has lost his soul? It's pointless. It means nothing. And you could read, like, for example, I was reading this article about this sniper. And he's talking about how he killed people. Civilians. He was ordered to kill civilians. Shot them. Boom, boom, bang. Killed them. He's mentally ill. He's mentally ill. There was another sniper that I read about. He didn't want to give his full name, but he gave his name as Benny the sniper. This guy was ordered to shoot toddlers. This is what he says. He was ordered to shoot toddlers. And when he did not want to pull the trigger, he was getting yelled at through his earpiece. His superior officers were yelling at him. Guess what happened to him? He lost his mind. He's wetting the bed. A grown man wetting the bed. That's the Israeli military. They love war. Even if it means driving men to madness, they love war. They're a vile society. Vile! What's that verse from Jesus? I gotta get that verse down. What's that verse? I gotta get the verse down. What's that verse from Jesus? Gain the whole world, but lose his soul. What's that verse? It is Matthew 16. It is worth nothing for a man to have the whole world if he loses his soul. I'm going to change that up a little bit and apply it to the Israeli context here. It is worth nothing for a man to gain all the women in the world if he loses his soul. I was going to be a little bit more vulgar, but this is a family show. But anyway, it's a vile society. And so they need war. So America's going to have peace talks, blah, blah, blah. Israel will be there to sabotage it. You can rest assured of that. You can be rest assured that Israel is going to try to sabotage anything when it comes to peace. They want war. And you got Mark Tel Levine, saying, well, we need ground. Have you guys seen this video? Did you guys see this video of Mark Tel Levine? I love this video, guys. Oh, I love it. It's so revealing. Look at this bullshit here. This is the kind of shit that I watch on my free time. Mark Levine, ground troops. Pretty certain this video should be very easy to find. Here we go. Mark Levine. Here is Mark Levine saying that more men need to be put into the line of fire for the cause of the synagogue. All right, let's give this a listen to. Here we go. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hold up. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. Get this thing. Trying to get this. There we go. Here we go. Here's Mark Tel Levine saying, we got to send the troops over there, guys. Kill more people. More people should die. Here we go.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground.
Hold on. The volume was a little bit low. So he wants more men to have PTSD. Here we go. Got to fill up those mental health clinics, guys. We all know who runs the psychiatric medicine industry in the United States. If you know, you know.
Troops on the ground. He said no troops on the ground. I don't remember that in any campaign speech either. But why would we need troops on the ground? Well, there's a lot of reasons, and we wouldn't need 300,000 of them. It's this uranium, too.
See this uranium here, guys? You got to get it. You see this? It's this. The way he's talking sounds like he's in one of those low-budget gangster movies, and the old guys in the bars like, you see this stuff here? I can make a lot of money with this. See this uranium here, guys?
We've got to get the uranium.
Get that uranium.
If it cannot be...
By the way, do you know where this uranium is at? Do you know where this uranium is at, guys? You know where this uranium is at? Here's the uranium. Here is the uranium, guys. You want to get the uranium. Here in Africa, we laugh at you people all the time. You want to get the uranium. This is like trying to get the... This is not like getting diamonds in Africa. This is not like getting diamonds in Uganda, in Sierra Leone. Here is the uranium is somewhere here. All right. Dang it. I want to get this thing. I wish there was a faster way to minimize the screens. Wish there was a faster way. I want to get this. Here's the uranium right here. I got to get the screen smaller. Hold up. Here. You see this? All right. This is called Pickaxe Mountain. All right. Here's where Iran is keeping a lot of its uranium. You cannot destroy the uranium underneath Pickaxe Mountain because the uranium is literally 2,000 feet underneath this mountain. The only way that you can get it is by invading Iran and then taking over Pickaxe Mountain and then getting the uranium. You can't even take that. You will not be able to take out the nuclear infrastructure under Pickaxe Mountain with bunker buster bombs. You won't be able to. But it says here, I've read a little bit of this already, but I'll read to you guys some of it. It says here that U.S. airstrikes have crippled Iran's nuclear program. Several Iranian nuclear facilities lie in ruins, and Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, nuclear dust, as President Trump calls it, is thought to be deeply buried under rubble. But even after a U.S. bombing raid last June and more than 5 weeks of attacks on Iran since February, one suspected nuclear site remains untouched. Experts say the underground facility, known as Pickaxe Mountain, is buried so deep that it may lie beyond the reach of America's most powerful bunker buster bombs. You gotta go over there, guys. Where are we gonna send the troops? Where are we going? Isfahan? Where are we going? Nah, I mean, you go to Pickaxe Mountain. The bombs won't even reach it. Experts do not believe the facility is yet complete, but they fear that in the future, Pickaxe Mountain could provide Iran a venue for producing nuclear weapons that is impervious to aerial attack. It's impenetrable. That's what that means. It's not able to be penetrated. As Mr. Trump bombed the country in recent weeks, some Iran hawks pressed him to consider sending special forces. Iran hawks. I wonder what their names are. Mr. Tel Aviv. began to press Mr. Trump to consider sending special forces on a risky ground mission to destroy the facility with planned high explosives. So they want to do a Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, Black Ops operation. But it's not going to be a video game, guys. So it says here, other experts who favor dialogue over conflict call those ideas far-fetched and say that Pickaxe Mountain illustrates the impossibility of relying on force alone to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear bomb. Now that Mr. Trump is pursuing negotiations with Iran, both camps agree that any deal must include a provision ensuring that Pickaxe Mountain is permanently shut down. How can you enforce that? What are you going to do? Little is known about Pickaxe Mountain, referred to locally as Korangazla. But last fall, satellite images revealed that Iran had advanced construction at the site soon after U.S. forces disabled the country's 3 main nuclear facilities in June. I don't know why I said Iran. Mr. Trump cited that activity in an April address as a reason for launching a war with Iran, blah, blah, blah. They can't let Iran get a bomb. Analysts said Mr. Trump was clearly referring to Pickaxe Mountain. One of the sites targeted by Operation Midnight Hammer in June was Iran's mountainside uranium enrichment facility at Fordow, which the United States struck with 30,000-pound bombs known as massive ordnance penetrators designed specifically for that mission, bunker busters. But even those fearsome bombs might not be able to reach Pickaxe Mountain's interior chambers, which are buried about 2,000 feet deeper under granite than Fordow. 2,000 feet, according to the Institute for Science and International Security. Pickaxe Mountain is deeper and bigger and more fortified than Fordow, said Blyce Mistall, the vice president, blah, blah, blah. That may be a place where they are planning to sprint to weapons-grade enrichment. When construction began in 2020, Iran's government said the site would house a plant to build centrifuges, blah, blah, blah. And so it says here, yeah, so you're not gonna hit it, right? Some experts fear that Iran may already have stashed some of its stockpile of 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium at Pickaxe Mountain. So is Mark Levine gonna go to Pickaxe Mountain? He wants to send American troops to Pickaxe Mountain, guys. Yeah. Good luck with that. So Iran is going to get a nuclear bomb. That's just the bottom line. We're not going to stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. So America is in this quagmire, right? It's in this very difficult predicament. Well, it's not very difficult, but it's in a predicament. Does it listen to Israel and Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro and go to a full war against Iran? Because in order to get to Pickaxe Mountain and really take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities and take out all of Iran's capability to make nuclear weapons and enrich uranium, you're going to have to do a full-on conventional ground war. You're going to have to invade the country, go to Pickaxe Mountain, get the stuff, all that. That's not going to happen. America's not going to do a full-on conventional, full-scale war. It's just not going to happen. It's too politically suicidal. And we have seen this. America being too afraid to do a full-scale conventional war against Iran is quite clearly reflected in America's behavior when it comes to this war against Iran. It started this war alongside Israel in cahoots with the Israelis and Jerusalem and the synagogue. And then America says, okay, we're going to have a ceasefire. And then they do the ceasefire. Iran still has the Strait of Hormuz closed. America says, okay, we're closing the Gulf of Oman. And they have this stalemate. America says, Israel, you better stop attacking Hezbollah because we want to make this deal with the Iranians. Why would America do that if it's in a position of strength? America is not doing this from a position of strength. It is doing this from a position of really a lack of confidence. It's not confident because it does not have the metaphysical, the spiritual, emotional, psychological support of the people. And without the support of the vast majority of the population, it is very difficult to do a serious war. And that's an understatement. And so America is not going to America is not going to be doing every single military action that is necessary to take away Iran's nuclear capability. So we can scratch that one out. If America wanted to do that, it would have done that a long time ago, but it hasn't. America is talking about ceasefires and possibly unfreezing a lot of Iranian accounts so that Iran could get billions of dollars. So then what is the alternative? The alternative scenario is Iran is going to get nuclear weapons. That's it. And if anything, we have guaranteed that that will happen. We, as in America and Israel, have guaranteed that that will happen. We could have slowed Iran down tremendously with the Iran deal. We could have slowed Iran down tremendously with diplomacy. We could have just we could have just deepened ties with the Iranians. And even if Iran got a nuclear weapon, Iran would not be a threat because at that point we will have already had good relations with Iran. Just like we have relations with Pakistan, and Pakistan is a nuclear armed country. But we didn't do that. We threw diplomacy out the window. We didn't care about diplomacy. And we attacked Iran. Israel attacked Iran last year, right before diplomatic talks were supposed to take place in Oman. We attacked Iran this year in the middle of diplomatic talks. So all we're doing is we are providing ammunition to the hardliners in Iran. And we are really deflating the authority of the moderates. We have radicalized the Iranians more than anything. And now the Iranians are saying, look at Kim Jong-un in North Korea. No one's messing with him. We don't see South Korea messing with Kim Jong-un because he has nuclear weapons. Gaddafi got rid of his nuclear program and he got sodomized and lynched mobbed. So do we want to end up like Gaddafi or do we want to end up like little Kim over there in North Korea? We're going to end up like Mr. Kim. That's it. Bottom line. That's it. So they're going to pursue nuclear weapons. America cannot stop the Iranian nuclear program. Maybe it can slow it down, but it's not going to stop it. If America rescinds all relations with Iran, rescinds any prospect of having relations with the Iranians will still pursue a nuclear weapon. America's not going to be able to stop them. And if America establishes any sort of diplomatic ties with the Iranians, to the ire of the Israelis, Iran will still pursue nuclear weapons, just for the simple reason of being an independent country that wants to secure itself against an aggressive and hostile Israel. So there you have it. I mean, we have radicalized Iran. Let's go back to Mr. Tel Aviv. Hold on. Can we go back to him? Is he still there? He's still there. Let's give this guy a watch, okay? Hold up. They could have made one for the last 20 years. That's correct. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. But now we have given the argument for a nuclear-armed Iran to the Iranians. We have provided them that argument. You're right. They could have made, for the past 20 years, they could have made a nuclear weapon. And remember, Ayatollah Khamenei had a fatwa against nuclear weapons. We gave them the argument as to why they need nuclear weapons.
Be destroyed. If it cannot be altered, we got to get it. For the reason I just said. You can make dirty bombs, and over time you can still make sophisticated missiles. So you need to get to the uranium. That's why I'm reading in the paper, we're talking about the 82nd Airborne, we're talking about these various special forces and the various military services and so forth. He's not talking about sending regular army and infantry in by the hundreds of thousands. The men he's talking about, the units he's talking about, they are specialized. And you know what else? I remember from my days in the Reagan administration. Many of them are trained for a moment like this, to try and secure enriched uranium. Many have been trained for moments like this.
All right, there you go. So he's going to send some special op guys to go take out some uranium that's 2,000 feet underneath some mountain in Iran somewhere. That's what you're dealing with, everyone. You're dealing with a bunch of Just reckless, selfish, callous, evil goblins. And you're dealing with these goblins like Tel Aviv and Mr. Dershowitz, and we all know about Ben Shapiro. Everyone, we all know about that guy. That's what you're dealing with. Okay, hold up. I lowered down my volume. Here we go. Let's go back to this article here. I'll make this a little bit smaller. There we go. So it talks about these hardliners in Iran. The firebrands are supporters of Saeed Jalili, an ultra-hardline presidential candidate who has been sidelined from making decisions but still has some influence, including over state television, which his brother runs. So this guy, Saeed Jalili, he's a hardliner. He wants zero diplomacy with the Americans. He's hardcore. He's nationalistic to the core. But he's been sidelined because they know that they're going to have some kind of diplomacy with the Americans to prevent the further economic strain of their country. Some demanded that Mr. Khomeini make a video or audio message to confirm to the public he was on board with the negotiations with Washington. At a rally in Tehran, crowds addressing Mr. Khomeini chanted, "Commander, give us the order and we will follow." Mr. Jalibov addressed the nation on state television, blah, blah, blah. So Mr. Jalibov assured Iranians that Mr. Khomeini was involved. He struck a defiant but pragmatic tone, saying that Iran had gained military achievements, including shooting down an American fighter jet, but that now it was time to leverage those gains in diplomatic negotiations. So the Iranians, at least the moderates in Iran, they want an off-ramp as well. But let's be real here. I mean, it's not like the Americans and the Israelis were playing pity-patty, tic-tac-toe with the Iranians. I mean, they were hitting the Iranians hard. They killed a lot of civilians. It was brutal. And they have had an immense economic stranglehold on the Iranians. And this does hurt Iran. It does make an effect. Don't get me wrong. Here's the thing, though, is, yes, America and Israel are definitely hurting the Iranians, and they can further hurt the Iranians. But can you defeat the country just by doing airstrikes and just by doing economic sanctions? Can you defeat the IRGC? And can you completely stop the IRGC from controlling the Strait of Hormuz and strangling it? The answer is no. So the Americans can definitely defeat the IRGC. They have the capacity to crush the IRGC in a war. But America can easily defeat the Iranians, but not easily occupy Iran. You can defeat the Iranians in a war, just like the Americans defeated the Taliban in war. But how long are you going to be in Iran? How long are you going to keep troops in Iran? How long are you going to have troops in harm's way? That's where things become politically hairy and ugly, really ugly for the Americans. Years ago, I was talking to an American sniper. I'm not going to give you his name, but this guy was a sniper in Iraq. Very battle-hardened guy. This guy fought against Shiite militias in the what they call, I think they call it the Triangle of Death or something like that. But it was basically this place in Iraq where American troops faced and endured through a lot of fierce fighting with Shiite militias. And he told me, he says, "Ted, I've been in so many battles, I can write a book on it." And this guy was serious. He wasn't bullshitting me. The guy was the real deal. And this guy knows a lot about battles. He knows a lot about what it's like to fight against Shiite militias. And I asked him, I said, "Listen, what would it be like to be in a war against Iran?" I asked him this question about 3 years ago, I would say. I said, what would it be like to be in a war against Iran? Take me through that, because you fought against Shiite militias. So describe to me what that would look like. And he said, okay, here's what would happen. He said, the first thing we would do is we would tenderize Iran with airstrikes. We would bomb the hell out of Iran. We would do shock and awe. We would bomb the hell out of them. And we would take out their a lot of their ability to fire missiles. We would take out a lot of their stuff. He says, then we would flood Iran with soldiers. We would deploy tons of soldiers into Iran. He said, once that happens, every Shiite paramilitary fighter will be flooding Iran. He said, you'll have guys from Hezbollah. You will have fighters from every Shiite militia in Iraq. You'll have guys from Yemen, all going to Iran to kill American soldiers. He says, and that's when things would become very ugly for us. That's when you're going to have a lot of casualties for the Americans. And that's when things would get very ugly. He said, we could shock and awe them very easily. And we've seen that demonstrated quite clearly. We can shock and awe them. But he says things get ugly when you send ground troops. And that's what the Americans want to avoid. They want to avoid another Afghanistan where you have Taliban guys, insurgents, just putting IEDs with massive amounts of C4 and just blowing American Humvees to smithereens and killing a lot of people. That's what America wants to avoid. America does not want to be stuck in that type of very ugly situation. But again, you cannot have a full-on vanquishing of Iran without that. So are we going to have a full-on emphatic vanquishing of Iran? The answer is no. So then what is the alternative scenario? The alternative scenario is you're going to make a deal with the Iranians, and Iran is going to pursue nuclear enrichment. That's it. That's what's going to happen. And in the end of the day, Israel is going to be facing a very pissed off Iran. A very pissed off Iran. And it's going to be like that scene from Braveheart when the English soldiers come to the Scottish peasant wedding and the English officer comes in all haughty and he says, by my royal right, I will take this bride into my bed and I will do prima nocte. And they steal this Scottish guy's wife. There's a scene in the film Braveheart where the Scots are having this little wedding and the guy's about to get married. And then this English guy says, by my royal right, I will take the hand of this bride and bring her to my royal bed and I will penetrate her by the command of the king. And the Scots, of course, are pissed off about this. And they can't do anything about it because, these English guys got the armor and they got the swords. So the Scots attack an English army base. And they find the guy who took the dude's wife. And the English guy, we'll just say he's the rapist, right? Because he raped this woman. The rapist says, English troops will be on their way right now. They're on their way right now to kill you. You better surrender. And William Wallace is dressed up as an English soldier because they just killed a bunch of English soldiers and took their uniforms. And William Wallace says, are they dressed like this? Then he looks at the husband whose wife got raped and says, make it quick. And the dude hacks the English soldier to pieces. That is going to be the fate of Israel. Iran got raped several times. And one day, someone's going to look at Iran and say, make it quick. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. All right, that's the end of the article. I don't need to read anymore. You guys get the point. Great video. Appreciate that, Alexander. Your old chess pieces on a board. I'm considering turning. Sunni Triangle. No, it was the Shiite. It was a. I think he called it the Triangle of Death, and they were fighting the Shiites. Is it right that Russians help Israel? I don't think so. I think Russia is in cahoots with Israel. I don't think Russia does anything with Israel. I don't think they care. Remember, look up Putin's mother's last name. You'll get what I'm saying. It's an early life moment. The recent flare between Pakistan and India was swiftly responded with peace rather than prolonged conflicts. Why both are nuclear armed? Food for thought. Yup, that's a good point. Ben and Mark are two satanic ghouls in a pod. Agreed. Ted is correct. Appreciate it. Iranian. I did not think of that play on words. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. They're not after the uranium. They're after the Iranian. They could simply ask Pakistan for one. True. Tel Aviv, my precious uranium. Yup. Pickaxe Mountain sounds like a Disneyland, right? Yeah. Fordo, same thing. Bunker Buster. Control plus wheel. Do they want to nuke Pickaxe Mountain? They probably do. I'd rather Ted voice over that raspy nasal voice. Yeah. You see this uranium here? Hamza Sadeh. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. He does a good job, I think. Well, sometimes I think he disrupts too much, though. Yeah, Vance is always on the phone with Netanyahu. That's true. Let's see here. Hold on. The Sunni Triangle. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yep, okay. Sunni insurgents. While Shiite militias later dominated the area and engaged in retaliatory actions against Sunni populations, particularly after 2014. Okay, so I assumed that guy was fighting Shiites. But, okay, he was fighting in that triangle. So it looks like he was fighting Sunni. But it says, following the rise of ISIS in 2014, numerous Shiite militias, blah, 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 is a rural farmland area south of Baghdad. So this guy was fighting Sunnis. So I just assumed he was fighting Shiites. Damn. Okay, never mind. I was mistaken. Let's see here. They say Israel has 300 nukes. I heard before it was 90, but this is a number. Yeah, I've heard 300. I don't know how many they actually have. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure, to be honest, how many nukes they have. Let's go. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about? We got a bunch of stuff to talk about, guys. So this was an article that came out recently and says Trump is fed up with the Iran war. He could still renew it. Netanyahu hopes Trump will follow through on his threats against Iran, but it is doubtful the Islamic Republic is impressed by them. So Trump wants out. Netanyahu wants in. I'll make this a little bit bigger. Hold on. Make the text a little bit bigger. He says, a few days ago, just before the ceasefire was about to expire and without an Iranian delegation betaking itself to Pakistan, U.S. President Donald Trump declared an indefinite extension of the truce in the Gulf. Ooh, I wonder why that is. I think it's quite obvious why. I think it's because America wants out. In practice, this meant a limited extension of 3 to 5 days, sources in the administration told Channel 12 News Barak Ravid. In other words, danger of the war's renewal continues to loom. A deadlock in the talks could lead to a new eruption as early as next week. So I just want to emphasize, this all could be speculation on my part. This whole thing could be renewed. I want to make that clear, that this thing could be renewed. And America could start doing airstrikes on Iran again. But what I will say is, I don't believe that America is going to be doing a full-scale conventional war against Iran with ground troops invading the country. I just don't see that happening. I can see skirmishes happening again. I can see airstrikes happening. I don't see ground troops. Still, it looks as though at this stage, it's already clearly possible to talk about what the economists call a revealed preference. Trump appears to want to end this war with an agreement. I'll read that to you guys again. Trump appears to want to end this war with an agreement. The difficulty, though, still lies in the not insignificant disparities between the sides, even if the American president has already delineated, in general terms, a possible settlement centered around Iran's enriched uranium, and on imposing restrictions on the country's right to enrich uranium for 20 years. So they're thinking about a possible settlement. Basically, they're thinking about doing the Iran deal again. This is the Iran deal under Obama again. They want to do it again. So it looks like they realize, oh shit, we listened to the Jewish donors yet again. We listened to them again. And here we are trying to do basically the very thing that Obama did that we condemned him for, and that was to do a diplomatic settlement with the Iranians. That was the smart move. But the Israelis got mad, the kosher donor class got mad, and now we are facing the consequences of the actions of the knuckleheads who worship Israel. We got a bunch of Javier Malays in the U.S. government. And Javier Malay is a clown. He is a sycophant who bends over backwards for Netanyahu and dances like a monkey for Netanyahu. And so that's what we're dealing with here. That is what we're dealing with here. And there is a verse in the Bible that no one talks about. There's a verse in the book of Isaiah that talks about the evils of Israel. And it makes a very interesting declaration. It speaks of the evils of Israel. And I'll read to you guys the verse. It speaks of the evils of Israel and says to the people of Israel that you guys hatch eggs. And whoever eats your eggs dies. Whoever eats your eggs dies. I'll read to you guys a verse here. Hold on. Whoever eats... Isaiah 59. Can I please just get the verse? Thank you. Let's do ESV. Look at this right here. People don't read these verses, you know. They want you to read something. Oh yeah, let's go to Colossians and let's try to apply this one verse that Paul says to the NFL, and let's talk about football in church, and let's talk about marriage problems all day, and basically make a church into a religious version of Tony Robbins. But they'll never read to you these verses, okay? And it says here, no one enters suit justly. No one goes to law honestly. They rely on empty pleas. They speak lies. That's the leader of the Mossad going to Trump saying, if you do this war, Mr. Trump, you'll be so successful. You will be seen as a great hero. You'll be seen as so successful, Mr. Trump. You'll be a hero for all the Iranian people. They will love you. They will love you. People will love you. This will be done in a week. It'll be so fast. And Trump fell for it. So the Israelis lied, and it says, your tongue mutters wickedness. No one enters suit justly. They speak lies. They conceive mischief. Yep, that's David Barnea and Netanyahu hanging out with Trump, conceiving mischief. They give birth to iniquity. That's the synagogue in America supporting Sodom. They hatch adder's eggs. They weave the spider's web. He who eats their eggs dies. He who eats their eggs dies. And what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump ate their eggs. That's what he did. He ate their eggs. And now he is facing the consequences. So it says here that Iran is ready to accept 5 to 7 years. So Iran is saying, we can make another Iran deal that'll last for 5 to 7 years. In exchange, Trump is promising to release vast sums of frozen Iranian funds abroad, between $20 billion and $27 billion, which would constitute an essential shot in the arm for Iran's battered economy. So the Americans are talking about possibly thawing out bank accounts owned by Iranians that were frozen by the U.S. government. Now, Obama did this, and Obama got condemned for it. Now, Donald Trump is talking about doing the same thing that he condemned Obama for. So what is happening here? Why is America talking about possibly thawing out some frozen accounts? Why is America talking about possibly making a deal with the Iranians over its uranium enrichment? Because America is not fighting from a position of confidence. And they realized, we either can send ground troops and have another Afghanistan, or we can make a deal, right? We can send ground troops, have another Afghanistan, have tons of casualties, lose politically, weaken the economy, destroy whatever's left of our relationship with other countries, or we can make a deal. And it looks like the Americans want a deal. It looks like that they want an off-ramp. Remember, America under Trump did an off-ramp from Afghanistan. America under Obama did an off-ramp from Iraq. They left Iraq. Now they came back to fight ISIS, but they nonetheless left Iraq. They left Afghanistan. Now it looks like they want an off-ramp from Iran. And so the way I look at it is, the United States wants to get out of this quagmire. Israel wants America to stay. America wants to pull out. But the regime's insistence in its new and ultra-fanatic form to try to extort more concessions from the U.S. could ultimately push Trump into renewing a war which he is quite fed up with. So Trump is exhausted by the war. It's demoralizing him. It's deflating him. It's also ruining his relations with his voters, his electorate, his constituents. He has lost favor in the MAGA faction. But at the same time, again, at the end of the day, this is me speculating. At the end of the day, this war could go right back to what it was before. I still don't think America is going to send ground troops, but we could have a resumption. We could resume from where the U.S. left off and just go back to doing airstrikes. That is a possibility. Until that happens, what we're seeing is largely an economic showdown. An American blockade south of the Strait of Hormuz in response to the closure of the strait itself by Iran. But even if things escalate, it still looks less likely that this will trigger an American ground operation. So again, like I said, this is not going to trigger a ground invasion of Iran. It's hard to believe that the president is looking for a Vietnam or Iraq war of his own. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is constantly angling for the scenario. The idea would be to bring Iran back to the negotiating table under improved conditions following another demonstration of America's superior military strength. So Trump wants to pull out, Netanyahu wants to resume. He wants to continue this whole thing. But the difficulties will remain. Trump is waging a war that is domestically unpopular against a stubborn enemy, a central part of whose leadership is indifferent to the suffering of the population and to the economic damage being inflicted on its country. So that's partially true. I mean, yes, there is definitely an ideology of martyrdom in Iran. So when people die, they say, hey, it was for God. And when you have that sort of mentality in Iran, it's difficult to bomb those people into submission. That could be used for Iran's favor, but at the same time, do you want to kill innocent people? Do you want to kill civilians? I don't. I don't want to see that happen. According to reports published this week, the U.S. Air Force is suffering from a serious shortfall of munitions. We have depleted a lot of our stockpiles in this war because we have given a lot of our stockpiles to the Ukrainians. And so we have depleted much of our stockpiles defending the Middle East. And so this is another reason as to why America wants an off-ramp. They've realized it's not going to work. We don't have the sufficient munitions to deal with this. And America has proven that it is not this 100% absolutely reliable ally. It has demonstrated that it's not 100% reliable. And like I've said, when you see that the Americans took away the THAAD system from South Korea, when you see that America has withdrawn some of its naval armada from Japan to defend the Middle East, that gives the Chinese the opportunity to tell these Asian countries, hey, you can trust us. Hey, you can trust China. And that also gives the Chinese the opportunity to say that the Americans are not really that reliable. This has been really incentivizing the Iranians to become more empowered, to deepen ties more with the Russians and the Chinese. But it has also incentivized countries like Japan, South Korea, Germany to further pursue and to intensify their militarist goals and to become militarily independent of the United States. So what we are seeing is pretty much what the CIA predicted back in 2021. So back in 2021, CIA released a report on what to expect for, I want to say, the 2030s. And the CIA made it very clear that we are to expect the world to be broken down into various blocks of power. And this report said that we can expect for Turkey to have its own block of power. We can expect for, I think it even said Japan to have its own block of power. We are seeing exactly what they predicted taking place. We are seeing what they predicted coming into fruition. The Germans right now are saying we're going to have the most powerful military in Europe by the 2030s. The Japanese are working on their capabilities to strike targets thousands of miles away, or thousands of kilometers away. The Japanese are also talking about getting nuclear weapons. The South Koreans are talking about forming their own nuclear arsenal. So we are seeing countries becoming more and more independent, or at least pursuing military independence. And that is what we are to expect. That is only going to get stronger. We are not going to be able to reverse this trend. This trend is going to further transpire. It's going to intensify, and it's going to come to fruition. And we are not going to be able to stop it. No amount of damage control will be able to reverse this. There's no stopping this. The sail has been set. The train has been set. And that is that. We are going to be seeing Germany returning to the warpath. We're going to be seeing Germany returning to militarism. We are going to be seeing the Japanese return to militarism. And that's it. And we're going to be seeing the rise of Iran as a global power, with the Iranians bettering relations with the Europeans and other Western countries. The Europeans will better relations with the Iranians, as I've said, because the Europeans need and want Middle Eastern oil. They need Middle Eastern oil And so therefore, they do not want to be on Iran's bad side. They don't want their imports of oil to be stopped in the Strait of Hormuz. They want smooth sailing for their oil imports and their natural gas imports through the Strait of Hormuz. And therefore, they are going to be deepening ties with the Iranians. So we can expect a Euro alliance or a Euro axis with the Iranians. So basically I guess you could call it a Euro-Aryan axis. That would be very interesting. Euro-Aryan axis. And that's what's going to happen. Iran is going to rise up. Iran is already rising up, but it's going to get even more powerful. You'll see. And we have unlocked this. You know, we have made this happen. We have guaranteed that Iran will rise up as a serious global power, because Iran has been the only country to stand up to the Americans within recent years. And it's been the only country in the Middle East to stand up to Israel. And that alone has given it prestige, and it has given it spiritual strength. And when you strengthen a population like that, when you give morale to a population, that population smells blood. And they don't mind going to war, because when you believe in something, you don't mind going to war. When you believe in something, you don't mind fighting. People don't want to fight when they don't believe in something, when they don't believe in themselves, or they don't believe in anything. When they don't have a cause to fight for, they don't want to fight at all. Iran doesn't have that problem. And with the whole world watching Iran, and with much of the world admiring Iran, Iran gets that morale boost and says, okay, we're shining right now. We got a lot of power. We have been able to utilize a lot of leverage through our geography, through our Strait of Hormuz. This is it. Now Europe has to respect us. Western countries have to respect us. They have to make deals with us if they want their oil to travel safely through the Strait of Hormuz. They have to be on our good side. They have to be nice to us. They have to respect us. And this is where the power will come from. And so if you have this European alliance with the Iranians, then you could have Iran gaining access to Western technology and bettering and increasing their firepower. Let's see here. So it says here, according to reports published this week, the U.S. Air Force is suffering. Okay, I already read this. The embarrassing gesture by the Netanyahu government hanging American flags alongside Israeli flags on the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv highway was of no help. Trump did not take the trouble to visit Israel. Now, this is interesting. Trump did not take the trouble to visit Israel. I wonder why. Why do you think Trump didn't visit Israel? You think he wants to go visit Israel right now? Israel is at its most hated. Israel right now is the most hated it has ever been since its creation in the 1940s. Israel has never been more hated than it is now. You think Donald Trump wants to go visit Israel? In the midst of Donald Trump being connected to Epstein, in the midst of Donald Trump being confirmed to be in cahoots with the Israelis, in the midst of Donald Trump losing a lot of favorability amongst the American population, you think Donald Trump wants to go to what is now the most hated country in the world? It's not going to happen. So that's why he did not visit Israel, in order to accept the Israel prize from the prime minister. So the Israelis were going to reward Donald Trump with the Israel prize. And Donald Trump said, take your prize and shove it up your ass, because it's not helping. The prolonged war is causing Trump's popularity to plunge, and even conservative media outlets in the United States are publishing articles that cast doubt on his cognitive and mental abilities. So now Donald Trump is going through what Biden went through, right? They're questioning his cognitive ability. And it says here, after the ceasefire that Trump imposed, and as everyone who is in touch with combat troops knows, a not inconsiderable part of the forces left Lebanon. So a lot of the IDF has left Lebanon. Most of the soldiers have withdrawn from Lebanon. The Israelis want to give off this facade that they have thousands of soldiers still in Lebanon. There are only several hundred soldiers in Lebanon. Most of the troops have left. Why? Because the Americans forced the Israelis to agree to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Are the Israelis going to honor that? They haven't been honoring it. They've still killed people. Now, it's not as bad as it was before, but they've still killed people. They murdered a journalist not too long ago. What's her name? They killed that journalist. What's her name? Khalil something. Lebanon journalist. This woman. The Israelis murdered this woman. Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil. They murdered this woman. And they threatened this woman. They said, we're going to chop your head off. Yes. She actually says this in this video here. I'll show it to you real quick. There's English subtitles, so you're going to have to read. But she says here that she was getting calls from the Israelis that they were going to chop her head off.
وهددوني بالقتل وكان يعني حرفيا عم بيقول انه سنفصل رأسك عن كتفيك إذا ما
So they
فليتي.
said we're going to decapitate you. Now I wonder if Mr. What's his name? If Mr. Charlie Kirk got the same sort of threats. Now I remember Charlie Kirk was telling his people they're out to kill me, you know, and he was and according to Harrison Smith, he said that he spoke to someone who knew Charlie Kirk, and this is before Kirk was murdered. He wrote this. Harrison Smith wrote months before Kirk's murder, or at least some time before Kirk's murder, that he spoke to someone who knew Charlie Kirk, and this person told Harrison Smith, Charlie Kirk is terrified of the Israelis. This is what Harrison Smith wrote. So I wonder if Mr. Kirk got similar threats. I wonder if he got some similar text messages that that Amal Khalil got. So the Israelis murdered this woman. They straight up murdered her because they don't want any journalists covering what they're doing, and the Israelis especially don't want people filming them or taking photos of them as they attack churches, bomb churches, and they dismember statues of Jesus. They definitely don't want that. Now imagine you guys have all seen the photo of the Israeli soldier dismembering a statue of Jesus. Now, the Israelis said, oh, we're so sorry, and they supposedly sentenced the soldier who did that to 30 days in jail. Now, you have to ask yourself if Israel would have done that if there was no photo. If there was no photo, would Israel have done that? No, they wouldn't have. Israel is not sorry because of what the guy did. Israel is sorry because the soldier got caught. That's it. And the soldier got caught because somebody took a photo. And the guy who took the photo was his fellow Israeli soldier who was very proud of what his friend was doing. And they relished in what they were doing. And they were very proud of what they were doing. And so the photo was put online. They were very proud of what they did. And the reason why they do that is because they see Christianity as idolatry. That's how they see Christianity. They see it as idolatry. Let's see here. Amal, yeah, Amal, that's her name. The IDF chief of staff said that the Israeli army was a week away from total collapse. Yeah, because it's being burned out. It's being utterly exhausted. The funny thing is Iran is that guy in the karate movie right now that is blocking every move with one arm. Yeah. Shouldn't have done Israel's bidding. Yup. Clean shave. Clean shave. Yup. Summer's here, or it's coming. Trust is funny. Who to trust? I don't trust any of them. Sheep herding. I heard Mountain Blade Bannerlord music. Absolutely. Are you playing Bannerlord? Absolutely. Bannerlord is my favorite game to play right now. I've been playing Bannerlord since last year and just loving it. That's the game I usually play. I took a break from Bannerlord to play Resident Evil 9. Of course, right? And then once I was done with Resident Evil 9, I went right back to Caladria. And I am growing my kingdom. Growing my kingdom. It's a lot of fun. Malay and Milikovsky. There you go. That's right. This is why Israel is being quiet. That's true. Good point. I guess people just like politician serial killers, but not the average Joe serial killer. That is correct. You're right. You're right about that. Remember the E-Files, Trump? Yup. What else do we got here? Shabbat Shalom. Hezi was how to say obliterating them. All these men who claim they like war be fighting war through their screens. Yup. That's true. That is true. I want to show you guys another article since we're talking about what happened to the Jesus statue. Yet support of Israel among the Christian right-wingers remains strong. It's about 65%, which is, yes, it's strong, but it's not as strong as it used to be, right? That's the silver lining that we can take from this, is that you're right that pro-Israel sentiment amongst evangelicals is still strong, but according to the last, what do you call it, Pew Research Center poll, it's at 65%. Now, 65% is still a majority, but it's not exactly an overwhelming majority. It's a majority. It's okay, I guess you could say overwhelming, but it's not as overwhelming as it was before. When I was growing up in California, it was at about 85%. You know, that's when I was in middle school, high school. It was at 85 or so percent of evangelicals supporting Israel. It was a massive number. So now it's at 65. And it's going to go down. It's just the bottom line. It's going to continue to go down as the boomer class goes down and the millennials and zoomers begin to take over more and more of society. I mean, it's just going to go down. So let's read this here. So this article was published recently on Haaretz, and it says, the shattered figure of Jesus is not an exception. It's a pattern. So they will argue and say, oh, it's just an isolated incident. It's just one soldier. No, damn it. It reflects the growth of fanaticism in Israel. And it is a reflection of the growing anti-Christianity in Israel, wherein they see Christianity as idolatry. And they see, of course, the statue of Jesus as an idol that needs to be crushed, smashed, and destroyed. They see themselves as Moses invading the Canaanites and destroying the idols of the pagans. That's how they see it. That's how they see it. And here's the thing. They'll say, oh, well, you know, the Bible says to destroy Amalek, so the Israelis are simply destroying Amalek. Buddy, they see you as Amalek. All these Christian Zio freaks supporting Israel saying, well, you know, the Bible does say to destroy Amalek, and so that's what Israel is doing. They're just following the Bible, guys. It does say destroy Amalek. They're just following the scriptures, guys. They follow the Bible. Homie, they see you as Amalek. You're the clown in the clown show for thinking that they're also not talking about you. They're talking about you. We're Amalek. They would kill us if they could. They would destroy our churches if they could. So it says here, as a Palestinian Christian, an image of an Israeli soldier smashing a Jesus statue in Lebanon reinforces my lived experiences and what I've learned about Israeli Jews' attitudes, etc. So this guy is a Palestinian Christian who wrote this article, And it says here, many of us saw the image of an Israeli soldier smashing a statue of Jesus in southern Lebanon. The photograph received extensive attention and caused widespread indignation. As a Palestinian Christian living in Jerusalem, I was not shocked. Indeed, for many Arab Christians in the region, the incident is not an anomaly, but a pattern. It's a pattern, guys. How does a soldier come to smash the face of Jesus? He comes to it because he has learned from a young age that non-Jewish symbols do not command the same respect, reverence, or moral seriousness as Jewish ones. I would take this a step further and say that they see us as idolaters. And so they look at that verse in the Old Testament that says, smash the idols when you invade Canaan, and they say, okay, we're going to do the same thing. So they apply what is commanded of God to the Hebrews before they invade Canaan, and they apply that to themselves, and they say, we're going to carry this out against the Lebanese Christians. So the Lebanese Christians are now the Canaanites or the Philistines. We now have to destroy their idols. That's how they see things. And this is a pattern. This is a pattern. Go look up what the Israelis did to the Most Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza. Now, this soldier, the soldier who did this, was supposedly sentenced to 30 days in jail for dismembering the statue of Jesus Christ. They'll say, oh, because, Israel loves the Christians. They really are. Christians are our best friends. We have to support them, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Did you guys put the sniper who murdered Christians at the Holy Catholic Family Church in jail? Did you guys sentence that sniper to jail for murdering, or prison, I should say, for murdering Christians at the Holy Catholic Family Church in Gaza? They didn't. There was an Israeli sniper or snipers who murdered Christians at the Holy Catholic Family Church in Gaza. The church has a courtyard, and so this woman, her name was Khalil. Let me just get her name. I think her name was Holy Catholic Family Church, Gaza, sniper. Nahida. Okay, so her name was Nahida Khalil Anton. She was walking across the church courtyard. An Israeli sniper shot her 3 times. She was shot 3 times by either one sniper or multiple snipers. One of the bullets hit her in the stomach. She dropped to the floor. Her daughter, Summer Anton, of course, ran to her mother's body and began to drag her mom's body across the courtyard. As she was dragging her mom's body across the courtyard, she was shot in the head. So they did a double tap. They shoot the mom, drop her. They wait for the daughter to run to the mom. As the daughter is dragging the body, they shoot the girl in the head. They killed both the mom and the daughter, and they proceeded to shoot several more people at the church. This was done by the IDF. The IDF has repeatedly denied that this happened. No jail time, no trial, no investigation, no nothing. So yeah, they'll put up a new Jesus statue for some Christian villagers in South Lebanon. They'll apologize. They'll sentence the guy to 30 days in jail, a little slap in the wrist here and there. But are they going to put murderers who actually murdered Christians? Are they going to put snipers or sniper? Are they going to put a sniper who did something way worse than what this guy did? He actually murdered people in prison. They're not going to do that. So they don't give a damn about Christians or anything like that. The whole thing with apologizing and then, buying a new crucifix and, putting the guy in jail for 30 days. This is all because they got caught. Now, if there was a video of these Christians being shot, then the Israelis would be forced to address the issue. But because there's no actual hard documented records, there's no actual footage of this happening, then, they don't care. That's the thing. They don't care. So it says here, that they have a worldview in which Jewish sacredness is treated as more important than everyone else's a worldview in which Arab, Palestinian, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise non-Jewish dignity is seen as secondary, conditional, or disposable. A recent survey, now this is very interesting. Now check this out. A recent survey of Jewish attitudes. Okay, for those who say, oh, it's an isolated incident, guys. All right, there's not this widespread hatred against Christians in Israel. Oh, no. A recent survey of Jewish attitudes towards Christians found a troubling pattern. The younger the respondents, the more negative their views tend to be. And higher religiosity also correlates with greater intolerance towards Christianity. So in Israel, they did a survey. And the younger the people that were questioned were, the more anti-Christian they were. What does this tell us? What did I say? What did I say about the future of Israel? I said, this is going to be the future of Israel. I said this recently. I said, this is going to be the future of Israel. The future of Israel is fanaticism. Massive fanaticism. Now, I know that there's already a lot of fanaticism in Israel. It's going to get worse. All right, guys, it's not going to get any better from here. It's only going to get worse. And so what I said in regards to the future of Israel was that the future of Israel is fanaticism. And I said the reason why I'm saying this is because the younger generation in Israel is more fanatical than the older generation. That's a fact. The younger generation is also more religious than the older generation. So they're religious not in a good way. They're religious in a very dangerous way. They're religious in the sense that they're getting into third temple demons. All right, that's who they're dabbling with. They're dabbling with third temple demons. They want to build a third temple. Now, if they want to build a third temple, that means that they hate Jesus. Let's just make that very clear. If they want to build a third temple, that means they want to kill Christians. Now, go back to the guy that revolted against the Romans, Mr. Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba is the most famous of the Jewish rebels who revolted against Roman occupation of Judea. And he wanted to rebuild the temple. This was after the Romans destroyed the temple. Bar Kokhba wanted to rebuild the temple. And Bar Kokhba made a decree. You can read about this, I want to say in Eusebius's Ecclesiastical History. Bar Kokhba made a decree. He said, whoever worships the Nazarene will be killed. Who was the Nazarene? Jesus Christ. So this is what Bar Kokhba decreed. Whoever follows the Nazarene will be killed. So if you have another Bar Kokhba, they will make such decrees. And this is very obvious when you look at the fact that years ago, recently, within recent years, the Israeli Knesset wanted to pass a bill that would put people in prison for preaching Jesus in Israel. So they want to do it. They want to persecute people. That's it. So as these younger people in Israel get older, they're going to start taking over the politics, the political landscape of the country. That's naturally what happens, right? Younger people get older, they take over politics, they vote, etc. So the younger generation is more fanatical than the older. They're going to get older. The younger generation is going to get older, and they're going to take over the politics of the country. That means fanaticism will be entrenched in the country, in the government. And so it says here, the survey conducted in 2025 by the Rossing Center for Education and Dialogue showed that overall 20% of Israeli Jews do not think that Israel has to guarantee freedom of religion for its Christian citizens. 20%. That's huge, guys. That's almost a quarter of the entire population wants to persecute Christians. That number is going to grow. I know that it's going to grow because I can guarantee you 15, 20 years ago, it wasn't 20%. It was much lower. Now it's at 20. And remember, guys, Hitler took power with only 30+% of the vote. You don't need that much to make a fanatical society. So 20% of Israeli Jews do not think that Israel has to guarantee freedom of religion for its Christian citizens. 27% said they are bothered when they encounter a Christian wearing a cross in Israel. And over 40% do not think that the historical roots of Christianity in Israel mean that Arab Christians belong in the country. So again, all this nonsense about, oh, well, you know, they just go against the Muslims, guys. You know, I don't really like this logic. I don't like this logic that says that we should only care about Jewish fanaticism when it's against Christians. I understand that when they go against Christians, it's a much bigger headline. And I'll talk more about that. But that should not be our attitude. Because if we're only going to care about human life when it's Christians being killed, how are we different from the people that we claim to be against? We claim to be against Jewish fanaticism because Jewish fanaticism entails seeing non-Jews as unimportant and only seeing Jews as important. When we adopt this mentality that says, well, I only care if Christians are being killed, I don't care if Muslims are being killed, then how are you different from the Talmudists? How are you different from them? So that means that in your worldview, Christian life is superior to Muslim life. That's what you're telling me. Christian life, oh, I care now. Not Muslim life, oh, I don't care about them. That's just really perverted. I mean, it's a perverted way to see it. If we don't care about Muslim human life, then we shouldn't expect Muslims to care about us. And if we do not care about Muslim human life, then what example are we giving to people about Christianity? How are we reflecting Christianity if we don't care about Muslim life? How are we going to be seen by the Muslim world and by people in general if all we care about is Christian life? If we do care about Muslim life and we make that very clear that we care about Muslim life, then Muslims will say, you know what, those Christians, wow, you might actually get some Muslims to think, you know, those Christians really care about me. There's something special about those people. And that's how Christianity should be taught. Christianity should not be taught, in my opinion, by just talking to people about Christianity, although that is important, don't get me wrong. But I think ultimately Christianity should be taught by our actions. And I think we should make ourselves in a way, I think we should have the Constitution that makes people think, you know, what's unique about this person? What is unique about this person? For example, there was a Shiite Christian family from Syria. And when Bashar al-Assad was overthrown, we remembered the Shiite family because we talked with them online and we kind of made a rapport with them. And years later, Bashar al-Assad got overthrown. And so we knew once Bashar al-Assad is overthrown, the Shiites are going to get killed. They're going to murder Shiites. And that's what happened. So we remember this family. We contacted this family. We said, listen, are you okay? They said, man, we gotta escape. We helped these people. We did. We helped them. Financially, we helped them out. And now they think to themselves, you know, we're Muslim. They're Christian. They're going to think, you know, when we needed help, the only people who helped us were Christians. The only people. And that gets people thinking. So if we just care about, I care about Christian life. I don't care. There's Christians. I don't care. What message are you sending to people? You're sending the very same impression that the Talmudists sent to people. You're giving the same impression that the Talmudists give to people. That they only care about Jewish life. They only care about the non-Goy. They don't care about the Goy life. They only care about Christian life, not about anyone else's life. So what impression are we giving to people? That Christian life is somehow special? It's not. Christian life is not more special. From a human standpoint, it's not more special than a Muslim life. It goes back to the Samaritan story. You know, Jesus said, who is your neighbor? Who is your neighbor? Truly, who is your neighbor? Well, you know, I don't know, Jesus. Who is my neighbor? And Jesus said, okay, well, let me give you this parable. A Jewish guy is walking somewhere. He gets attacked by some marauders. They beat him almost to death. They leave his body there thinking he's dead. They steal his stuff. And then some Jewish guy passes by his body and says, I'm very busy. I have no time to help someone. He just keeps going. He doesn't care. And then another Jewish guy comes over and says, I don't care. I got to go to the temple. Got to go to synagogue. And then a Samaritan comes along. Samaritan says, I'm going to help this man. And Jesus said, who is your neighbor? The Samaritan. There you go. So if a Muslim saves a Christian life, who's your neighbor? And if a Christian saves a Muslim life, who is the neighbor for that Muslim? And that's how I hope we can see things. I understand, though, that when you bring up anti-Christian violence done by Jews, it's very important to bring that up because it gets people to have more attention on Israel. And very importantly, it is very effective to use to get evangelicals to reject Israel and stop being Zio fanatics. So I do see the utility in it, but I just hope that we don't see Christian life as somehow superior to other people's lives. So it says here, the center also compiled a report on attacks and harassment against Christians. It documented 155 incidents affecting Christians in Israel and East Jerusalem in 2025 alone, from physical assaults and spitting to vandalism, harassment, and the defacement of Christian signs and symbols. So the dismemberment of the statue of Christ is not an isolated incident. It's not an isolated incident. So, because according to the 2025 study that was done by the Rossing Center for Education and Dialogue, there were 155 anti-Christian incidents in Israel and East Jerusalem in 2025, from physical assaults and spitting to vandalism, harassment, and the defacement of Christian signs and symbols. So this is not an isolated incident. The shattered Jesus statue did not reflect an exception. It reflected a pattern. It reflected a pattern. As a Palestinian Christian living in Jerusalem, I do not feel comfortable wearing a cross in West Jerusalem, and when I walk through certain streets in the Old City, I cannot help but see the attempts to get rid of the Christian and Palestinian character of the city. So they want to get rid of all the Christians, guys. You know, you have these professional liars who come around and they'll say, oh, we have to join Israel. And believe it or not, I've actually seen, usually it's evangelicals doing this. I've actually seen Catholics do this sort of thing, where they'll say, we have to side with Israel, guys, against the jihad. It's our only hope. You know, the jihad, man, they want to go against us Christians. The jihad does. We have to side with the synagogue to go against the jihad. We have to. But the synagogue hates us too. So what are you talking about? Well, we have to join the synagogue. And you see this sort of thing. You know, for Western civilization, we have to join the synagogue against the mosque. But the synagogue hates us also. They want to get rid of us. And believe it or not, this is not just an Israeli thing. This is in America also. Make no mistake about it. The Dennis Pragers of the world hate us. Dennis Pragers, the Ben Shapiros, the Mark Levines, the what do you call that guy? Dave Rubins. They all hate us. They absolutely despise us. And it doesn't matter if they're synagogue, ultra-religious people, or if they're secular. They hate us. They don't like us. They see Christians as evil. If you talk to the atheist member of the synagogue, if you know, you know. If you talk to the Sam Cedar types, or the Peter Singer types, they hate us. Because we're against gay marriage. We're against abortion. We're against Sodom. So they hate us. It doesn't matter if they're a bunch of frothing at the mouth, vicious, vile, violent, murderous, atheist Bolsheviks, or if they're a bunch of Sanhedrin members calling for the crucifixion of Jesus. They hate us. If they're atheist Bolshevik types, they hate us because we talk about God. And they want to destroy God. That's why they almost destroyed Christianity in Russia. They literally almost wiped out Christianity in Russia. They wanted to destroy all religion in Russia and the Soviet Union. They killed millions of people in Ukraine. Why do you think so many Ukrainians sided with Hitler? You think that was just by accident? You think that was they just woke up and said, oh, I want to join Hitler? Now, the Ukrainian Nazis were evil. Don't get me wrong. I'm not justifying anything here, so don't fucking penalize me for this, YouTube. But I am just giving an historical observation. A lot of Ukrainians sided with the Nazis because they saw the Nazis as a proper response to Bolshevism. And if you ever read about what Ukraine was like when it was under the Bolsheviks, it was a nightmare. Were the Ukrainian Nazis evil? Yes. Did they do evils against Jews and Poles? Absolutely. Did they do evils against Russians? Absolutely. But here is the thing. Evil is very effectively marketed. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into this, but evil is very well marketed. And evil will always dress itself up as a solution to something bad. So what evil does is it points to a real problem, in this case Bolshevism, and then gives you a solution. The solution seems okay on paper, but when it's actually carried out, it's pretty evil. And so that's where we get the Holocaust. The Holocaust was an evil. It was an evil that was done in the name of fighting communism. That's a different subject though, but my point is that Bolshevism was not a bed of flowers. I have read eyewitness testimonies of Ukrainians who lived under Bolshevik rule. And I have read how the Bolsheviks emptied out entire villages through starvation. They took everyone's food. They went into Ukraine and they said, give us all the food. Because, you as the farmer, you have to give all your grain, your potatoes to the proletariat, the worker in the cities, the factories. Yeah, but we're going to starve. Well, tough luck. And they just stole everyone's food. They stole everyone's food. And people starved to death by the millions. And there was one eyewitness account that I read in which this guy talked about how when he was a young boy living under the Bolshevik Marxist reign of terror, he said you would be walking down the road. It was like something out of Come and See, the movie, which is a great film. He said you would just see entire villages with no one alive. Everyone in these villages was either gone or dead. And he said you would go into a village and it was just a bunch of dead people. Dead from starvation. He said that you would be walking down a road and you would walk past a village and you would see a black flag hoisted above the village. And he said if you saw a black flag hoisted above a village, you never went into that village, because what that meant was that there was a plague inside the village because of the dead bodies. Because there were so many corpses that disease was spreading. And so to control the disease, to contain the disease, they put these big black flags over the village to let people know, you don't come in here. Don't come in here. It was like something out of Metro Exodus. If you have not played that game, it's a masterpiece. And so it was just this absolute dystopian nightmare. And that was Bolshevism. They murdered tens of thousands of priests, wiped out priests in Russia, wiped out bishops, just horrific. And the vast majority, I don't want to say the vast majority, but I'll just put it to you this way. Israelis were overrepresented in the ranks of the Bolsheviks. I'll just put it to you that way. Israelis were overrepresented in the ranks of the Bolsheviks. And they were atheists. They weren't synagogue goers. They were atheists. So if they become ultra atheist, they're Bolshevik murderers, or they'll support Bolshevik mass murder. If the Zios become Sanhedrin worshippers, they're going to start crying out, crucify him, crucify him. So, you had back, and this was a big phenomenon back in the day, back in the post 9/11 world, where you had a lot of these atheist types arising up, like Dawkins, Hitchens, Sam Harris, and they were, with the exception of Hitchens, Harris is a hardcore Zio. I think Dawkins is also a Zio. And they were pushing people to support Israel, against the jihad, guys. And it was just this big Zio psyop. I guess you could call it a Ziop. It was a big Ziop to get Christians to join Israel. Got to join Israel, guys, because, it's our last defense against the jihad. And so there was this atheist group of people, this atheistic movement back in the post 9/11 day that was trying to promote atheism under the facade of fighting Islam. So they were trying to get people to side with the atheists, to go against the Muslims. And that's where people like Ayaan Hirsi Ali came in, people like Wafa Sultan came in. They came in to promote atheism in the name of fighting Islam. And it proved to be very effective for a number of years. And it became just this hodgepodge movement called the counter-jihad movement. And it was about, joining the atheists to fight the Muslims, joining Israel to fight the Muslims, join the gays to fight the Muslims. And it basically became this movement that justified every single evil in the name of fighting Islam. So you had people in the counter-jihad movement promoting eugenics. I mean, 100% they were promoting eugenics. People in Front Page Magazine, which was one of the biggest media outlets in America at one point in time. Front Page Magazine was one of the main mouthpieces for the anti-Islam movement. And they were promoting eugenics in Front Page Magazine. You had groups like PJ Media. They were promoting this way of thinking as well. And it was just this agenda to promote anything evil in the name of fighting Islam. Oh, okay, we need eugenics. Well, why? Because we got to go against the Muslims, because you have Muslims living in Europe, so we need eugenics. Social Darwinism, why? In the name of fighting Islam. Atheism, why? Fighting Islam, guys. Imagine a world with no religion. And I remember there was this meme that went around in those days that had a picture of the Twin Towers, and then it said, imagine a world without religion. And they could have just said, imagine a world without Islam, but they said, imagine a world without religion. Why would they say without religion? Because they were using the counter-jihad sentiment to go against Christianity, to go against all religion. They want to destroy all spiritual life, and they want everyone to be in this nihilistic, materialistic worldview where just about anything is justified. So it was very demonic, and very satanic movement that I really began to see right through when I was about 26 or so years old, and I began to say, there's something very wrong with this whole movement. Now, I began to see red flags before that. In the year 2013, this was the first time that I really began to open my eyes, I would say. So I've told the story before, but I'll tell it again. There was this situation that I was in when my website was getting funded by a Zionist billionaire couple in Los Angeles. They were giving us about $70,000 a year. And I started talking about the gay agenda. I started going against the gay agenda. And I said, listen, guys, I told the people that were around me, I said, I'm not interested in this movement of just arguing against Islam or just talking about jihadism. I want to talk about all isms, Darwinism, Sodomism, all this stuff. So I began to expose the gay agenda, and I began to talk about the big story at that time when it came to the gay agenda, which was a bunch of, which involved really a bunch of gay activists who were going to Christian businesses and asking those Christian businesses to do things that were against Christianity. So the most famous incident, the most famous example of this happened in Colorado, in which these Sodom activists went to this Christian bakery, and they said, hey, make us a cake for a gay wedding. And he said, I can't do that. And then so they sued him and they won. And that was a pretty big case that made international headlines, I remember. So I said, listen, man, it's not just about jihad. There's a whole Sodom jihad that's out there as well. So I started talking about this issue, and then all of a sudden I started getting these very nasty emails from people telling me, hey, we're going to lose the money and we got to please the donors. And I said, not everything is about money. We have to say what is right. And these donors told us, listen, if you don't stop talking about the gay agenda, we're going to pull out the funds. And we said, so be it. And they pulled out the funds. So that was a huge event that took place in the lore of my life. It was a, what's the word that people use nowadays? It was I guess you could say it was a canon event in my life. And I began to think, maybe the church fathers are right, because I was reading the church fathers at that time, and the church fathers had a lot to say about the synagogue. And I said, maybe they're right. Maybe those guys are right. And so I began to realize that they use money to control people. And so that's really what began to open my eyes. And so as the years went by, I just started noticing more and more until I really began to notice completely what was happening. And I started reading John Mearsheimer's book, The Israel Lobby, in 2018, and that was another canon-forming event in my life, and it was just it's pretty big, impactful thing that happened. But just that one experience that I had in 2013 really shaped a lot of how I think. So I began to realize, man, they're using money to control us, and they don't want us to talk about Sodom. They don't want us to talk about the evils of Israel. They don't want us to talk about atheism or anything like that. They want us to talk about jihad. That's it, because they want to use the Christians as a proxy against the Muslims, and specifically really against the Palestinian cause. That's really what it comes down to, is not just the Palestinian cause, but they want to use the Christians as proxies so that they can always guarantee the support of American Christians and Western Christians in general for Israel's foreign policy in the Middle East. And if you can get enough people in America to hate Islam and to support Israel, that means you can get the majority of Americans to support any sort of war that America would do to support Israel. So if Israel says, hey, we have to bomb Iran, and the vast majority of Americans hate Islam and love Israel, politically speaking, that would be very easy for America to do. So in order to secure America as an ally, what Israel was trying to do was get Americans to hate the Muslims and to in turn hate Palestinians, to hate Iran, and to love Israel. So that way, when America would say, hey, if America would say, hey, let's do this war for Israel, Americans would be on board for that. That was really what the purpose of the PSYOP was. And it was quite effective in the early 2000s and in the early 2010s. I really think that the Israel lobby really began to decline in power in 2018. If I had to pinpoint it, I would say 2018 or 2017. Remember, 2017 was the year when we had a giant rally in Charlottesville in which people were screaming, "Jews will not replace us." Now, I didn't like that rally. It was obviously Nazistic. I don't like Nazis, hate Nazism. But that was a sign that hatred towards Israel was definitely growing. Now, can anti-Islam sentiment be used for evil? Absolutely, as I've already demonstrated. Now, I will also say, to be fair, I will ask the question, can anti-Israel sentiment be used for evil? Yes, and that's where we have to be careful. Anti-Israel sentiment is right now being used to try to promote the mustache man, right? The Austrian painter. And that's where a lot of people are falling. That's the trap that a lot of people are falling for. So it says here, outrage over the attacks and harassment of Christians are welcome, but where is the same outrage when Muslims are being denied freedom of worship? Where is the anger about the mosques that have been destroyed in Lebanese villages? So, yeah. I asked myself how Jesus would react to people caring more about a statue of him than about human lives. Absolutely. And I asked the same question when the Israelis snipe civilians, murder toddlers, murder infants, and shoot Christians while they're at the courtyard of a church, which is what happened in the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza. Why, for some reason, do we care more about a statue than those people's lives? That is a good question. But again, I'm very glad that people are upset about the dismemberment of the statue. And I'm very glad that those Israelis posted that photo up. I'm very glad that they posted up that photo, because now we have evidence. And now we have a picture that speaks 1,000 words. And we have a picture that has gone viral and that will be used in the history books in the future. And the world will look back in the future and say, man, look at what evils Israel did. And that picture will be in books. That picture will be in books. Why will that picture be in books? Because the Israelis are so arrogant. They're so arrogant. They're so full of hubris that they relish in their own evil and in their own cruelty. And so people ask the question, looking at that photo, if this is what the Israelis are showing in photos, imagine what they show without the photos. What other evils have they done? What else have they done? And so that we can go back to what they did in Gaza. We can go back to the war crimes. We can go back to the atrocities. We can go back to the massacres. I'm gonna look at your comments real quick. Hold on. A lot of comments about nothing that I said. State Taman prison makes Abu Ghraib look like Sesame Street. Yeah, it's much worse. It's pretty bad. If you only care about Christians, you are practicing supremacy. Yup. After everything Israel has done, it is in line with their demonic mandate. Support of Israel among the Christian right-wingers remains strong. Yep. Talk about cognitive dissonance. Yep. What do you think of Muhammad? I believe he was sincere, but he contradicts the Gospels. Muhammad was a heretic. He was a heresiarch. Charlottesville fraud. I mean, do you have evidence that it was a fraud? I'm sure. Maybe it was. I'm not going to deny evidence. But the fact is that I'm sure a lot of people agreed with that chant. Let's see here, guys. Hold up. Some other stuff that I wanted to bring up here. The idea is to divide the culture and use racism to divide as well. Yeah. I agree. I wondered if the Israelis see Bibi as a messiah. Nah. A cult of personality, but I don't think I don't think they see him as a messiah. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna give myself some water and maybe a little snack real quick. Hold up. Hold on one second. some tobacco, and I'm going to be smoking it with my Irish Peterson pipe, which is a very good pipe. Now, I'm thinking about some good music to listen to as I smoke. What do you guys think? How many people are listening? We got 77 people watching. A lot of people left because I left. Intermission time. We are going back to the types of viewership that I was getting before this channel grew to the number of subscribers that it has. We're going back to OG numbers, guys. 78 people. We're getting closer to OG numbers. Last week I had about 120 people. I had up to 140 something people last week. Now we got 78 people, which is great. We are going back to OG numbers, guys. OG numbers. Let's see here. I'm looking for some good music to listen to as I smoke my pipe. What else do we got? Let's see here. Let's go to... I'm thinking Irish music. I like Irish music. I think Irish is a good... It's a good style to have. Let's see here. Hold up. Nah, that ain't very good. That's garbage. I like Sunday's Fantasy. You know what? I think we're gonna go... Ooh, I like that. That's a masterpiece. There was another song I was listening to recently. Is this song good? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Have you gotten any new medieval video games? I'm playing Bannerlord, which is a medieval fantasy game right now. It's pretty good. Just got done with the treadmill. Gonna take some dinner, enjoy the live stream. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Intermission, I go get food. Yep. You gotta eat, man. You gotta eat. People will underestimate how many calories you burn doing a stream. I'm telling you, before a stream, I don't care, dude. I'll eat a lot of food before a stream. I eat a lot of food. Like a plate of rice, giant plate of rice, bunch of bread. I mean, I will just pack on carbs before I do these streams because I burn so many calories doing it. Ooh, that's good music. We are now at 70 viewers, dude. We're in OG number territory, man. I went from 120. We got 7. We're in OG. That is it. We are officially back. We are officially back to old times. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, man. I'm going to enjoy this pipe. I'm going to enjoy it. This woman got a voice. She has a voice. It's so melodic, and it's just something about this music, man. It just pulls you in, and it just makes you imagine English knights on horseback, people on carriages in the countryside somewhere. It just takes you places, this music. 67. We're at 67 views, guys. Oh, we going back. We going back. Oh, I love it. Oh, man, dude. I remember back in the day, 60 views was considered like a huge accomplishment. Then it went up to 150, 200 views, 200 and something concurrent views, 148. Last week was 148 concurrent views, and now we going down. We going down because you know why? Maybe people are busy. I don't know why. I can tell you right now that some people have gotten sick of listening to me because I'm talking about the dangers of Nazism. That's why. They just want me to bash Israel all the time. It's like those people. Hold up. It's like those people who wanted me to just bash Islam all day. And I said, no. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm going to talk about what I see is important. And I'm going to talk about what I see as serious problems. Be it the Sodom agenda, be it the synagogue, be it jihad, be it the Nazis. I'm going to talk about it all. Bottom line. And when I was doing, years and years ago, many years ago, there were people who said, Ted, just talk about Islam, just talk about Islam. I said, no, fuck you. I'm talking about whatever I want. He said, no, don't talk about Israel. Don't talk about Sodom. Don't talk about eugenics. Don't talk about this stuff. Just talk about Islam. I said, no. And so now you have a lot of people on the anti-Israel scene, and they're telling me, Ted, just talk about Israel. Just talk about it. Just don't talk about other things, man. Don't talk about the Germany and Nazis. No. We're going to talk about this. Hold up. What's the number? 66! Woo! You have an old soul, bro. Appreciate that, man. We're going back to OG numbers. Back to OG numbers, guys. Play this Irish music again. We're going to play the Irish. We're going back to the Irish music. Let's do this. I love how her voice ascends at this point. Let me hear it play. This song only has 1,000 views. 1,72 views, which is pretty sad, but it's a beautiful piece of music. Let's hear this. That guitar in the back, doom, doom, it just adds this other layer of depth and beauty to the song. This playfulness in her voice. It's not just seriousness. There's a slight bit of playfulness in her voice. That da, 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 da. But then it goes back very quickly to seriousness. beautiful music. I'm telling you, the Irish, man, they really know how to make music. They really know how to make music. Let's see here. I've been following Ted going on 2 years now, so I'm still new, but Ted comes from an era of smaller YouTube channels. Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't changed at all. Like, even when the channel really started growing and all that, I didn't get any new lighting. I didn't get a new camera. I didn't get a new microphone. I didn't get a new computer. I didn't get new anything. Then we got 60 people. We are officially, for real. We are officially at OG numbers now. We are so back to OG ass numbers. And let me tell you guys something. 62 when the channel grew and we started getting more views in the live stream, the freaking number of weirdos increased tenfold. We were getting like all these whack jobs coming over. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Israel, dude, they get whatever they want. We're gonna go to war, man. Professor John told me so, buddy. Professor John says it, man. We're gonna send 500,000 boys to go storm the beaches of Iran. We're gonna go invade Esfahan. We're gonna go invade Pickaxe Mountain, guys. Like, guys, be logical. I understand the Israel lobby. I get all that, but be logical. Seriously, be logical. Like, are we really gonna be sending 500,000 soldiers to go invade Iran? Like, let's be a little bit logical here, guys. Oh no, man, you're so wrong, dude. You're so everything, man. Like, so many fucking assholes coming onto this stream. I have banned so many people off this stream. It's ridiculous. And if I say something like, you know, Israel is getting pretty bad, dude, they've been like this for 75 years. No, they haven't. They've been this way for 75 years, man. And what do you mean get worse, man? You're just figuring this out. Like, dude, the anti-Israel people, now they are good people who are critical of Israel. I'm not bashing those people. But there are a lot of riffraff in the anti-Israel movement that are extremely arrogant and obnoxious. Like, hardcore, extremely obnoxious people. Like, you say anything about Israel, they're like, dude, you're just figuring this out. Dude, Professor so-and-so said this years ago. And how, dude, what are you talking about? It's been like this for 85 years. What do you mean, dude? What are you talking about, my dude? Like, it's like, dude, they can't just listen to what you say and say, okay, yeah, I see your point, blah, blah, blah. They're always trying to one-up you. And after a while, it just gets freaking old, you know? Dude, that's never gonna happen. And then you get all the people who come on this chat, and they just drivel random shit for hours on your chat. They're like, dude, it's the I'll be talking, right? Freemasons, man. Dude, yeah, it's all about power, man. Dude, they're running the drug cartels. Why do people bring up stuff that I don't bring up? Why do people bring up stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about? Seriously, I have banned so many people. I guess I banned so many people. It just went down to OG numbers. We are officially back. We are officially back to where I was at pretty much before this stream got recognized by the algorithm. Guys, I want to show you an article real quick. Hold up, guys. Let me just light this up real quick. Hold up. Dude, what are you talking about? I saw Professor Jang video for the first time a week ago. Yeah, what are you talking? Dude, Professor Jang, he told me, dude, ask yourself this very simple question. Why is Professor John so famous? Just seriously ask yourself that question. Has he said something that no one else has said? Has he articulated a opinion or a perspective that no one else has articulated? He really hasn't. He really hasn't. He's very educated, don't get me wrong, but it's like, what is the foundation of this guy's fame? And the answer is very simple. It's a personality. It's a cult of personality. That's all it is. It's a big personality. And he became overwhelmingly famous. I hope I never become that famous. Believe me, you never want to become that famous. You never want to become Jordan Peterson famous. Never. The moment you become Jordan Peterson famous, let me tell you guys something. The moment you become Jordan Peterson famous is when you know you're being used for evil. Oh, you better believe it. Oh, boy, you better believe it. It's the truth. It's the truth. If you're going to this media and that outlet and this and that and this, you may not know it, but you're being used for evil. Plain and simple. Jordan Peterson, he was used for evil. He was promoting all these Masonic beliefs, going back to Sumerian mythology and the Epic of Gilgamesh and this and all this crazy stuff. He was supporting Zionism. He was doing all this crazy stuff. He was being used for evil. When my father was famous, my father was very famous. He was at Fox News, Bill O'Reilly, Dennis Prager, Sean Hannity, Hannity and Combs, BBC, MSNBC, Glenn Beck. My dad was Laura Ingraham. Like my dad was doing all these big media outlets. He was doing all these big media outlets, and my father will tell you himself, I was being used for evil. I didn't know it, but I was being used for evil. And when I opened my eyes in 2013, and I was talking about the Sodom agenda, and our pro-Israel billionaire donors contacted us and said, if you don't stop talking about the Sodom agenda, the LGBT agenda and all that, we're going to pull out the funds. And at that moment, I knew they're using us. They don't care about what we really believe. They're simply using us because my father was a big voice in the critical of Islam movement. My father, being an ex-Muslim, was very critical of Islam, still is. My father was a big figurehead in the pro-Israel movement. And the donors were using us. They were using us to advance anti-Islam sentiment for the purpose of evil. Now, it's one thing to say, hey, we want to be critical of Islam so that we can get Muslims to Christ and get Muslims to understand that they're believing in an Aryan heresy. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But the agenda was, we're going to use anti-Islam sentiment to promote evil and to promote racism and to say that Middle Eastern people are backwards and genetically inferior and they're low IQs, and we're going to use anti-Islam, the anti-Islam sentiment to promote atheism and say, well, Islam is religion, so if we have no religion, then there's no Islam, so atheism is good. Oh, we need to have anti-Islam, we need to have this bolstering of this anti-Islam movement so that we could say, oh, well, Muslims are against Sodom and Gomorrah, so if you're against Sodom and Gomorrah, you're just like a Muslim. So if we're going to be anti-ISIS, or if we're going to be, anti-jihad, we have to now side with gay activists to go against Islam and to go against Muslims and this and that, right? It's all for evil. The whole thing is for evil. And you come to that realization, you say, oh my God. So if you're super famous, Jordan Peterson famous, Professor John famous, you're being used for evil. Plain and simple. You are being used for evil. And you can see it clear as day. And once they're done with you, they chew you up and they spit you out. Jordan Peterson. Who remembers Jordan Peterson? No one cares about Jordan Peterson. Glenn Beck was the most powerful, most influential political speaker in America at one point in time. Who remembers Glenn Beck? He's gone. No one cares. Mark Levine was the best-selling political author in America at one point in time. His book, I think it was called Tyranny and Liberty or whatever, sold, I want to say, 1 million copies or something like that. It was a massive bestseller in America. Who cares about Mark Levine? His YouTube channel gets 7,000. His videos get a couple thousand views, 7,000 views here and there. No one cares about Mark Levine. What's his name? David Horowitz was one of the most influential political speakers in America. Who cares about Horowitz? He's a Zionist. No one cares about him. Jordan Peterson was the biggest philosopher in the world. The biggest. He was super famous, this guy. He was worshipped by people. Who cares about Jordan Peterson? No one. No one cares about that guy. He's mentally ill. He's crazy. Look into it. The man lost his mind. No one cares about him. The devil used them, and the devil spat him right out. No one cares about him. Professor John, he's on the same road. Professor John's famous now. He does a video, it gets 1 million views, 2 million views, whatever, blah, blah, blah. No one, guarantee you, no one's going to care about this guy in the future. No one. He'll lose relevance. Guarantee it. He will lose relevance. Tommy Robinson was super famous at one point in time. Very famous guy. It was all over the media. Tommy Robinson. No, who cares? Who's Tommy? You know, Tommy's followers like to scream out this slogan. You know, Allah, Allah. Who the F is Allah? Who the fuck is Tommy? No one cares about Tommy Robinson. Allah, Allah, who the F is Allah? You know what? More people care about Allah than they do Tommy Robinson. So we should be asking the same question about Tommy. No one cares. Dennis Prager was... Dennis, are you kidding me? Prager University? It was worth how much money? At one point, at least $100 million? I mean, this hugely wealthy organization called Prager University, founded by Dennis Prager, Rabbi Dennis Prager, this very famous rabbi, very wealthy rabbi. Dennis Prager was massively famous at one point in time. Radio show, super famous guy. What is Prager remembered for? Prager is remembered for telling people that animated child pornography is not evil. Rabbi Prager is remembered for telling people that the Bible says, men, you can be just as attracted to boys as you are to girls. And he said, 15-year-old boys. And he said that on the Dave Rubin show, Early Life Moment, guys. Dave Rubin. He said that on the Dave Rubin show. Dave Rubin was one of the biggest political commentators, biggest political podcaster in America. Who cares about Dave Rubin? Who gives a shit about Dave Rubin? No one likes him. He's a Zionist. That's it. People come and go. That's it. You never want to be that famous. Because if you become Jordan Peterson famous, someone is making you famous. You're not famous out of nowhere. You are astroturfed. You are engineered to become famous. They promote you all over the place. Yes, you have to have a good enough ability at public speaking. Yes, you have to be somewhat articulate. Yes, you do have to be likable and marketable. Absolutely. But you seriously cannot believe that Professor John is the only dude saying what he's saying. And you surely cannot believe that there is no one as articulate as Professor John. I assure you that there are people out there who are more articulate than Professor John. And they're more intelligent than Professor John. Guarantee it. If you're becoming famous, it's because somebody wants you to be famous. You are being ushered in to be famous. No one becomes famous from a pure vacuum. Nobody. You've been chosen by the algo to become famous. And like I've said, it's a numbers game. YouTube is a numbers game. If your video is recommended by the algorithm to 2 million people, it will get hundreds of thousands of views. If your video is recommended to 10 million people, it's going to get maybe 1 million views, maybe 500,000 views. So the way the algorithm works is we're just going to push this video to as many people as possible just to get tons of views. That's the way the algorithm works. So the algorithm chooses this video becomes famous, this video doesn't. That's just how it works. And if you become Jordan Peterson famous, if you become ungodly famous, you're being used for evil. You're being used for Zionism. You're being used for Nazism. That's what you are being used for. And you know what? Let's talk about Nazism. The system wants Nazism to be revived. It's the truth. The system wants Nazism to be revived. That is what the system wants right now. The system didn't want that back in the 90s, didn't want that back in the early 2000s, but the system wants Nazism to be revived right now. And how do I know this? Guys, look at what happened. Look at what happened just recently. Look at what happened just recently. Look at this, look at this, look at this. The technological Nazis, the techno-Nazis, techno-fascists over there in Silicon Valley, they want Germany to be revived. Now, I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this since early 2016. I said, guys, they want to bring Nazism back. It's part of NATO. It's part of the agenda. They want to bring Nazism back. And I said this back in 2017. I said, this is all about the Gladio operation. Gladio was about reviving Nazism in Europe during the Cold War. They want to do this. They want to do this. And you see Palantir now saying that restricting Germany's ability to have a powerful military as a result of World War II was a big mistake, and we need to reverse what was done in World War II. That's what they're saying. They want to revive not only Germanic militarism, but they also want to revive Japanese militarism. This is what the system wants. And Palantir is 100% in bed with all of the alphabet agencies in the United States. It's 100% interconnected with the CIA. 100% it's interconnected with the CIA. Who do you think they make business with? They make business through the Pentagon. Didn't I tell you guys? I said, this is the agenda of the United States, is to revive Nazism. When Donald Trump was telling people during his first term, well, you know, the Germans have to come back and they have to spend more on their military and we're not going to help them if Germany, if they ever have problems with Russia. Remember all that bullshit? Remember that bullshit about Donald Trump? He was going over to Japan during his first term back in 2017, and he said that the Japanese need to go back to their samurai ways. Remember Donald Trump said that during his first term? And I brought this up and I said, hey, they want to bring back the samurai. They want to bring back the banzai, bayoneting, raping, crazy, Nanking, sacking demons from Japan. That's what they want to bring back. They want to revive Japan's demons. And they want to do the same thing in Germany. That's why J.D. Vance went to Germany. He went to the Munich Security Conference. He was supporting the German nationalists. That's why Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, who holds tremendous power and influence, went to Germany, or he spoke to the German Nationalist Party, the Alternative for Deutschland Party, also known as its acronym, the AfD. He spoke at an AfD speech or rally, and he said that Germany needs to stop caring so much about the past and start becoming independent. Well, what did he mean by the past? He was talking about the Holocaust. Stop talking about the Holocaust. Stop worrying so much about your Nazi past. Let's become independent. Let's have an independent Germany. Now, he's not saying, well, we need to have an independent Germany, but an independent Germany that is moderately political. No. He said this at a far-right rally in Germany. These are repackaged, modernly marketed Nazis in Germany. He said this at their rally, that they need to become independent and stop caring so much about the past. Who cares about the evils of Nazism? Let's bring back German nationalism. And he was saying this to a party, one of the leaders of which, Maximilian Krah, that's his name, said that not all SS officers were bad. I wouldn't say the SS was a criminal organization. No. And one of the biggest leader in the AfD, Bjorn Höcke, has expressed his spite against Holocaust memorials. He has openly and explicitly supported German militarism. He said that the German military must be revived. And the AfD has done all, and the AfD has even said that Germany needs to own nuclear weapons. And this is all being said by the AfD in the midst of this same party saying that they are the party of peace. And a lot of people have consumed the Kool-Aid, and they tell me, Ted, the AfD is actually anti-war. If you believe that, then you are uninformed. And that's the nicest thing that I can say about this. You're uninformed. Or you're just a tool. Either one. Because they say they're for peace. Well, do you know who else said they're for peace? Donald Trump said he was for peace. And we all believed him. And look how that turned out. Now we're complaining about Donald Trump causing another war. So don't fall for the trap. So now Elon Musk, the richest dude in the world, this big techno-fascist who does the Hitler salute during Trump's inauguration ceremony. That should have been the biggest, brightest, reddest flag out there for you guys. He goes to the inauguration festival and he does this bullshit. We all knew what he was doing. The only people who refused to believe that he was doing a Nazi salute were the people who gaslit themselves into thinking that Elon Musk was some sort of a hero of free speech. X is a fucking junkyard piece of shit website nowadays. The videos don't even work very well. Nothing really works on that website. The algorithm on X is totally, completely curtails all of your search results. You don't even get what you search for the vast majority of the time that you use it. It's a piece of junk website that to me is, it's almost insignificant for me, for the most part, right? Sometimes I do use it to find certain videos, but for the most part, I don't really use X. And that guy is a techno-fascist. He's right in there in the same ranks. He's in the same club as Peter Thiel, who wants eugenics and embryo selection. He wants to engineer humanity so that humanity can further progress in the process of human evolution, and so that human beings can evolve to their ultimate condition, to their ultimate state of humanoid, and we could create the Ubermensch and the Superman through biological engineering. This is what Peter Thiel wants. If you don't believe me, go look up Peter Thiel and transhumanism. The man wants to live forever. And the same thing goes for Elon Musk. He wants to put in some microchips in our brains, and he says that implanting these microchips into our brains is going to bring us to the next stage of human evolution, and those with microchips will be more evolved, and those without the microchips are going to be less evolved. And he even describes people who are not going to adapt to the technological renaissance that he is ushering in to animals. He said they're going to be like cats. So he sees us as inferiors. He sees himself as part of some superior class of people in this sort of modern version of Hinduism. And this is the dystopian reality that they want to bring into fruition. Do you understand what I'm telling you guys here? These are Nazis. These are demonic people. And what did the Nazis believe? They believed that they were more evolved than other people. And they murdered millions of people in order to partake in that very ideology. I mean, it's very scary what's happening, guys. It really is terrifying what's happening. But look at this article. Look at what this Zionist, Alex Karp, yes, early life moment, guys. Alex Karp wrote this manifesto on X, and he says that we need to revive German power. So you have a Jewish guy who is saying we need to revive German power. Now, they want you to focus on Iran. The Israelis, the Zionists, they say Iran, 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 Iran. They say Iran, focus on Iran. Meanwhile, they're telling you that we should revive the country that came the closest to exterminating the Jews, which is Germany. All right, no other country in history came the closest to exterminating the Jews than Germany did. So they say, well, if we don't stop Iran, Iran is going to exterminate all the Jews, and it's going to be like Hitler. And if you don't agree with me, you're Neville Chamberlain, and Iran is Hitler, and you're Neville Chamberlain, and anyone who agrees with us is Winston Churchill. And of course, they apply this whole archetype that they've created for themselves to justify their own narratives. So they want you to focus on Iran, and they want you to think as if Iran is Hitler. But then they say, oh, support these ultra-nationalists who love Adolf Hitler in Germany. Oh, and by the way, let's revive Germany's military. And let's support this party in Germany, the AfD, which is literally saying that Germany needs to have nuclear weapons. So you see what they're doing here? They're saying, focus on Iran. Iran is bad. Iran is bad. Meanwhile, support Nazism. Do you see the demonic deception that is happening before our eyes that they're trying to bamboozle us with? Did you see what they're doing here? This spider web of deception that they're putting together for us here. Oh, Iran bad, but Germany, oh, they're good. But they're nationalists, and some of them are Nazis, and they've talked about loving Hitler. And one AfD member said, oh, Hitler, please come back. And one of the main leaders of the AfD, Bjorn Holke, used to write articles in praise of the Third Reich. And one of the other leaders, Maximilian Krah, said that not all SS officers were bad. So you want, and this is the same party that says Germany must have nukes. So you want us to support that party. But we have to go against Iran. So if they really care about fighting Nazism and protecting the Jewish people and all that stuff, why do they want us to support Nazis? Ask yourself that question. Why do they want us to support Nazis? Because it's not about protecting Iran. It's not about protecting Israel from an existential threat. That it has nothing to do with that. Israel knows damn well that if Iran got a nuclear bomb and they had decent relations with the Iranians, you could have a North and South Korea situation. They know damn well that this is about sovereignty and this is about being independent. The reason why they want you to go against Iran is because they want you to support the military-industrial complex. It's a big business, and they need war to fund that business. And so Germany returning back to militarism also fuels that war, because Germany is going to work with this technological company, and they're going to work with that. Why do you think Peter Thiel put money to fund Germany's drone production program? Look into it. Why is Peter Thiel investing money in German militarism? Why? Because they want to make big money. When they see the stock for Rheinmetall, which is Germany's biggest defense company, going up by 200%, that's the incentive. And they also have a dream to bring back Nazism, because they know if you can revive Nazism and get people to believe in eugenics, then you can get people to believe in transhumanism. You can get people to believe that, oh, well, we need to do biological engineering so that we can accelerate the process of evolution to get mankind to reach his most evolved state through technology. It's a demonic, Malthusian, dystopian ideology. And look at what it says here. Look at what it says here, guys. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this. This is from RT, which is Russian television. American surveillance tech contractor Palantir released a 22-point manifesto over the weekend, calling for a new era of AI-enabled U.S. military supremacy. The internet went wild, with the text being labeled a blueprint for technofascism. They're right. Listen to them. Nobody listens to the prophets. That's the problem. Hard power in this century. Now, this is what Alex Karp, the Zionist, wrote. Hard power in this century will be built on software. National service should be a universal duty. The post-war neutering of Germany and Japan must be undone. They want to bring back German militarism, and it's part of the system. Palantir is in bed with the CIA. It's in bed with all the alphabet agencies in the United States. It's in bed with the Pentagon. It's in bed with the U.S. military-industrial complex, which means that the agenda of Palantir and the agenda of the military-industrial complex is aligned. They overlap in ideological and economic interests. This is what they want, you see? So this is part of the plan. And this is what I started to argue in 2017. I said, guys, this is the plan. The powers that be, CIA, alphabet agencies, whatever you want to call them, this is what they want. They want to bring back Germany. They want to bring back Japan. And they don't care if people hate Israel. They don't give a shit. They really don't give a shit if people turn against Israel. If they really gave a shit about people turning against Israel, the algorithms would have stopped all these anti-Israel videos from spreading. But they don't. Instagram, Facebook, whatever, all these social media platforms, the anti-Israel stuff is what reigns supreme. Israel could pump in billions of dollars, millions of dollars to get the algorithm to disseminate their pro-Israel slop all they want. It's not going to work. And so the people at the CIA, they know this is all true. The Joe Kents and the Kiriakus and all these people who were a part of the CIA or maybe are still part of the CIA, they don't give a damn. They know this is true. They don't care. Because what happens when enough people hate Israel? Sayonara, Israel. We don't care. Oh, Deutschland? That's great. We'll support Deutschland. That's our new Israel to support. That's the new Israel. Germany. Oh, we'll become Zionists instead of Zionists, all right? We don't care. Oh, Iran is going to get more weapons. They're going to make deals with the Europeans. Okay. More money to be made. They don't care. This is part of the system. It's part of the plan. And you have Zionists who are supporting it. Zionists like Alex Karp who are supporting it. In fact, it says here in this article, Palantir is currently valued at around $352 billion, a valuation that represents roughly 80 times the company's annual revenue. This and Israel is making deals with Palantir. Let me tell you something. Gaza is the first application of the New World Order. Gaza is the first victim of the New World Order. Palantir put all their technology. They put all of their technology into Gaza to destroy Gaza. The Israelis were using AI to slaughter people. They were using AI to find targets to destroy. They wiped out entire families using Palantir's technology. Go look up Where's Daddy. Go look up the Where's Daddy program, in which the Israelis would wait for a Hamas member or some poor soul who's an employee of Hamas to go home to their family, and they'd blow up the whole house and kill the entire family. They use Palantir for that, to find all the targets, because Israel was surveilling all of the internet activities of Gaza. So they were hacking through everyone's WhatsApp accounts, everyone's text messages. Everyone was being surveilled. So they knew everyone's information. They knew everything about them. So all they did was they used Palantir's technology to put it all together. They used the technology to put all the data into one aggregate. They amalgamated all the information, and they said, okay, based on all the information, the AI is saying these are all the targets to destroy. And they used AI to find targets. Guys, when I search something on AI, I have to fact check the AI. I'll say, hey, Gemini, or whatever your name is, is this possible, whatever. And Gemini will say something, and then I'll look it up. Oh, Gemini's wrong. You're using AI to kill people. You're saying, well, we got to use the AI to find the Hamas terrorists. You're telling me that you are relying on AI technology to kill people. And you're claiming that you're fighting terrorists when you could be killing innocent people. We are putting people's lives on the line. We are making people's lives dependent on what some fucking robot says. Do you know how sick this is? You know how scary this is? It's horrifying. Gaza was the first victim of the Palantir AI world order. They fucking made that whole place into a dystopian nightmare. Gaza is a dystopian nightmare. Do you guys understand that? It's a the whole thing is something out of the book of Eli. There's nothing there. You have snipers killing kids. They were telling starving people, "Oh, you're starving? Come get some food." People would come in by the thousands to get food, and they were shooting those people. It's like a concentration camp. Do you see what's happening? And Palantir was all for that. These AI fascists were all for that. They were all doing this. It's just horrifying. And so the Nazis, the techno-Nazis, the techno-fascists, they saw Gaza and they said, oh, look. They said, oh, look, there's our technology being used. They used Gaza as a testing ground. It's horrible. It really is horrible. And it says here, Palantir's extensive contracts with the U.S. government and its alphabet soup of defense and intelligence agencies. Why? So why is Palantir worth so much money? Because of all their contracts with the CIA. So they're in bed with the CIA. The whole thing is deception. They're in bed with the CIA. This is the plan. Right here, guys. Look at this. Look at this right here. Man, can they get these ads out of the title? There we go. There we go. We got it. Oh, never mind. Hold up. Let me see if I can do it again. Okay, you guys can read this title, right? Germany unveils strategy for becoming Europe's strongest military by 2039. This is the plan by the powers that be. The eugenists, the Nazis in our midst, this is what they want. They want to bring back the Reich. That's what they want. Just like the American technological elites after World War I wanted to reindustrialize Germany. And if you look at people like Ostenis Ben, who was the head of the IT&T Corporation, Ostenis Ben supported Adolf Hitler, even though Adolf Hitler was known to be a fanatic. Ostenis Ben, one of the biggest technological elites in the world after World War I, openly supported Adolf Hitler. And he was making sure that Germany reindustrialized. This is what they want. And what is Palantir? Palantir is a AI data crunching, program producing company. That's what Palantir does. They create programs that amalgamate data together and then come up with conclusions based on that data, which is what pretty much every AI system does. So they take all information from people based on your emails, your social media activities, your whatever, your phone conversations. They put all that data together. They crunch it together and they say, here are the people that you're looking for. So if some country wants to do a genocide and they say, we're looking for only people of this race, let's find them. Put all the data together based on census information. And then the data will be crunched together. And then the system will say, here are all the addresses of the people that you are looking for. And then they can use that data to systematically do a genocide. I mean, this is what, and guys, this has happened before. Look at this. I want to show you guys something. This is what happened during the Holocaust. IBM and the Holocaust. Let's read this for a little bit here. Back in the day, they had a data crunching system called IBM. And it was created in the United States, and the Nazis used it to find people to kill. Yeah, history does not exactly repeat, but it sure as hell rhymes. Look at this. Look at this. IBM and the Holocaust. The strategic alliance between Nazi Germany and America's most powerful corporation. International business machines. That was the system that the Nazis were using. So it says here, so there was a book about this by Edwin Black, and the book documents the strategic technology services rendered by US-based multinational corporation International Business Machines, IBM, and its German and other European subsidiaries for the government of Adolf Hitler from the beginning of the Third Reich through the last day of the regime, at the end of World War II when the US and Germany were at war with each other, blah, blah, blah. So they kept making business with Germany even when Germany was an enemy of the United States. Published in 2001 with numerous subsequent expanded editions, Black outlined the key role of IBM's technology in the Holocaust genocide permitted by the German Nazi regime by facilitating the regime's generation and tabulation of punched cards for national census data, military logistics, ghetto statistics, train traffic management. So they were using this system to get statistics, to get information about the ghettos that they were putting people in, the concentration camps, the killing stuff, the systematic slaughter of human beings. They were using this technology for this purpose. Look at this. It's so fucking crazy, guys. Look at this. Look at this. IBM maintained business ties with the Nazi regime after Adolf Hitler took power in January 1933. Repression of political opponents and Jews began immediately. By April, about 60,000 people had been imprisoned. A concentration camp was opened at Dachau in March 1933. Despite international boycott calls, IBM continued to operate in Germany, and Heidinger openly supported the new government. In April 1933, the government announced a national census to identify Jews, Roma, and other groups. The author, Black, reports that Dehomag offered its services in Prussia and that Watson approved new investments, raising IBM's capital in Germany from 400 million to 7 million Reichsmarks. So they were making big money in Germany. The funds financed IBM's first German factory in Berlin. Black also describes a secret deal between Watson and Heidegger, blah, blah, blah. So it says here, he states that the 1933 census using IBM machines raised the official estimate of Jews in Germany from roughly 500,000 to about 2 million. So because they had this census data gathering technology, they were able to find more people to kill. So the census data, thanks to the IBM technology, went from saying that there were 500,000 Jews in Germany to 2 million Jews. So in other words, they found more people to murder because of the IBM technology. So this is the 20th century version of Palantir. That's what they're doing. And so IBM does deals with Germany knowing full well that it's used for genocide. And today you have Palantir wanting Germany to remilitarize, to become nationalistic again. And they want to work with Germany to remilitarize Germany and Japan, two of the most genocidal countries in human history. They want to bring this back. And now we see this. I'm telling you, this is the plan. And I don't see anyone bringing this up. I don't see Alex Jones bringing this up. I don't see any of these people bringing this up. This New World Order. This is right here. Gaza is the New World Order. They want to make the whole world Gaza. These people. They want to, these antichrists, they want to make the whole world into Gaza. A dystopian nightmare where the people that they don't like live in dystopia and they live in high rises. Germany revealed a package of foundational strategic documents for its armed forces on Wednesday, including the country's first standalone military strategy, a new capability profile, a personal growth plan, and a redesigned reserve strategy, the most comprehensive overhaul of Bundeswehr planning in decades. So again, this is the plan. Germany unveils strategy for becoming Europe's strongest military by 2039. Defense Minister Boris Pistorius first announced the package at the annual Armed Forces Conference in November, framing the plans as a historic turning point. Defense leaders presented the finished documents to lawmakers this week, offering unclassified outlines, blah, blah, blah. And it says here, rarely has a military strategy been as necessary as in this historical phase. So they're saying that German militarism is now more necessary than ever. And they're saying that it's extremely necessary. The documents, which the ministry describes as classified living documents, subject to ongoing revision, will serve as the strategic foundation for the Bundeswehr for the next 20 years. Titled Verantwortung für Europa, Responsibility for Europe, the military strategy identifies Russia as the primary threat. Let's go back to Palantir's manifesto, shall we? Look at this. This is what Alex Karp said in the manifesto. Look at this. Palantir's mission, he said, on an earnings call last year, is to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. And you saw the results of that in Gaza. As the public face of the company, Alex Karp has defended the IDF's use of Palantir software to plan strikes in Gaza and called for the U.S. to prepare for a three-front war against China, Russia, and Iran. So they want the war to be against Russia. Now let's go back to this article. What is the German plan? The German plan is the military strategy identifies Russia as the primary threat. So they know there's going to be a Russo-Germanic war, and they want to make money. And they don't care if nationalists take power. It's a win-win for them because they'll make money from the nationalists. Secondly, when you have the revival of German nationalism, that means you're going to have Germans supporting eugenics. That's what they want. They want Germans to support eugenics so they can usher in their transhumanist dystopia. So it says here, Pistorius declined to detail the classified threat assessments, quipping that releasing them would be tantamount to adding Vladimir Putin to our email distribution list, blah, blah, blah. So it says here, the accompanying capability profile moves away from rigid hardware quotas, the number of tanks, aircraft, or ships toward a flexible, effects-based planning model. So they're not even saying, hey, we're going to have a limited number of tanks. Like, we want this many tanks by this. No. They're saying no limits, no restrictions. And do you know what else Germany said recently? Now, this is not in the article, but do you know what they said recently? The Germans said that they want to become the tank capital of Europe. They want to make more tanks than any other European country. This is what they're doing. We're literally seeing the revival of the Reich. It's just, and people don't believe me. And listen, I don't blame people for not believing me because it sounds so crazy. Like, I have caught myself several times saying, Ted, are you sure this Germany stuff is real? And every year that goes by, man, I see more information that confirms my suspicion. And when I see Alex Karp saying, "Oh, we need to undo the post-World War II policy on demilitarizing Germany and Japan," and when I see Peter Thiel supporting eugenics, and when I see Elon Musk doing the Hitler salute and saying we gotta accelerate the process of human evolution through implanting microchips in people's brains to make them more evolved, and when I see freaking what's his name? When I see JD Vance going to Germany and he's friends with Peter Thiel. Vance is part of the Peter Thiel club. He's part of that world. The guy is evil. I have no doubt about it. And Vance went to Germany saying, "Oh, we have to support these nationalists." How could it be any more clear that there is a plan to usher in a revived Nazism? There is a plan, 100%. And the plan is underway. It's happening. They're ushering it in. And people will not realize that this is correct until it's too late. That's the problem. If Elon Musk doing this was not clear enough, then I'm sorry, it's going to be too late by the time you realize that what I'm saying is true. So they want to get rid of all the quotas, right? So they want to make an unlimited number of tanks, aircraft, ships. And it says here that the question is not how many battalions the German army needs, but what effects it must be able to produce, said the defense minister. He cited deep precision strikes, air defense against hypersonic missiles, and drone capabilities as priority areas, stressing that Germany was essentially starting from scratch on long-range strike. So they want to hit targets from a very long distance like the Israelis do. Everyone wants to become Israel at this point. Everyone wants to become genocidal and capable of hitting targets from a very far distance. The personal growth plan foresees expanding from 185,420 active duty soldiers today to 260,000 by the mid-2030s, alongside a parallel reserve buildup from around 60,000 currently assigned reservists to at least 200,000 for a combined total of 460,000 combat-ready troops. Now, the number is going to get bigger, by the way. Not too long ago, the Germans were saying, "Oh, well, we want to make it so that we're going to have like 186,000. And I was talking to someone about this that I know privately, and he said, they're saying that they just want to have 186,000 troops or something like that. And I said, listen, the number is going to get bigger. And look, now they're not even capping it at 100,000+ people. Now they're saying, "Oh, well, we want almost 500,000 soldiers." So that number is obviously going to get bigger. Pretty soon, the Germans are going to say, "We need a 1 million man army." I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to say, "Listen, just fuck it. We got to get 1 million people." And you know what? There are plenty of young Turkish guys who would love to fight for a Nazi regime, because a lot of the Turks admire Adolf Hitler, nationalistic Turks especially. And I'm telling you right now, Germany can amass a big army. They can amass a big army. I'm telling you. The plan runs in 3 phases, blah, blah, blah. So I'll read to you guys the 3 phases here. The plan runs in 3 phases. A rapid build-up through 2029, a capability-focused expansion through 2035, and a long-term technology-driven phase through 2039 and beyond. So first, they want to build up. They want to do a rapid build-up through the year 2029. Then through the year 2035, they want to focus on expanding their military capabilities. And then by 2039, they're going to be driving their technological capabilities and all that. New legislation in force since January 2026 enshrines the millstones. So as nationalism increases in Germany, racism will come back in Germany. Listen, if you don't believe me, I'll give you something to think upon. When Kristallnacht happened, Kristallnacht was a massive anti-Jewish pogrom in Germany. And it was organized by the Nazis, and it was done by admirers of Adolf Hitler. And they destroyed hundreds of synagogues, and they just damaged Jewish businesses, and it was pretty horrendous. When Kristallnacht happened, that was the first anti-Jewish pogrom that took place in Germany in centuries. So in other words, before Kristallnacht, there had not been an anti-Jewish pogrom for centuries in Germany. So there was a shift in the society. The society went from being tolerant towards Jews to being explicitly and violently anti-Jewish. Now, there was anti-Jewish sentiment in Germany historically, but there was a time in which, for centuries, there were no anti-Jewish pogroms in Germany. That changed when Kristallnacht happened. That means that Germany can go back. It can go back. As Germans become more nationalistic, they're going to become more racist. And they're going to become more like the Israelis. They're going to become racist, more racist than they already are against foreigners, Syrians especially. They will not mind working with Turks because Turks can be considered European and many Turks are white. But they're going to be more racist towards other people. And I'm telling you right now, when you have a technologically advanced Germany that is very militaristic and very nationalistic, God help us. It's going to be a very ugly thing to behold. So it says here, new legislation in force since January 2026 enshrines the milestones in law with conscription already embedded in the new military service law as a fallback, becoming an option. It's not going to become an option, guys. Conscription is going to become an obligation. For now, Nicole Schilling, the military's deputy inspector general, said recruitment is running 10% above last year's pace and applications are up 20%. So interest in joining the military is actually increasing in Germany. And it's going to further increase the more nationalism increases. By the way, the reason why they're pushing for nationalism also is because they want to incentivize young men to join the military. So it says here that the reserve, long treated as a secondary force to be activated only in emergencies, is now explicitly positioned on par with the active force, with a dedicated strategy that envisions reservists taking on homeland defense and ensuring Germany functions as a logistics hub for Allied forces moving east in a crisis. Pistorius called the reserve, quote, the hinge between the military and civil society. So they want to embed military culture with civil society, with civilian culture. They want to bring back old school Germanic militarism and militarist culture. That's what they want to do. I'm telling you guys, we are going to be shocked by the future. We're going to be so shocked by what the future holds, guys. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. This is why you're going to end up with a bigger audience. Just go on at the same time and the enforcer guy and that steals people. Wait, hold on. Let me read your comments here. Hold up. So they birthed evil. Yep. One day we will not be able to talk to Theo. No, you can still talk to me. I'm here. An 18-year-old woman in North Carolina tried to run down some Jews. Yeah, the anti-Semitism is 100% increasing. It is. And it's not good, guys. It's not. It's good that people are criticizing Israel for the evils that Israel is doing. But it's not good that you're going to have, that you have all these people who want to kill Jews. I mean, that's just not good. And that goes without saying. Jimmy Dore still two of my favorite. Can't talk to them in chat no more though. Oh, that sucks. The algo runs on Zeitgeist. True. Okay, why are we still talking about how the Hebrews looked like? Like, who cares? You know what? I don't want these people in my chat. I don't want these people in my chat. Hold up. I don't want people in my chat who are just obsessed with like how one race looked like. Just please go away. Just go away. Anyone who spams my chat over and over again with irrelevant stuff, I'm just gonna ban them. I just get the fuck out of here, dude. The Jews were black. They were black. They were black. God, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. This is the best time when you have 5,000 people in chat. You won't be able to read anymore. Yeah. I've been in the garden digging plants up listening to you. I wanted to comment, but my hands were dirty. Oh, dude, that is perfect. I love it. Live streaming and gardening. I love it. Two of my favorite things to do. I love gardening. I was laughing so hard when you said we're back to OG numbers. Yup. That must be a very beautiful moment for you to listen to a live stream that you enjoy while doing an enjoyable hobby that like gardening. It's just... It's cool. I find it funny how nowadays it's the cool hip thing to get into history and geopolitics off of watching 1 minute videos on Russia or something. A lot of people don't want to read anymore. Called out Professor John, used or was from the start. I think they were using your dad. Yeah. And he will tell you that. Don't make the mistake of thinking everyone is used and not part of it. Well, they could be part of it, don't get me wrong. But they also could be used without them even knowing it. I also believe that, Thea, 100%. Thank you. Are we going to get into the Jews being white now? Yaxley is a state asset. Yep. Prager University backed by the Wilkes Bros. Yep. People who chase infamy scare the shit out of me. Yeah. True. We're up to 79 people. Get those numbers back down. To last, one has to have credibility and a soul. True. Everyone I watch, their channel blows up. Wow. YouTube, on the other hand, will give you only 15 minutes of fame. True. True. Sounds like order out of chaos. Mm-hmm. Misinformed. True. TL is actually Jewish. You sure about that? I think he's German, isn't he? Carp is 100% a Zio. That's 100%. Looking at the history of a country is like looking at their resume. Yep. With Germany, it's not a matter of if, but when. 100%. 100%. I wish more people realize this. Before any of this started, back in 2019, I found myself in a small corner of the internet, led to a think tank with maybe 20 people in the chat with Peter TL. Damn. It was quite funny not thinking back. Yeah, that's pretty surreal. Life of America is like the story of young Goodman Brown. I've never heard of it. Withdrawing benefits and health insurance coverage. What? God's word clearly teaches cursed is the man who trusts in man. True. I spent half the day gardening. Yeah, man. I've been there before. Fun moment. I'm obsessed with gardening. Gardening is great, man. It's one of the greatest hobbies you can ever do. Some people can't get their consciousness out of the physical realm. There will not be a 2039. We'll see. Time will tell. We might all end up the losers, true. We are witnessing the battle between good and evil, 100%. Good and evil, yep. Go look at Hegseth's peck tattoo. Is there like a crusader thing or something? Very good synopsis. It comes together. Man, it all comes together. It doesn't sound crazy anymore. They want to live forever by starting nuclear wars. 15-minute cities? True, yeah. They could want to make Gaza into a bunch of 15-minute cities. That's true. Probably 50 million by now. Has a dissidents a list of tens of millions of Americans? Oh shit, I'm probably on there. They're still thinking like it's 1948, yep. Swamp is everywhere, yep. The golem made real. This is why you're going to end up with a bigger audience? Maybe, we'll see, I don't know. It goes up and down. You never really know these things, you know what I mean? Some of these people are German, like Javier Milei is Argentinian, like Netanyahu is Milei-Kowski. I've just never read that TL is part of the synagogue. Peter TL. He was born in Germany. Looks like his mom was South African. I don't know, guys. I'm just very scared about the future. I'll be honest with you. Future terrifies me. It really does. Word on the grapevine. I see. I see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here on it. Not to be stated as fact. Okay, I get you. I understand what you mean. We got 89 people. We're going back up. We're now leaving the OG realm. I don't know what was happening. I guess people got sick of me talking about, like Israel or whatever. I don't know. But today was a really good stream. I felt like this stream was the best stream I've had in weeks. Last week's stream was good. There were some parts that felt a little bit off, I'll be honest with you. There were some parts of the stream last week that felt like a drag. And then the week before that, the stream was meh. And the week before that one, the stream was meh. And then this stream was a lot better. A lot better. I have been predicting since 2017 that the Red Summer of 1919 will come back someday. What's the Red Summer of 1919? Oh, shit. Oh, it was like a bunch of racial pogroms. You know, I've thought about this before. And I think you may be onto something. Yeah, I think you may be onto something. I don't think you're far off at all when you for making this prediction. What country do you think is the most godly? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe Russia? Like, Christianity is growing a lot in Russia. Maybe Georgia? Maybe Serbia? I'm scared about the future too. It's more about the realization that AI will make regular people more replaceable. Yeah. True. I was looking at the that video game that came out recently by Capcom, Pragmata, and I was watching some of the gameplay last week after doing this stream, by the way. And I was watching Legendary Drops play the game live. By the way, guys, after my streams, if you go on to Legendary Drops' live stream, because he streams pretty much every Friday, if you go on to Legendary Drops' live streams every Friday night after my streams are done, there is a good chance that you will catch me on the live stream, because I usually will put at least one comment in one of his live streams. So if you go to Legendary Drops' live stream after this, you might see me asking a question or putting a comment or something. But I enjoy watching Legendary Drops' live stream. And I also enjoy watching Maximilian Dude's live stream. I think he's got a pretty entertaining live stream. While I do focus a lot on current events, I also do focus a lot on video games. I love video games. I just love them. I love video games so much. And I can't imagine my life without video games. It's just a part of... I don't know, it's a part of my psychology. And I was watching Legendary Drops' live stream, and he's playing this game called Pragmata. And in the game, you're this astronaut trying to escape this abandoned moon space station. And you see this little girl in the space station all by herself. And she looks totally human. She talks totally human. Her mannerisms are 100% human. But she's not human. She's a robot. But they made her so human that as you're playing the game, you start to feel sorry for her, and you want to protect her, and you want the hero of the game to save her. And as I was watching this playthrough of the game, I thought, man, there really is some sort of an agenda at hand here to make us sympathize with robots as if they were just as human as we are. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of creepy, I will say. It's kind of creepy that you see that sort of thing being done. And everyone playing the game, or, you know, people were watching this gameplay, and I was reading the chat, and there were people saying, oh, you know, I feel so bad for this little girl, and oh, this game makes me want to become a father, and all this stuff, and I wish I had daughters, and all that stuff. And I understand why people have those emotional reactions. I'm not condemning them, but my point is that the portrayal of this robot girl is so human that we forget that it's a robot in the game. And so it's just I don't know, kind of gave me the creeps. You know, kind of gave me the creeps. Predictive programming, yep. Robo conditioning, yep. Fear not, for I have overcome the world. True. Can you put his link? Sure. I have not been paid by Legendary Drops to mention his channel, I assure you. But if you ever, after I'm done streaming, if you ever, like, I have a post-stream ritual where after every stream, I just make a ginormous salad. Like, I'm talking about a ginormous salad. And I get a big wooden bowl, and I fill it up with dandelion leaves or arugula leaves. I put honey mustard vinaigrette. I put sardines. I put toasted bread. Sometimes I'll put butter on the toasted bread. Cheese. Pumpkin seeds. Sunflower seeds. Raisins. I mean, I go all out with my salad. And I will sit there for like... Oh yeah, garbanzo beans. That's another thing that I put on the salad. And I will sit there for like 2 fucking hours eating this salad. and I will watch Legendary Drops, Maximilian Dude's live stream if he's on. If they're both on at the same time, I'll go back and forth. I'll switch between Legendary stream and Maximilian stream. And it's just one of the most relaxing things, if not the most relaxing thing that I do in my week, is after doing a long stream, I just eat a salad. I'm talking a ginormous salad. All right. And I'll sit there for 2 hours munching away at this salad, just watching these live streamers. And I'll just fry my brains watching these guys. Like, I don't care. I'm just in total vegetable mode. And it's just very relaxing, I will say. You know, I'm gonna say it's one of the most relaxing things I ever do, and it's probably the most relaxing moment in every week that I have. It's just that post-stream moment when it's night, it's silent, I don't hear anything, and I'm just munching at this salad, enjoying it. And when I wake up on Saturday, my body feels totally rejuvenated. I feel so good because I stuff my body with so much fiber. It feels amazing. It really does. And so I love it, man. I love it, dude. And I was somewhat late for this stream. I started at around 4:30 something Central Time as opposed to 4:20 something Central Time. And the reason why I was late is because I had this septic system problem earlier, and then I needed to take care of that, and that took time away from my preparation for the stream. And so I had to start a little bit later, which is fine. But I was like, fuck, man, I got to do this stream. I don't give a damn. We're doing this stream. I don't care. You know, this stream it's the highlight of my week. It really is, guys. It's the highlight of my week is to do these Friday streams. It's just one of the most... Streaming is one of the... You know, deciding to do a stream was one of the greatest decisions I've ever done. It's one of the greatest decisions I've ever done. And I love it. I think streaming is... I think if you... Like, if I have absolutely nothing to say, I won't stream. And I've had those cases where it's like, I have nothing to say. And I'll go on the news, and the news cycle is just repeating the same stuff that it did the week prior. And I'll say, okay, I got nothing to say. I'm not gonna stream. But usually I have something to say. But if I have absolutely nothing to say, I won't stream. But if I have something to say, then I have the energy and the inspiration with me to do a stream. And just to have that feeling of having something to say and then getting it all out in a 6-hour duration, I think is just, I don't know, it's a beautiful experience. You know, it's a beautiful experience. You'll have to show us a pic of your salad. But yeah, I will. Do you have a full-time job too? No, I don't actually. You know what is so relaxing? You can fall asleep playing Euro Truck and American Truck Simulator. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Vegging out with veggies. Love it. Yep, absolutely. Vegetables. Yep. I want to find a game I love. It's been a while since I found one. I mean, dude, there's so many games, great games out there. There's going to be a new Metro game coming out next year, or yeah, I think next year, and it looks amazing. And Metro is one of my favorite video game universes. Resident Evil 9 was really good. I did a review for it not too long ago. Resident Evil 9, amazing game. Man, I would play, like, if you want to... The thing about Resident Evil 9 is that it's still pricey. If you want to buy a cheap game, that's really good, in my opinion. In my opinion. And you have an Xbox Series, or if you got PlayStation 4 or whatever, or if you have a PC, play Resident Evil Revelations 2. Dude, the game is so good. And that game is hated. I don't know. It's overly criticized, and I think it just gets way too much undeserved hate. Even after playing Resident Evil 9, as amazing as Resident Evil 9 was, Revelations 2 is still, in my opinion, the second greatest Resident Evil game ever made. It's such a beautiful game. It's just a great game. I don't know. I loved it. I loved every moment of it. I would highly recommend playing Resident Evil Revelations 2. It's really cheap. It came out in 2015. It's probably, how much can you buy it on Amazon? Let's see. Probably a few bucks on Amazon. What's it going for on Amazon? $10 on Amazon. No. They have the Resident Evil Revelations book. I don't care about books. The game, man. Oh, it's going for $40 on Amazon? That's crazy. I don't remember buying it for $40, but I'm pretty certain if you go to like GameStop or whatever, you can find it for cheap at a cheaper price. But it's a 10-year-old game, and it's just such a great game. It's creepy, and it's dark, and there's a lot of action in it, and it just keeps you engaged for the entirety of the game. It's really good. Did you ever see the predictive programming movie Darkseid? I have not. What if you don't play the first one? Honestly, dude, Revelations 1 is also a good game. Nowhere near as good as Revelations 2. You're not missing anything, because Revelations 1 and 2 are completely different stories. They're just totally different stories. They're not connected at all. So if you play Revelations 2, you're not going to be missing anything, because, like I said, the timetable for Revelations 2, the timeline for Revelations 2 is totally disconnected from Revelations 1. There's no connection at all. So you're not missing anything. I would just play Revelations 2. Revelations 1 is okay. It's a good game, right? I can't say anything bad. I mean, I can't say that any of the Resident Evil games that I've played were horrible. I enjoyed all the Resident Evil games that I've played. But I do have, of course, a hierarchy of the for all the games. And there's some games that are better than others. And I can tell you right now, Revelations 2, in my opinion, is number 2 best Resident Evil game ever made. I think it's very underrated, and I think it's been... I think a lot of the criticism towards that game is undeserved. There is some legitimate criticism, of course. But Revelations 2 is just a beautiful game. It's creepy, it's dystopian, it's very atmospheric, and it feels like a real horror movie. So I wouldn't play the first one, and unless you want to, go right ahead, but you don't have to play the first one before the second one. I was asking if you had like a regular full-time job, because doing the stream even one day a week and doing all videos edit is in itself a full-time job. Yes, it takes time, but no, the thing is that I have an organization, all right? It's a nonprofit organization that is focused on education. So the work that I do for the stream and all the videos that I do is for the nonprofit organization. That's what it's for. So this is my job, but it's not, when I say full-time, what I meant was I don't have this like office job or whatever on the side. No. Like, this is my job. So I guess, yeah, you could say it's full-time. Yes. But the work that I do is for the nonprofit organization. Really enjoying Marvel Spider. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Half-Life made Valve into stream. I have not played any of the Half-Life game. Skip one, got it. Yeah, you don't have to play the first one. If you want to, it's not a bad game. But like the first one is actually a good game. Don't get me wrong. But the second one is way better. Did you ever see the predictive? Well, I already read that. I started gaming with UT Gotti, NASCAR Racing 2002, I think it was, and the first Call of Duty games. Yeah, I've played first Call of Duty games on the GameCube. They were good. Oh, I didn't hear that one. I thought you were talking about the pillars. What are you talking? I saw a report earlier. The archaeologists claimed to have found Christ's remains under a pyramid. I don't know about that, dude. That's bullshit. I'm really enjoying Marvels, blah, blah, blah. I already read that, Half-Life, etc. Okay, skip one. Yep. Must check out RE9. Yeah, it's a little bit pricey. So, I mean, you can, of course, wait for the price to go down. It doesn't take that long. But if you don't want to spend $70 for a game, and I can't blame you if you don't, I mean, I would just play the older games. I would play RE4. The OG RE4 is really good. The RE4 remake is really good. Revelations 2, Revelations 1, great games. Resident Evil 7 is a great game. Resident Evil 8 is a great game. Like, they're all great games. I liked Limbo. That's so old at this point. I guess I like the kind of old games. I love watching my brother play Resident Evil, though. Yeah, Resident Evil is great. You're a PC player? No, I'm an Xbox guy. I used to be a big GameCube guy. Yeah, GameCube used to be basically my main system. The first console I ever got was a Game Boy Color. Well, I guess you could say a PC, but I never really got into PC gaming. unless I include Combat Flight Simulator, which I was playing when I was in high school. But the first console I really got was Game Boy Color. What's your thoughts on games like Grand Theft Auto? I don't like them. I don't like Grand Theft Auto. I think the game promotes criminality, and I don't really like it. I know that people aren't going to become violent by playing it, but it's just, I don't like games that glorify criminality, and it's just, to me, it's just weird. I've only played on PCs that I built. That's cool. Starting about 1998, so you're a real tech guy now. Wow, that's cool. Your website must be a part of that org, because there's a lot on there. Yep. Yeah, I was asking if you had like a typical... No, I work for a nonprofit organization. It focuses on education. It also focuses on charity. We do help people. And like I've said earlier in the stream, we actually still are helping a Syrian refugee family that fled Syria after Assad's toppling. So we do help people. Our focus is on education. Nintendo person. ColecoVision. I've never heard of that. My first console was a Game Boy Color, and then from there I went from N64, and then from there I went to GameCube, and then from GameCube I got an Xbox 360, and then from Xbox 360 I got an Xbox One, and then from Xbox One I got an Xbox Series X, which I currently still have. If you want to play a video game that never ends, just play Bannerlord. The game never ends. It's a story that literally never ends. It's fucking amazing. Bannerlord is just a great game. If I was in prison and I could only play one game, I would just play Bannerlord. My first console was okay, I already read that. That's amazing, Theo. Good work. Appreciate it. What are your dreams? I've had some dreams from video games. I don't think that happens too often, though. Everyone had an Atari. People are listening to this. $76 people. We're really going down to OG numbers now. PC is all I've ever had. Yeah, PC is probably the best gaming console because you could do mods and it just has a lot more power, especially if you want to play a game like Bannerlord, like PC. I have Bannerlord on Xbox, and that game, as much as I enjoy playing it, it crashes out all the time, and it drives me crazy. So I'll be in the middle of a battle, and the game crashes out. Truck sims never end either. I didn't know that. Yeah, but Bannerlord never ends. You make a kingdom, and then you're constantly building the kingdom, and then your king dies, and then your king's son takes over, and then you just continue on with him, and it's just an amazing game. You make a legacy, and then you have to find a wife for all your sons, and you make this ginormous, powerful family, and you just grow the family. You grow your trade deals, you grow your trade routes, and you get you get merchants, and there's just so much to do in the game. And you do these super epic 3D battles, and they're just so well done, these battles. Yeah. All right. These were in the ancient times before polygons. Well, for me, ancient times is N64. I mean, that's just... Even GameCube is, I think, a Metro system nowadays. GameCube is such an old-ass system. But, the GameCube was an amazing console. The GameCube was so laughed at when it came out because PS2 was just destroying everyone. But the reality is, like, GameCube was an amazing console, man. We had Metroid Prime, we had Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. They had some really good... We had Super Smash Bros. Melee. I mean, we had some amazing games on the GameCube, and the graphics on the GameCube were really good, especially when you look at Metroid Prime on the GameCube. The graphics were amazing. And Resident Evil 4, which came out solely on the GameCube when it first came out, had, for its time, just amazing graphics and amazing fight mechanics. The graphics of Resident Evil 4 was unlike anything we had seen. It was just very remarkable. Yeah, very remarkable. Did you ever play God of War? No, never played it. I've seen a little bit of the gameplay, but I've never played God of War. Yeah, PlayStation. Yeah, there was a big war between the PS2 and GameCube, and which was better. And basically, PS2 destroyed everyone, including Xbox. And GameCube was seen like if you had a GameCube, you were seen as a total lame ass kid. And GameCube, I think, was cheaper than PS2, and so that's why a lot of people just got a GameCube. But the thing about GameCube that was amazing was that when Resident Evil 4 came out, it came solely on the GameCube. So there were people buying GameCubes just to play Resident Evil 4. And I already had a GameCube. So I got the last laugh. And everybody was making fun of me for having a GameCube because they want to play Grand Theft Auto. And they said, well, you can't play Grand Theft Auto with the GameCube. It's like, okay, I don't need to play your mass murder simulator to enjoy a video game. I would much rather destroy some evil cult in Spain than do some sick mass murder, mass shooter simulator. Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, and then it's like with Xbox, you know, like Xbox, the first Xbox was awful. It was a terrible system. But people bought the Xbox for one reason, and that was just to play Halo. And, you know, I played Halo. I remember playing Halo for the first time, and I thought, this game sucks. Like, I played the first Halo, Halo 1. And I thought, man, this game sucks. And then I played Halo 2. And I said, man, this game sucks. And I just never understood the hype. I think Halo, like, I understand why people liked it. It's because it was sort of this milestone game for first-person shooters. It changed the nature of first-person shooters. But, I mean, for the most part, the game is boring, and the enemies are not interesting at all, and the story is not interesting at all, and it's just a boring-ass game. It's just a boring-ass game. And I played Halo. I played Halo 1 and 2. I said, man, this game sucks. I played both of them from beginning to end. I gave the games a chance, and I said, people bought Xbox for this? This game is boring. I would rather play GoldenEye on the N64 than play Halo. I would rather play Mario Kart Racing on the N64 than play Halo. I would rather play Metro Exodus than play Halo. I would rather play Resident Evil 4. I would rather play Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 than play Halo. Like, they're not great games. They're just boring-ass games. I would rather play Dead Space, the OG Dead Space, than play Halo. It's embarrassing that your prime game is a third-person shooter. Is it really? I mean, Resident Evil 4 was such a revolutionary game. It revolutionized how we do third-person shooters, and I don't know. To me, it was a masterpiece of a game, and it influenced generations of games after that. So, play the God of War. Halo is trash. Yeah, I agree. GoldenEye is pretty good. Yeah, GoldenEye on the N64 was amazing. It's a really good game. I mean, it looks like shit now, but it felt great at the time. I could burn games off the internet for Xbox and not pay for them. Damn. Pirating. Mass pirating, guys. All right, guys, I got to get going. It's been a while. I've been here for 6.5 hours, so we had a lot of fun. We had a great stream today, guys. I'll be seeing you guys soon. Oh, I was talking about Halo. So what was embarrassing about having a third-person shooter? I don't get it. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 started out as a GameCube exclusive, didn't come to the PS2 until a year later. What did? Yeah, it was a GameCube exclusive game. That's correct. For Halo was it and nothing else. Yeah, that was it. Xbox, the first Xbox sucked. It was an embarrassment. It had this bulky ass controller, and the only thing going for it was Halo and Xbox Live, and that was it. But now Xboxes are amazing. They're really good consoles. The Xbox One was really good. Xbox 360 was good. Xbox Series X is also a great console. But yeah, they're great consoles, man. The GameCube I think GameCube was a very exceptional console. I think it was. I mean, I think people kind of downplay it, but I think for the most part, it's a pretty good console. Anyway, guys, I got to get going. I'll see you guys later. Be well. God bless you guys. Have a good weekend. And thank you for coming on. We had a lot of fun. We had a great time. God bless you all. And you guys just heard some theology. God bless.